Undead Chapter 78 to Chapter 90. Looking forward through the windshield of the military plane, the bright lights reflected Xianxia's rapidly falling figure from the night sky, disappearing into the darkness like a meteor. Someone shouted, "He jumped!" Zhou Rong silently put down the binoculars, only to hear Lieutenant General Zheng's hoarse roar in the wind over the radio. "The first task is to bring back the antibody carrier. You must capture him alive. Immediately bring him back to the South Sea after you find him. Is that clear?" The 20 Special Forces soldiers behind the cabin all looked at Zhou Rong, and the battalion commander of Kongzi whispered, "Captain Zhou." Zhou Rong let out a long sigh, understood. Then he hung up the radio, picked up the parachute bag, and walked to the cabin entrance. The lights in the rear cabin were dim, and every soldier was carrying bags full of equipment. Except for the rumbling of the plane, it was silent. Zhou Rong looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about unnecessary things. After we go down, everyone gather at the location where the signal flare was fired." Any objections? No. Zhou Rong nodded, "Very good." Then he took the lead to open the cabin door and jumped down. The wind blew past Sinan's ears, lifting up his short hair and collar. Then there was a bang. Sound, the parachute opened automatically, and his free fall suddenly stopped, and he slowly drifted toward the towering trees where he couldn't even see his own fingers. The sound of the waterfall passed under his feet and then went away, and the salty smell of the rotten forest hit him in the face. Sinan pulled out his military knife and cut the parachute rope, and the timing was extremely precise. In the next moment, he broke free and fell into the dense canopy. He crashed and fell between the tree branches, grabbing onto several particularly thick branches to stop his body, hanging steadily in midair. He held the weight with one hand, and put on the monocular night vision lens with the other. His right eye suddenly turned into a world of deep black, dark green, and light green intertwined. Looking up, the military plane poured out more than 20 parachutes, like dandelion seeds floating to the ground. Looking down, in the deep and vast forest, the dragging footsteps and long wails of zombies reverberated everywhere. "This is so King exciting," Sinan murmured. He let go of his hand and landed on the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, 2 zombies jumped out from behind the tree. Before the first one could touch him, Sinan kicked the first zombie's sternum. The zombie's sternum was crushed, and it flew into the tree trunk and stopped moving. The junction between the chin and the neck of the one at the back was pierced straight through by the military tri-edged spear, and the brain burst out. When the Sinan pulled out the saber, it fell to the ground with a bang. With a swing of the tri-edged thorn, flesh and blood splattered on the ground. Sinan sheathed his saber and walked forward. Suddenly, there was a noise behind him, and then, da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da, a rain of bullets echoed through the forest as the search and rescue team landed, attracting a large number of zombies. Although they had been injected with pheromone inhibitors, the fresh flesh and blood of more than 20 young men from the Special Forces was as bright as a searchlight in the middle of the night to the zombies. The zombies within a few hundred meters rushed forward like demons in the dark night. A few of them didn't even have time to put on their night vision goggles before they hastily opened fire. The muzzles of their guns spat out tongues of fire, and rows of zombie skulls were blown off. Zhou Rong moved forward steadily while firing his gun. The zombies along the way staggered and fell, and their limbs were trampled into muddy flesh and blood under his feet. Then, he pressed the earpiece loudspeaker, and a roar that was magnified thousands of times suddenly resounded. Through the forest. "Sinan! I know you're here. I see the parachutes." 100 meters away, Sinan stopped in his tracks. "Come back. Move with the main force. You can't do it alone." Sinan was silent. He stood behind the rock, and his tall and straight silhouette in the night seemed to blend into the shadows. "Come back," Zhou Rong said in a low voice. "Sinan, come back to me." He sounded a little sad at the end of his words, and there was also a strong, unconcealable anxiety and worry. Sinan listened attentively for a moment, then suddenly shook his head and laughed. "You're wrong, Zhou Rong." As soon as he spoke, the regret in his words was drowned out by the sound of gunfire. No one but himself could hear it. "Before I met you, I was always alone. I've never been a burden to anyone." The sound of gunfire continued, and the howls of the zombies became more and more sparse. The airborne forces battle was coming to an end. Sinan didn't stay any longer. He pulled out his submachine gun and sneaked into the night. After the Black Falcon group was attacked, the South Sea had contacted 2 search and rescue teams. However, the terrain of the canyon was complicated and the primitive jungle was dense. The first team was forced to turn back before they could even find the location. The second team of reconnaissance troops entered the general area of the missing people, but they couldn't find the exact location of the attacked camp. They had to give up the search and rescue because of heavy casualties. It was almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Through the night vision goggles, countless light green shadows roamed aimlessly in the forest, while Sinan rushed through the towering canopy and leaped over the heads of zombies. His movements were as agile as an ape. If the Hollywood film industry hadn't collapsed, he could have been the inspiration to make several Monkey Man 123 and Monkey Man 123. Waterfall. Sinan swung the branch, and in a split second, he had locked onto the faint sound of water coming from the front. Even snakes didn't have a waist as flexible as his. Before the zombies under the tree surrounded him, he jumped out almost close to the canopy. He also remembered it when he heard the sound when he was parachuting. When Springgrass and Joe Roan were talking, there was a vague roar of water near her. It should be a waterfall. As long as there wasn't a small waterfall in this damn canyon, he could find the missing camp by following the sound of water. The water vapor in front of him was getting thicker and thicker. After passing through the mountainous forest, suddenly the sound of the waterfall was accompanied by water droplets. Sinan climbed to the top of the tree and took out the military binoculars. This was the lowest place in the middle of the canyon. A medium-sized waterfall fell with snowflakes into the deep pool at the bottom and divided into 2 rivers leading to the winding valley. Sinan kept adjusting the focus of the binoculars along the trees on both sides of the river. Suddenly, he stopped, hundreds of meters away on the river bank. The rocky beach was uneven and scattered with something like marching bags. Without hesitation, he slid down from the canopy to the bottom of the tree like a snake. It only took him 2 minutes to run the few hundred meters of rugged mountain road. At this time, the darkest time before dawn had passed. Just like ink becoming lighter after being mixed with water, the valley and river slowly outlined a dark gray shadow. Sinan stopped on the rocky beach, gasping for breath. He stared at the remains of several leftover corpses in tattered camouflage clothes not far away. After a long time, his Adam's apple moved violently. He walked forward, turned the corpses over one by one with trembling hands, and checked their faces and the nameplates on their chests, which had rotted beyond recognition. Every time he turned over a corpse, his heart was clenched by an invisible claw. Then, he loosened it slightly, and then it tightened 10 times, 100 times before he turned over the next corpse. This cycle repeated until all the corpses were examined. Sinan sat on the ground, and after a long time, he felt his heart slowly begin to beat again. There was number 118, no one he knew. He took a breath, dragged the corpses neatly together, took off all the nameplates, and put them in his backpack. The steel plate with the military bugle was proof of their sacrifice. Then he got up and looked around, followed the obvious footprints on the ground, and walked into the open space in the forest. The devastated camp finally appeared in front of him. The collapsed tents, the extinguished bonfires, the broken limbs all over the ground, and the heads that died with their eyes wide open. It was like a silent and tragic pantomime that was spread out unabashedly under the gray dawn sky. Every inch of the ground that was soaked in blood was a silent reminder of the cruel reality that it had witnessed. Sinan's mind was almost blank. It took him nearly half an hour to piece together all the broken limbs and heads, collected all the nameplates from around the camp, and held them in his hand to compare them one by one. After comparing them from beginning to end twice, he finally knelt on the ground in exhaustion, pressed his forehead against the salty soil, and took a long breath. He did not believe in God and Buddha, and responded to the cross with contempt and ridicule. At that moment, he involuntarily said in English from the bottom of his heart, "Thanks God." Then he could not help but smile to himself, and softly mocked himself. Sure enough, it was a last-minute effort. Sinan got up and walked out of the camp, wanting to wash his hands in the river. But just as he got up and walked a few steps, he suddenly sniffed sensitively. He smelled a faint but extremely strong scent in front of him. A trace of doubt flashed through Xianxia's mind. He followed the scent to the forest, stepped over the bushes under his feet, and suddenly stopped. His pupils could not help but shrink slightly, and he finally understood why the zombie tide attacked the camp at night. Under the tree, there were 4 bodies with unfamiliar faces piled up. Their stomachs were cut open, and their internal organs were turned out. In this weather, they had already begun to rot, and there was an extremely strong, mixed with the stench of alpha pheromone. But there were no bite or scratch marks on the bodies, and their limbs were relatively intact. They were killed by someone. Someone used cruel means to cut open the 4 soldiers' stomachs, piled them near the camp at night, and used the strong alpha pheromone to attract the zombie tide. This was really cold-blooded. Xinan took a few steps back, took a deep breath, and calmed down. He suppressed the vague speculation in his heart and wanted to go forward to carefully examine the bodies. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something in the soil not far from the bodies, and a faint light flashed. It was a steel nameplate with a thin chain. Xinan stepped forward and picked it up. For some reason, when his fingertips touched the cold steel, his heart suddenly beat wildly, as if he was about to vomit from his throat. Until he turned the nameplate over. It was a series of familiar numbers. Sinan's hands began to tremble, and he looked at the series of numbers one by one, as if he suddenly could not recognize the simplest Arabic numerals. 118-0610, Yen Hao. Sinan slowly knelt on the ground, and his mind was empty as if he was not thinking about anything, but suddenly he remembered a lot of things. In the B military region base, the 2 teams were about to separate. Yen Hao stepped forward and hugged him tightly, standing in the rail tunnel and smiling back. On the bank of the river, Yen Hao sat in the sparkling sunset, gathering the courage to tentatively hold his hand. The Yen Hao who was a little sad but was always very gentle, the Yen Hao who was always thinking of others, the Yen Hao who stood under the sun and played with his teammates while laughing heartily. In the end, he turned into the figure who choked with tears and curled up in pain in the middle of the night when the wind howled on the rooftop. I can't give you the antibody, but can I give you my life? Can I give you my life, Sinan? Sinan trembled and held the nameplate tightly, and the sharp edge even cut into the flesh of his palm, but he did not feel any pain. He tried to suppress the sour and hot gasp, arched his body, and stabbed his fingers deeply into the soil soaked in blood. Crash! After 2 seconds, Sinan realized the movement. He looked up and saw the trees more than 10 meters away shaking, and something was leaving in a hurry. It was a person. Hey! Sinan shouted, stop! The person was still running away, and Sinan only felt a cold evil fire rushing to the top of his head. He got up and chased after the person. At this time, the sky was still dark, and the night vision goggles were almost useless. It was the time when the visibility was at its worst. The person was moving so fast that it was impossible to see his shadow clearly in the dense forest. There were a few times when Sinan could only determine his direction based on the sound. The 2 flew over fallen dead trees and protruding rocks, like a cheetah and an antelope chasing each other. They chased each other for a whole cigarette's worth of time. Suddenly, Sinan stopped and rolled on the ground with his hands on his head. Bang! A bullet brushed past him. Sinan cursed silently, ducked behind a tree, and returned fire with a backhand. The silent forest was instantly enveloped by the bombardment of submachine guns. In an instant, tree trunks and bullet shells flew everywhere. The other party obviously did not expect Sinan to be equipped with such high firepower. After firing a few more shots, he immediately turned off the machine gun and went into hibernation. The dense gunfire suddenly stopped. The smoke slowly dissipated. Sinan leaned against a tree and looked back, narrowing his sharp eyes slightly. He knew that the other party was also waiting and observing. The confrontation was like a bowstring that was gradually stretched to its limit. The forest was so quiet that it was almost terrifying. A kilometer away, in a clearing in the forest. The moment the gunshots rang out, Zhou Rong put down his binoculars and jumped down from a 3 to 4 meter tall tree. He got up and waved his hand, and without turning his head, he ordered, "There's a firefight 900 meters ahead at 11 o'clock. Go after it." The 20 Special Forces soldiers stood at attention. "Yes, sir." The canyon was dead silent. There were no birds, beasts, or even mosquitoes. It was as if all living things had escaped from this world ruled by the living dead. Only abnormally dense plants covered every inch of space from the ground to the sky. The morning sun gradually rose, and the gray mist retreated from the forest, turning into gray and light blue fog. In an instant, it was penetrated by the thin golden sunlight, and the shadows of the trees and grass slowly moved back with the sun. Sinan raised his gun and moved silently behind a tree. At this moment, the trees more than 10 meters away suddenly swayed violently, bang bang. Bang bang bang, Sinan suddenly opened fire, and the man ran away under the cover of the towering ancient trees. Sinan followed closely and fired a few more shots, but the man was hidden by the trees and moving at high speed, so he couldn't hit him. The man was obviously more familiar with the environment than Sinan, and he chose the rugged and difficult places to move. Sinan was caught off guard and stepped into a hole in the tree, and was instantly drowned by countless dead branches and rotten leaves. Fortunately, he grabbed a stone in the nick of time and stabilized his body weight and 30 to 40 kilograms of equipment. F***ck. Sinan cursed in his heart. He quickly climbed up to the ground and looked around. The man had already escaped and completely lost track of him. Sinan had already chased him to the edge of the canyon, far away from the waterfall. Sinan observed for a moment in the crooked shrubs on the ground. He got up and saw a rapid stream not far away. The man must have jumped into the stream and ran away quickly, completely erasing all traces. There was no way to track him. Sinan walked to the stream and washed his face. The water reflected his frowning eyebrows. Who killed the 4 Special Forces soldiers and lured the zombies to the camp? Who was the one who purposely lured him here? Sinan scooped water with his palm and splashed it on his face. After a few times, he shook his wet short hair and suddenly shouted in English, "Romeur. What trick are you playing?" The surrounding was quiet, and there was not even an echo. "Romeur." Sinan shouted, "Come out." Patter, Sinan turned around and locked on to the source of the sound. A round ball poked out from a crack in the cliff not far away. The ball was stunned for a moment, and then a voice came from afar, "Sinan?" The Sinan narrowed his eyes. "Tang. Chief? It's Tang Hao. Thank you." 5 minutes later, Tang Hao pulled Sinan up and led him into a hidden cave behind a rock crack. He said helplessly, "My luck has always been normal. It's only when I'm poisoned by Zhou Rong that I'm particularly unlucky. It's really not my fault." The cave was full of twists and turns. After walking for about 20 steps, they made a turn, and a space of about 7 to 8 square meters appeared in front of them. 3 haggard Special Forces soldiers stood up one after another. "Lieutenant Colonel." Tang Hao gestured for them to sit down. Sinan suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure lying motionless in the corner. He quickly stepped forward and took a look. He gasped softly. "Guo Weixiang?" Guo Weixiang's eyes were tightly shut, and his face was pale. His abdomen was bandaged in a mess, and purple-black blood was oozing out of it. He did not look like a human at all. Sinan immediately checked his temperature and pulse. Guo Weixiang had a fatal fever, and it was obvious that he had been infected. If they delayed any longer, the situation would become very dangerous. "He was like this when we found him. It's been almost 72 hours. Tang Hao said in a low voice, "Fortunately, you came. Otherwise, young Master Guo's life would probably have ended here." Sinan took out antibiotics from his backpack, choked Guo Weixiang's neck, and forced them into his mouth. He then quickly prepared a special life-saving injection for the Special Forces and injected it into Guo Weixiang's carotid artery. He asked, "What happened?" "Late at night on the day of the attack, I took the remaining members and fought our way out of the zombie crowd. Along the way, I lost all my equipment and weapons. In the chaos, I couldn't see anything clearly. In a hurry, I got separated from the others." Sinan glanced at him with a look that said, "You're not the unlucky one. I soaked in the stream for a night. When I returned to the camp the next day, I wanted to take a chance and see if there were any survivors. Then, I met him." Tang Hao pointed at Guo Weixiang and said, "At that time, he was hiding in the tree pit and had already been infected with the zombie virus. He probably injected himself with secondary antibodies before he passed out. Luckily, he didn't turn into a zombie. I dragged him out and found that his abdomen was full of blood. He must have been hit by a stray bullet on the night of the zombie attack. Fortunately, he was protected by the strong healing effect of the secondary antibodies. After I dug out the bullet, he became like this. Tang Hao's eyebrows always hid a trace of indescribable worry. He leaned against the wall and sat on the wet ground, sighing tiredly. Sinan didn't say anything. After a while, he suddenly asked, "How did you find this place?" "I carried him on my back and wandered around for a long time until I met them." Tang Hao gestured to the few Special Forces soldiers and said, "They found this cave. Fortunately, the terrain is high and hidden. Otherwise, the smell of blood on young Master Guo would have attracted the zombies. For the next 2 days, I went out to search for survivors during the day. But I didn't have any weapons and there were many zombies nearby. I didn't meet any living people or rescue teams." Tang Hao wiped his face hard and changed the topic. He asked, "How did you find this place? Where are the main forces?" Sinan said, "Zhou Rong is in the back." Tang Hao, the two of them stared at each other. Tang Hao couldn't help but ask, "What else?" "I was deliberately lured here." Sinan said simply, "That's all." Tang Hao Huaran stood up. "What? There are still living people in the canyon? Who lured you here? What do they look like? Did you see clearly who it was?" Sinan, "No." The two of them looked at each other again. Tang Hao's head was full of, while Sinan's eyes were calm and her expression was magnanimous. She seemed to have said all that she needed to say. After a while, Tang Hao finally couldn't help but ask carefully, "Has anyone ever given you any friendly advice on communication skills?" "No." "Do you want to talk about it?" Tang Hao. No. It's nothing." Sinan took out dry food and water from her bag and gave them to the 3 Special Forces soldiers. She got out of the cave and fired a signal flare at the edge of the cliff. Then she retreated, picked up her bag and said, "The rescue team will be here soon. I'm leaving." Tang Hao was stunned. "Where are you going?" "Continue to look for people." "Aren't you going to wait for Zhou Rong and the others to join us?" Sinan said lightly, "Actually, I don't like to move in groups. I'm faster alone." Tang Hao immediately stopped her. "No, we haven't figured out the identity of the person who led you here just now. It's too dangerous to act alone. I've searched the area several times. There are no traces of survivors at all. In the absence of professional equipment, even if you rely on manpower, it's impossible to." Tang Hao's words came to an abrupt end. He saw Sinan's clenched fist stretch out in front of him. She loosened it, and a blood-stained steel nameplate fell into the air. 118-0610, Yan Hao. "There are 2 more." Sinanping said quietly, "No matter what happens, I won't stop until I find them." No one spoke in the cave. After a while, a Special Forces soldier in the corner put down the water bottle and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll go with you." "Me too." The 3 of them stood up one after another. Tang Hao interrupted them. "No. You guys are in bad shape." Then he turned to Sinan. "Give me a gun. I'll go with you." "Lieutenant Colonel." Tang Hao's attitude was very firm. However, Sinan hesitated for a moment and did not answer. "If you're looking for Cymbidium annuum and Dingshire, I might know where they went. I was with them when they broke out of the encirclement late that night. We only got separated when we crossed the river. If they didn't change direction midway, we should be able to follow their tracks along the river bank." Tang Hao opened his palm. Ding Ding looked at Sinan and repeated, "Give me a gun. I'll go with you to find them." After more than 10 seconds, Sinan finally took the gun from his back and threw it over. Tang Hao caught it accurately. Sinan turned around and walked out. He said lightly, "Save it. There are only 5 bullets." The sun had completely risen outside the canyon. Except for the stone walls high in the sky, the mountains and plains were covered in dense greenery. The sun was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. "You've never seen it before, right?" Tang Hao let go of the rope and jumped down the stone cliff. He laughed briefly. "There are no animals, no insects, only plants that look creepy. It's as if the fear of the zombie virus is written in the genes of all living things. This planet will soon be occupied by the living dead and plants. They crossed the tree ditches and walked through the lush forest. After a while, they finally heard the faint roar of a waterfall in front of them. Sinan was carrying dozens of kilograms of equipment and was slightly behind. Tang Hao took the initiative and said, "Let me help you." However, Sinan shook his head. "You Omega," Tang Hao had to take back his hand and push aside the bushes that were half the height of a person. He said in confusion, "You're different from all the Omega I've seen. I feel that you can live without Alpha. Why did you end up with Zhou Rong?" Bang, Tang Hao's voice paused. The bullet brushed past him and hit the zombies behind the trees dozens of steps away. Bang! 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 Sinan shot one zombie per shot. In the dense forest with extremely low visibility, he killed all the zombies within 100 meters. All the zombies that were hit by the bullet were accurately shot in the head. He glanced intently around him from behind the scope and said softly, "You're talking as if you've seen a lot of Omega." Tang Hao, clear. Sinan lowered the muzzle. "Let's go." Tang Hao. "Hey, I'll tell you. Has anyone ever had communication skills? That. Forget it." The sound of the waterfall was loud, reflecting countless colorful lights under the sunlight. They went around the camp from afar. Sinan did not release a signal flare to notify the main force. Tang Hao did not mention it either. He only focused on recalling the retreat route that night by identifying the environment along the way. The two of them walked and stopped. After walking along the river bank for a while, the terrain suddenly increased, and the river turned sharply downward. The difference in height formed a cliff about 7 or 8 meters high. Tang Hao observed for a long time, then stopped in his tracks, very hesitant. "Maybe, it should be here. When we broke through the encirclement and reached here late that night, the zombie horde caught up with us. In a hurry, I got separated from the others." Sinan suddenly asked, "They didn't care about you?" Tang Hao laughed and said, "Everyone had used up all their bullets. It was dark everywhere, and the zombies were running wild. The visibility was less than half a meter. How could they care about me in that situation?" Sinan nodded and did not say anything. He half knelt in front of the cliff and carefully looked at the river. No one knew what he was thinking. Tang Hao looked at his back and felt that sometimes he could not understand the former instructor of the White Eagle. He did not hesitate to betray a country, where he grew up for more than 20 years. However, after coming to see country, he did not show the slightest affection or nostalgia for this place. He seemed to feel a sense of responsibility towards his Special Forces teammates, but when he saw Guo Weixiong who was seriously injured and dying, he did not show any emotion other than calmly and decisively taking medicine immediately. When everyone gathered together, he was the one with the weakest sense of presence and the most silent. But when the group was in trouble and everyone was at their wits' end, he was the first to solve the problem. No one could know what was going on in his head, and no one could predict what unexpected move he would make next. Tang Hao looked down and hid his complicated thoughts. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Hey, do you think the surroundings are familiar?" "No." "Why?" "I'm thinking, if you remembered the way after the crash and came with us a few days ago, maybe we could have found the antibodies immediately." Sinan Hui glanced at him. "Why are you making such an obvious assumption?" Tang Hao forced a smile, although it looked more like a bitter smile. "It's nothing. I'm just afraid that there's only one tube of antibodies in the world. If there's an accident and it's gone, it'll really be gone." Sinan said, "There's only one tube of antibodies. Maybe the White Eagle base still has the information on paper, but it's likely that it was already destroyed when the virus broke out." Tang Hao's heart seemed to skip a beat, and his face suddenly became a little pale. "What if it's accidentally lost? I mean, just now you said that someone deliberately led you there, which means that there's probably another group of people in this canyon besides us. If they get the antibodies in advance, it'll be very troublesome," Sinan said lightly. "So we have to do it as soon as possible." Tang Hao coughed for a long time and said, "Is that so?" "I think so too." Sinan looked at him carefully for a few seconds and did not say anything. Tang Hao stood up awkwardly. "I want to go down and check. If those people went down the waterway, they might have left clues or road signs on the shore." "There's no need to check." There." Sinan raised his hand and pointed. Looking in that direction, something black was vaguely hanging between the bushes on the riverbank below the cliff. Tang Hao was stunned, and then he ran. The two of them almost rolled down the steep and smooth cliff. The riverbank was full of smooth cobblestones, and the weeds and bushes on the steep slope were growing wildly. Tang Hao took the lead and crawled up the cliff. He saw a long black cloth tied to the top of a withered branch. "It's our t-shirt." Tang Hao pulled off the cloth and handed it to Sinan. He quickly took off his camouflage jacket and pulled out the collar of his black t-shirt. "Look. It's this one. They must have torn it off and tied it here to make a road sign for us. There must be more around here." Sinan immediately refused. "No, I won't look. Talk properly and don't take off your clothes." Tang Hao hurriedly buckled up his jacket, climbed down the steep slope and ran forward. It almost didn't take him much effort to find more traces. "Come on. There's blood here." Sinan followed him. About 20 steps away, the bottom of the cliff and the ground were obviously stained with dried blood. Following the direction of the blood, they found new drops of blood every few steps. It seemed that Spring Grass and the others had been seriously injured when they fled. They fired. Sinan squatted down and took out a metal shell from under the grass. He looked up and said, "They encountered zombies here." Tang Hao's expression changed. "Look, what's that?" The riverbank suddenly went up. There was a hole in the cliff not far away. It was about 3 or 4 meters above the ground, and they could barely climb up with the help of the raised rocks. On the weeds growing in the vertical crevice, there were extremely obvious bloodstains, as if it had been trampled by someone covered in blood. Tang Hao looked up at the hole, and his voice sounded strange. "Could they be in there?" Sinan narrowed his eyes and stared thoughtfully at the dark hole. "Is anyone there?" Tang Hao shouted. "Hey! Is anyone there? Come out." The rapid river rushed past their feet, and the sharp sound of the wind whistled through the valley. Other than that, there was no other sound. Tang Hao walked to the bottom of the cliff and motioned for Sinan to come up. "Put down your gun and equipment, and step on my shoulder to take a look. Don't go too deep, in case there are snakes in there." However, Sinan stared at him and didn't move. "Come on, what's wrong?" Sinan's eyes were deep, and the corners of his eyes were slanted. His facial features were good-looking, but when he stared at something like that, his light-colored eyes, which were different from ordinary people's, were somewhat cold and breathtaking. "I won't put down my gun and equipment." He stared at Tang Hao. His voice was not loud, but every word was very clear. "When I'm alone with you, I won't let go of my weapon." Tang Hao was startled, and then slowly turned around. "Are you on guard against me? Be careful of being hung down. Slow down. Don't hit it." Zhou Rong carried a submachine gun on his back and personally directed the soldiers above to hoist the simple military stretcher down the cliff. Several rescue team members on the ground caught it steadily, and the medics immediately rushed forward to examine it. "Xianxia." Zhou Rong quickly stepped forward, and his face instantly turned pale. "How is he?" The medic shook his head while administering life-saving medicine. "His condition is very bad. The gunshot wound in his abdomen has begun to become infected. We need to arrange for surgery as soon as possible." Zhou Rong ordered, "Inform the headquarters that 3 survivors and 1 seriously injured have been found. Call a helicopter to pick them up immediately, quick." Then he asked the 3 rescued Special Forces soldiers, "Where's the person who fired the signal flare just now?" The soldiers looked at each other. "He wants to go out to continue the search and rescue. He's already left. He said that he can move faster alone." Lieutenant Colonel Tang insisted on going with him. Zhou Rong clenched his back molars, and his head buzzed. He was about to force himself to pull out the next plan of action from his agitation and uneasiness when suddenly someone touched the back of his hand. "Rong, he's awake." The medic cried out. Don't move. Don't talk." Zhou Rong suddenly turned around and saw Guo Weixiong struggling to lift 2 fingers. His cracked and bleeding lips opened and closed silently, as if he was trying to make a sound. Brother Rong is here. Don't worry, it's all right." Zhou Rong said in a low voice, "The helicopter will be here soon." Don't move. Xianxia. Dang. Guo Weixiang's neck moved up and down, as if he was desperately trying to raise his head. Be careful. Zhou Rong raised his eyebrows and raised his hand to stop the medic who wanted to stop him. He leaned over and put his ear to Guo Weixiang's lips, only to hear him spit out a few words weakly. Be careful, the next name made Zhou Rong's face change dramatically. For a moment, he thought he had misheard, but then he realized that he hadn't. Guo Weixiang's chest violently gasped again. Brother Rong, you. I know, don't worry. Zhou Rong's voice trembled slightly at the end, but his tone was firm and strong. I know, I'll go right away. Guo Weixiang seemed to have completed some kind of obsession. His body suddenly sank and he fainted. The medic immediately rushed to give him first aid. Zhou Rong quickly walked out of the crowd, grabbed the rescued Special Forces soldiers from the cave, and asked in a trembling voice, where did they go? The three soldiers looked at each other blankly. Then one of them suddenly remembered. The riverbank. That person insisted on looking for Dingshi and the Cymbidium annuum. Lieutenant Colonel Tang said that we should search along the riverbank. The other soldier also remembered. They might have gone in the direction of the waterfall. Zhou Rong let go of the soldier, turned around and shouted to the rescue team, let's go. At the same time, by the riverbank. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the sound of the river water hitting the rocks became particularly obvious. Tang Hao turned around and stood still. His expression was neither happy nor angry. After a long time, he asked, what do you think of me? The bloodstains on the high rock walls were bright and dazzling, but Sinan suddenly seemed indifferent. No. Then why did you? I once saved someone's life. Sinanping said. Calmly, I thought that saving someone's life was equivalent to trust. But later, when I wanted to cover for him to leave first, I was caught off guard and sprayed with ether. He's not a bad person. On the contrary, he's a good person in the ordinary sense. But from then on, I learned that gratitude and trust are two different things. If I can't entrust my life to you, I can't put down my gun in front of you. That's all. Tang Hao was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head and sneered. With a clang, he pulled out his gun and threw it far away. Is this good enough? But Sinan still didn't move. He looked past Tang Hao and looked at the high ground. What else do you want? Tang Hao was impatient. Do you really want to climb on my shoulder with a 40-kilogram load on your back? Fine, I'll climb up first, and you can take your time below. Sinan suddenly didn't say a word. He pulled out his gun and aimed. Tang Hao saw the muzzle of the gun pointing directly at his face. His pupils contracted in an instant. The next moment, he heard a bang. The bullet flew past his ear. Tang Hao turned his head back as if he had cramps. A headless zombie fell from the cliff. Roar, roar. The faint whistling sound in the wind was getting closer and closer. It gradually turned into a roar. Tang Hao took a few steps back. He saw zombies coming out of the forest in twos and threes. They seemed to be alarmed by their voices. In the blink of an eye, more and more zombies gathered, bang bang. Bang, a few zombies staggered and fell down the cliff. In front of their eyes, the zombies splattered and were dismembered. Even more zombies stumbled down the steep slope. Some of them had their lumbar vertebrae broken when they hit the ground. They wriggled and crawled forward on the ground. Some of them staggered up and roared at the top of their lungs as they pounced on them. Sinan opened fire without hesitation. The submachine gun hit the first wave of zombies that rolled down the cliff and made them fall back one after another. Tang Hao covered his head and rolled on the ground. He picked up his gun and accurately shot the zombie in front of him in the head. He rushed to the mountain wall and shouted, "Get to the cave! Quick!" Sinan glanced at him between the intense gunfire. At this moment, the second wave of zombies in ragged clothes staggered and blocked their way. Tang Hao only had 4 bullets left in the barrel. He couldn't hit the zombies at all. He had to quickly climb up the cliff. In the nick of time, he dodged the zombie's rotten hand that grabbed his ankle. When he was about to look back to see how Sinan was doing, he heard a loud sound, splash, the sound of water. Sinan retreated while firing. Soon, they retreated to the riverbed. The submachine gun swept through the rows of zombies. Their limbs flew and their brains exploded. Bullet shells scattered all over the ground. In an instant, the high-powered firepower tore a gap in the zombie crowd. The next wave of zombies didn't have time to surround them. Xinan took the opportunity to rush to the cliff. Suddenly, there was a loud splash from the river behind him. Something rushed out of the river. Then, something strangled his waist. It was a pair of cold hands. The unforeseen event happened too fast. Xinan didn't even have time to react when he opened fire. He was directly pulled back by the other party's brute force. He stepped on air for a split second, there was a loud splash, and then the water was submerged. Xinan blew a string of bubbles in the murky river. He realized that he was ambushed. Gurgle, the turquoise river water was so muddy that nothing could be seen clearly. Xinan did not panic. He held his breath for 3 seconds after falling into the water and kicked back fiercely with his long legs. The ambusher was kicked in the lower abdomen and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, which spread scarlet in the river water. The ambusher involuntarily loosened his grip and sank. Xinan twisted his body and dived. His heavy equipment gave him a great sinking speed. He almost caught up with the ambusher in an instant and grabbed his wrist and neck. The ambusher did not even have the slightest strength to fight back. He could only struggle in vain and keep spitting out bubbles. At this time, Xinan's oxygen supply was almost depleted. Violent movements in the water consumed a lot of oxygen, and he was caught off guard when he fell into the water. He was just about to twist the ambusher's throat and quickly float up to take in oxygen when his strong fingers suddenly stopped. The ambusher's throat and wrist were unexpectedly thin. It was a woman. Xinan suddenly had an absurd guess. After half a second of weighing the pros and cons, he decisively let go of the ambusher's throat, grabbed her hand and twisted it, and strangled her waist from the back. He quickly rushed away along the undercurrent of the river. Who? Xinan suddenly emerged from the water, gasping for breath, and lifted up the ambusher who was almost choked to death by him. As he guessed, it was Spring Grass. Who, cough cough cough. Spring Grass choked and was out of breath. Xinan dragged Spring Grass to the shore. They were hundreds of meters away from the cave that was besieged by zombies. The riverbed was flat, and the rocky beach was connected to dense bushes and woods. Spring Grass began to cough crazily as soon as she came ashore. Probably alarmed by the sound, 6 or 7 zombies staggered out of the dense forest one after another. Woo, woo, roar. Xinan had already thrown his submachine gun in the river. He quickly stepped forward and pulled out his military tri-edged knife, and killed all the zombies with his bare hands. The zombies wandering in the canyon had basically rotted away. Since there were not many of them, cold weapons were enough to deal with them. After confirming that there were no more zombies around, Xinan finally had the chance to turn around and ask while panting, "What's going on?" Cough, cough, cough. Spring Grass barely managed to stop coughing. Her small face was pale and green, and she sat down on the ground. You're too cruel. You're so cruel to an underage girl, cough cough cough. I am full, cough cough. Underage? Xinan asked suspiciously. I heard from Zhou that you're already 18. Are you trying to trick me into giving you an extra birthday present? Xianxia waved her hand weakly. A woman's age is a secret. Let's not pursue it at this time. Why are you with Tang Hao? Have you seen Xianxia? Was Xianxia still alive? Where is brother Rong? Seriously injured but alive. Where's Dingshi? Ding is fine. You tell me first. No, this is not the place to talk. Come with me. Xianxia stood up with the help of a rock and motioned for Xinan to follow her all the way to the downstream of the river to avoid the zombies in the forest. Xinan briefly told her how he hijacked the plane and ran out of the base, discovered the camp, was deliberately led to see Tang Hao, and how he came to the cave. Xianxia listened while walking and finally admitted, yes, the zombies that surrounded you just now were led by me. I've been following you since the waterfall. Xinan asked, do you suspect Tang Hao? Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, I was sure that he was a ghost, but you just said that Xianxia is still alive, so I'm a little uncertain. It's a long story. I'll have to start from the night when the zombies attacked the camp. Xianxia had lost her coat and was only wearing a tattered vest. Her arms and back were covered with purple and black scratches and teeth marks. Her short hair dripped into the water, and she couldn't help shivering when the wind blew. Sinan took off his coat and handed it to her. "Ah, thank you." Xianxia wrapped the camouflage coat that was too big for her tightly around her body and sighed. "That night, I really thought I was going to die." The camp was pitch black and there were zombies everywhere. Screams, bites, and gunshots were mixed together. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't get out. You didn't even know if you were shooting a living person or a dead person. I only remember that I kept shooting like crazy. During that time, I was bitten so many times that the flesh on my thigh was almost torn off while I was still alive. She pointed to her neck. The indentation left by the injection of the secondary antibody was very clear. We'll talk about the details later. In short, we tried our best to kill our way out of the zombie crowd, but we couldn't find Xianxia. We shouted for him while being chased by the zombie crowd. In the chaos, we rescued a seriously injured teammate. He told us that he seemed to see an off-road vehicle coming out of the forest and pulling Tang Hao and a person who looked a bit like Xianxia into it. Sinan interrupted her. "Was the person in the car from a country?" "I don't know, although I also suspected it." Xianxia said in a hoarse voice, "I injected the secondary antibody into that person, but he didn't make it." Both of them fell silent at the same time. We trekked all night, lost all our supplies, and ran out of bullets. After dawn, we completely lost our way. It took us a long time to find the camp, and we couldn't find any clues about Xianxia. Xianxia sighed and said, "We set up a temporary stronghold. Ding and I took turns to explore and look for food. It wasn't until this morning that I finally found the vicinity of the waterfall. But before I could find the camp, I saw you and Tang Hao walking all the way down the river bank. Since I was suspicious of Tang Hao, I didn't want to act rashly and alert him. I followed you for a long time and found that he deliberately led you to a remote place. So I cut my palm to attract the zombies, and then I dived to get closer. I took advantage of the chaos and pulled you into the water so that you two could be separated." Xianxia paused and said in a doubtful tone. "I originally thought that Tang Hao was a mole who colluded with the people in the off-road vehicle. But if he was, why didn't he kill Xianxia, who was seriously injured and dying? Instead, he tried his best to take care of him until he was rescued? This doesn't make sense." It did make sense, unless Guo Weixiong also colluded with the enemy, just like Chief Tang. But this possibility was no less than Zhou Rong suddenly falling in love with Yan Hao, or Yan Hao suddenly falling in love with Lieutenant General Zheng. The probability was so small that it was not worth discussing. The river twisted and turned. Xianxia waved at Sinan and took the lead into the bushes. "Tang Hao may have his own plans. No matter what, it's better to avoid him before we meet up with Brother Rong." Xianxia drew her machete and cut off the dense vines that were half a person's height. "His words about escaping with us and getting separated are all lies. The so-called cloth strips and road signs are also fake, I know." Xianxia turned around and asked, "How do you know?" Sinan trudged through the knee-deep grass. A sad smile flashed across his eyes. "He said that we got separated because it was a matter of life and death. No one could care about anyone else. But I know that unless you confirm that someone is dead, you won't leave anyone behind. This has nothing to do with life and death. It has nothing to do with your abilities. It's purely because it's you." Xianxia's movements were slightly sluggish. Her eyes flickered slightly. She seemed to be a little emotional. "See Xiaonan." Sinan took off the blood-stained steel plate from his chest and spread it out in his palm. "I found this." Xianxia was stunned. "Huh? How did you?" She wanted to ask why he hung it around his neck. It was so dirty. He didn't even wipe it clean. But Sinan abruptly interrupted her, as if he was avoiding any questions from the outside world. "I still need some time." "Xianxiao? I may need a long time to accept the fact that Yan Hao is gone. Before that, can I keep it?" "Xianxiao, huh?" Xianxiao was dumbfounded. "Sinan. What's wrong?" The two looked at each other. After a thousandth of a second, Xianxiao reacted quickly. She immediately raised her hand to cover her face and squeezed out a painful voice from her throat. Okay. Okay, you can keep it if you want. But where did you find this dog? Steel plate. The camp. There were a lot of corpses. I brought everyone's nameplates. Xianxia, okay, so it's the camp. You. No wonder you didn't look happy at all just now. Are you sad for Yanhao? Sinan hung the steel plate back around his neck and said in a hoarse voice, I just want to know how he died. Xianxia, do you have to know this? It's not good to know too much about such a tragic thing. But I thought you didn't like Yanhao. Didn't you tell him to die before? Why are you now? Hey. See Xiaonan. Don't cry. Sinan didn't cry. But he stood there motionless. He didn't even blink, as if his whole body was frozen. After a long while, his eyes turned slightly red. No, he forced a smile. I just regret it. Xianxia struggled for a long time before she asked carefully, do you regret yelling at him last time? Sinan pressed the tip of his nose with both hands and wiped it hard. It seemed that he was suppressing some indescribable sadness and bitterness with this action. Then, he bypassed the eager spring grass and stepped on the grass to walk forward without looking back. I regret that I didn't apologize to him earlier. He didn't do anything wrong that time. It was my fault. Actually, I don't want him to die at all. Xianxia swallowed hard and finally decided to tell the truth. That. See Xiaonan, actually, with a crash, half of a person hung down from the tree. Yanhao was upside down. In an instant, he was face to face with Sinan and said faintly, it's okay, I understand. You really don't have to apologize. I'll give you the dog tag. Sinan was motionless as if he had been electrocuted. After a long while, he fell straight back. See Xiaonan. 10 minutes later, Sinan sat under the tree with a blank expression. Yanhao hurriedly took out his clothes to fan him. I was wrong. I really didn't do it on purpose. After 118 was disbanded, the higher-ups gave us new dog tags. I've been wearing the old one as a talisman. I don't know how I lost it that night in the chaos. Hey Si Xiaonan, listen to me. Do you want to drink water? Do you want to eat fruit? Let me tell you a joke. Once upon a time, there was a mute, he. Sinan's reason was suddenly cut off. Yanhao screamed as he was pressed to the ground. Sinan grabbed his neck and said gloomily, you're going to become a mute soon. Xianxia and Dingshi each held one of the dogs. It took a Herculean effort to rescue Yanhao from the flower-ruining merciless hand. Sinan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He held the dog tag and said angrily, if you were in White Eagle, I would have broken your legs. And you? Xianxia quickly shrank behind Yanhao. Sinan asked, who said that Yanhao is dead? Your 18th birthday present is gone. Xianxia immediately cried out, you only asked if Ding was alive. How would I know why you didn't ask Yanhao? And you didn't plan to give me a present for my 18th birthday. Sinan knew that he was in the wrong. He sat back in his original position and held his forehead with one hand. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. Okay, don't be angry. Yanhao tried hard to hold back his laughter and tried to smooth things over. Nameplates are required to be worn on the chest. It's normal for it to fall on the ground because you thought I was eaten by zombies. See Xiaonan, I didn't know that. You didn't want me to die so much. When I heard your words on the tree just now, I was really touched. It's too late. Sinan said coldly, I held your dog tag and cried in the camp for half an hour. Unfortunately, you couldn't hear me. Yanhao was stunned for a moment. His face was full of what did I miss? Sinan ignored him and took out the waterproof bag from his soaked backpack. He fired a signal flare into the sky, let's go. Find a place to hide nearby and wait for the main force to arrive. Xianxia told them about the encounter with Tang Hao and how they escaped after falling into the river. They all got up and tidied up their pitiful temporary base. Pillows made from leaves and clothes, a few military knives, and slingshots made from branches were all they had. Sinan's submachine gun also fell into the river. The former Team 118 had never been so poor before. They were like young Bailau who was being chased by the landlord. The scene was miserable. Fortunately, Sinan still had some soaked dry food, grenades, ropes, and a first aid kit in his backpack. He divided the rest of the supplies. The few of them used their machetes to cut through the waist-high shrubs and moved deeper into the forest. After we meet up with Brother Rong, we'll find Tang Hao. Yan Hao held a machete in one hand and chewed on a compressed biscuit in the other. He said vaguely, he deliberately led Sinan to that cave. There's probably something wrong with it. We should go and search it. Do you think the zombie attack that night had something to do with him? Xianxia asked. The few of them looked at each other. After a while, Yan Hao said, "No, I don't think so. If he really wanted to kill everyone, he should have run away first." But Tang Hao did fight until the last moment, and his shocked and angry expression didn't seem fake. However, Yan Hao changed the topic. If we find evidence that he's related to the annihilation of the whole team, we must tear him apart alive to avenge everyone. The sun had completely risen to the middle of the sky, and the surroundings were quiet. The tireless roars of the zombies were far away, mixed with the whimpering of the wind, echoing across the valley. They stopped under the shade of a towering ancient tree, eating and chatting with each other. They analyzed the terrain of the valley and guessed where the anti-tank bomb had fallen. Dingshi nervously asked Sinan about his little golden flower. Sinan cleverly skipped the part where he pointed a gun at Jin Hua's head. He only said that in order to contribute a little, she specially applied to assist in the search and rescue of the plane. She also said that she hoped Dingshi could return alive. Dingshi was immediately moved. "I knew little golden flower could do anything, even fly a plane. She was the most beautiful and clever girl in our village since she was a child." Xianxia looked at him with a toothache expression. Sinan sat cross-legged in the grass, holding his chin and not saying anything. It was as if he had suddenly removed some invisible and heavy shackles. He calmed down from his heart, and even felt a sense of relaxation and contentment. Although he was a little hungry and lacked sugar, his muscles were very sore after 12 hours of high-intensity trekking without sleep and rest. As soon as he calmed down, he immediately felt uncontrollable exhaustion. Although he did not know where the anti-tank bomb had fallen in the vast valley, and Romir's group was probably hiding nearby, the situation in front of him was still very dangerous. But at least at this moment, he was sitting with his companions. Zhou Rong was also rushing over. Sinan closed his eyes and felt sleepy. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound not far away, and a large number of voices came from afar. Xianxia listened carefully for a moment. Huaran stood up. "It's the search and rescue team. Brother Rong and the others are here." It would be a lie to say that they were not excited. Everyone immediately got up and walked back, shouting loudly. Soon, they heard the search and rescue team's loud response from the place where the signal flare was fired. "Where's Si Xiaonan?" Zhou Rong's roar came from the vines in the jungle. "Don't tell me he ran away again. This time I really can't take it anymore. Take pity on the fragile heart of a married man." Sinan laughed. Just as he walked 2 steps with his teammates, he suddenly stopped. He carefully pressed down his messy short hair with his hands, lifted the corner of his shirt to wipe the sweat and dust on his face, and bent down to stuff his camouflage pants into his military boots. In his life, he had never stopped to tidy up his appearance before meeting someone. But just as he was about to straighten up, there was a rustling sound from the shade above his head, and a heavy object fell with a whistling sound. Bang! It was a person. Sinan was kneeling on one knee. He did not have time to react before he was pressed down and rolled. The next second, the muzzle of a gun was pressed against his temple. A rough, strong, and scarred elbow strangled his throat from behind, and he was forcibly lifted from the ground. More than 10 meters ahead, Yan Hao suddenly turned around and shouted, "Put him down." Sinan's expression changed slightly. He heard Tang Hao's tired but determined voice behind him, "You can't go. Come with me." Behind the bushes, there were rapid footsteps. Zhou Rong arrived in a flash with more than a dozen search and rescue team members. He shouted, "Sinan." Sinan had locked the throats of so many people, but today was the first time that his throat was almost broken. His face turned blue and his lungs convulsed. He grabbed Tang Hao's elbow, but after a few seconds, he became more and more weak because of the lack of oxygen. Zhou Rong took a step forward and then forced himself to stop. Let him go, Tang Hao, what do you want to do? The scene suddenly became tense. Sinan was only 10 meters away from Zhou Rong, but the distance between them was like a natural moat that couldn't be crossed. Zhou Rong stared at Tang Hao's eyes, secretly put one hand behind his back, and gave the search and rescue team a sniper-ready signal. But before the special forces and the crowd moved quietly, they heard Tang Hao say, "Do you want to snipe? It's useless. The visibility here is poor and there are many obstacles. Aren't you afraid that you'll shoot me and the antibody carrier together?" The sniper froze. "Let go of him first, or you'll strangle him." Zhou Rong almost squeezed the words out from between his teeth. "Calm down, Tang Hao. Tell me, who asked you to do this, Romeur? Or other people from a country? What did they offer you? Did you know in advance that the zombies would attack the camp at night?" Tang Hao didn't answer. "Throw the gun over." Zhou Rong shouted, "Tang Hao." "It's the antibody," Yan Hao suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. If they paid attention, they would find that the corner of Tang Hao's eyes twitched. Yan Hao asked, "There's something wrong with the antibody, right?" This time, Tang Hao paused for a few seconds in front of everyone, then shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. On the count of 3, everyone throw the gun over. 1, 2. Zhou Rong threw out his submachine gun. With a bang, the sound of gunshots rang out one after another. Sinan gritted his teeth and struggled. The next second, the muzzle on his temple clicked into place. "Don't move. I'll take your body to complete my mission. Are you sure you can run away from this canyon with a hostage?" Zhou Rong said coldly, "Or are you naive to think that the party who made a deal with you will keep their promise?" Tang Hao gave a short laugh. "That's my business, Captain Zhou." He did not loosen his grip on Sinan's throat, and his movements were extremely professional and skillful. He controlled the oxygen to the point where Sinan would not really suffocate to death, but would not be able to resist violently either. He just dragged him back like this. Zhou Rong and the others immediately followed. Tang Hao shouted, "Stop. If I see anyone within 200 meters, I'll break both of their hands immediately." Zhou Rong's face suddenly became very ugly. "You won't see me again," Tang Hao said coldly. "Bye." He was completely hidden behind Sinan, and stepped out of everyone's sight step by step. It was not until the rustling footsteps disappeared into the jungle that Zhou Rong strode forward, grabbed his submachine gun, and said in a low voice, "Follow him." The trees and plants grew more and more lush, almost covering the sky and the sun. The surroundings were all overbearing and powerful dark green, and almost every step they took was in thick rotten leaves and mud. However, Tang Hao seemed to be very familiar with the path. He kept moving forward, and soon the sound of the waterfall was so far away that it could not be heard. Sinan's mouth was tightly shut, and he was almost dragged along by Tang Hao. The path in the jungle was rugged and difficult to walk on. They constantly encountered tree pits and mud ditches hidden under the fallen leaves. Tang Hao suddenly stepped on the edge of a tree pit and slipped instantly. Bang! Sinan grabbed the arm across his throat. In a flash, Tang Hao stood up and pressed the muzzle of the gun against his head. The two of them were in a deadlock for a moment. After a few seconds, Sinan slowly let go of his hand. "You underestimate me, Instructor White Eagle," Tang Hao said mockingly. "I'm still a member of the Special Forces." Sinan turned his back to him and looked ahead. "Are you going to bring me to Romeur?" Tang Hao did not answer. "You guys shouldn't have been in cahoots for a long time. Did you guys meet in the canyon?" Sinan narrowed his eyes. "Does he have something on you? Ultimate antibodies?" After a long silence, Tang Hao finally opened his mouth, but instead of answering, he asked, "How much of a sacrificial spirit do you have?" Sinan said, "It depends on the situation. What if it's the future of a considerable number of humans on Earth?" Tang Hao could not see Sinan's face, but he could feel that this White Eagle hybrid was actually thinking. After a moment, he said, "I'm not sure how much of a sacrifice I can make, but I'm sure that a weakling like you has no chance of winning against Romeur." Tang Hao was speechless. In the distance, there was a faint sound that sounded like a dead branch falling from the treetops. Tang Hao immediately pulled him behind a tree and completely blocked his figure. In an instant, the surroundings returned to silence. They're following us, Sinan said calmly. After a pause, he changed the topic. Zhou Rong has at least 20 elite combat forces with him. How many people does Romir have? Tang Hao observed the environment behind him very stealthily. After a while, he answered softly, it's just him. I don't know if the other two are dead or in hiding. Are you sure he really has the antibodies? I saw it with my own eyes. He promised you that if you catch me, he'll give you the ultimate antibodies in exchange, right? The truth was very obvious. Tang Hao used silence to replace an affirmative answer. So, Sinan sneered, do you really believe that he'll fulfill the agreement? The pursuers hiding in the shadows did not move. The nearby jungle returned to a strange silence. Tang Hao looked away and finally said, I don't really believe it. This answer was not unexpected. Sinan Bing said quietly, then you should cooperate with Zhou Rong. Romir led the zombie horde and killed more than 20 innocent soldiers. Even if he fulfilled his promise and gave you the ultimate antibodies, don't you want to avenge them? Tang Hao's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Sinan could clearly feel the trembling of the muzzle. The loaded bullet was only a few inches away from his flesh. Cooperate with Zhou Rong? After a long time, Tang Hao said coldly and vigilantly, what would happen if I told Zhou Rong? He wouldn't support sending you over as a hostage. Instead, he would strongly advocate for everyone to march to Romir's hiding place and kill him in one fell swoop. But Romir is very vigilant. Once you're discovered, he'll immediately destroy the ultimate antibodies. You also said that it's the last sample in the world. Then what's your plan? Sinan asked. Tang Hao shifted the weight of his feet and leaned his body slightly against the trunk of the tree. After several days of difficult survival, he was exhausted. He could only rely on this movement to gain a slight respite. He said hoarsely, that night, Romir wanted to kill Guo Weixiang directly. I lied to him and told him that the headquarters had already decided that if we lost contact, the headquarters would send Zhou Rong and you to the canyon as the second group of search personnel. If I took away Guo Weixiang, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it would be easier for you to trust me and lower your guard. You didn't expect me to come to the canyon. I didn't expect it. Tang Hao admitted. I thought the best result would be Zhou Rong coming over. If that didn't work, I'd just kidnap Zhou Rong and send him to Romir to vent his anger. You want to kidnap Zhou Rong? South Africa was often surprised. Tang Hao said impatiently, can't you dream as big as you want? Sinan was speechless. I originally planned to report this to the military in case it dragged on until the last moment and let the headquarters decide whether to exchange you for the antibodies. Tang Hao continued helplessly, so when I saw you appear in the canyon, I was very surprised. Then I realized that this choice finally fell on me. If the person leading the team wasn't Zhou Rong, maybe I would have told everyone everything and asked everyone to cooperate. But Zhou Rong was destined to be an obstacle, and you might not be willing to be a hostage, so I had no choice but to do this. In other words, Chief Tang couldn't come up with a foolproof plan. It was simply a situation where he couldn't back down. Sinan pondered for a long time and asked, where's Romir? Don't tell me it's the cave you asked me to enter just now. Tang Hao said, no, he's behind the opposite hillside. There's only a hole in the cave that I dug. Sinan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. There was no movement behind him. Zhou Rong seemed to be very calm. The sun gradually moved west, and it was already past noon. Once the sky darkened, it would be even more inconvenient to move. Tang Hao motioned, let's go first. Sinan stood still. No, you're simply courting death. The goal of the White Eagle base is to achieve racial optimization and dictatorship in the apocalypse. We must firmly grasp the ultimate antibodies in our own hands. Romir won't give up this for me. I know, but, as soon as you send me over, he'll immediately kill you over there to silence you. Do you think you have a chance of winning against Romir alone? Tang Hao asked, are you trying to say that I'm a weakling again? Sinan said lightly, let Zhou Rong come over. Let's think of a way together. If necessary, I'm willing to be a hostage. Or you can hold a gun to me, and I'll talk to Zhou Rong. Tang Hao stood motionless. Although his expression couldn't be seen, his slightly rapid breathing still exposed his hesitation. Actually, I don't really think you're a weakling. On the contrary, your series of performances are remarkable. Sinan tilted his head slightly with the gun pointed at his forehead and said, but Romeur may have 2 subordinates around him. You have no chance of winning against 3. If I'm not wrong, Lieutenant Colonel Tang, you're ready to die together with them. Tang Hao's cheeks bulged slightly. Because he clenched his back molars tightly, even his forehead was slightly tense. Sinan looked at him calmly. Don't try to sacrifice yourself. Zhou Rong is also a soldier. You should trust his integrity and ability. Tang Hao didn't say a word for a long time. Sinan looked away and said loudly, Zhou Rong. There was no sound in the forest. Sinan said again, it's okay. Come here. Tang Chiu. Lieutenant Colonel Tang just wanted to joke with you. Tang Hao said, don't call me chief, okay? Luck is all your fault. A moment later, the bushes shook. Zhou Rong came out of the bushes with a submachine gun and said coldly, joke? I've never seen a joke like this. I'm the one who's really opened my eyes. Tang Hao ignored him and let go of Sinan's throat. He only held the gun to the back of his head and said, you tell me. Sinan briefly recounted what happened. He neither deliberately excused Tang Hao nor exaggerated. His way of speaking was as concise as usual. In the end, he said, I believe it's true. Now we have to think of a way to stabilize Romeur. Otherwise, he'll destroy the antibodies and we'll be in trouble. I can be the hostage. What did you say? Zhou Rong was immediately filled with murderous intent. Hostage? How? Sinan said, Tang Hao escorted me to Romeur's hiding place. You guys wait for an opportunity to destroy his transport and snipe him from above, it's too dangerous. Can't there be another way? Can't everyone just go up and kill him? Sinan, Tang Hao said, I think I'd better act alone. This is the only possible way to solve the problem. Sinanji looked at Zhou Rong, his eyes calm and clear. The truth is not that dangerous. Romeur won't let me die so easily. The key is to destroy their transport and kill them before they break the antibodies. The one who bears the greatest risk is actually Tang Hao. Tang Hao said coldly, don't worry about me. I've long planned to tie a detonator to my body. Zhou Rong immediately threw his backpack to the ground and took out a bundle of detonators. Tie it up first. Tang Hao really wanted to take the detonators with Sinan's head. Zhou Rong saw this and immediately hid the detonators behind his back. What do you want? What do I want? I'm going to die with them today. The antibodies are anti-seismic and explosion-proof anyway. If you want to do it yourself. What if you blow up Sinan? Tang Hao was infuriated. What kind of situation is this? What are you thinking? Zhou Rong did not back down. Why can Romeur hijack the plane and fly here? Why can the people from a country find the antibodies immediately? This is your responsibility to begin with. It's all your fault that we're in this situation today. That's why I didn't ask for your help. If you don't want to cooperate, then get out of my way. I can do it myself now. Tang Hao's hoarse roar was suddenly interrupted. Sinan twisted his hand like lightning. Tang Hao, whose attention was distracted by Zhou Rong, was caught off guard. Sinan slammed the gun out of his hand. Bang! The gun went off and flew into the sky. Zhou Rong's blood went cold at the sound of the gunshot. The trees behind him moved wildly, and all the special forces rushed out. With a crisp sound, Sinan grabbed the gun 1,000th of a second before Tang Hao. The next moment, it was right in front of Tang Hao's eyebrows. You can't. Sinan said faintly. You want to fight the boss alone? You'll be killed before you get the antibodies. Tang Hao stood stiffly in front of him. Zhou Rong didn't even have time to react. Sinan had killed him so quickly that he didn't even see the movement clearly. However, Zhou Rong had the advantage of being able to speak human language. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately raised his hand and applauded, well done. Great cooperation. Huh? Sinan Xian said we cooperated. Tang Hao's expression was particularly distorted with the muzzle pressed against his forehead. Sinan put away the gun and didn't look at him anymore. He turned around and walked towards the search and rescue team. He gestured to Zhou Rong, indicating that he had finished his work and that he would take over the rest. Before Zhou Rong could grab his omega, he heard someone behind him say, "Hey. Oh yeah. See, Xiaonan is so handsome." Yan Hao, Chun Chao, and Ding Shi, 3 silhouettes pounced on Xinan, lifted him up high, and escorted him back to the group to calm him down. Zhou Rong's hug froze in midair. Then, as if nothing had happened, he rolled up his sleeves and walked forward with his hands on his hips. He asked coldly, "What else do you want to say?" Tang Hao's back molars were clenched. He seemed to be struggling violently inside. Zhou Rong stared at him closely. His gaze was extremely oppressive. After a long while, he finally said, "It's indeed my responsibility to let the people from A hijack and fly here. If it comes to the last step, I'm willing to pay any price to save the situation." Zhou Rong snorted and pointed to the Special Forces soldier behind him. If there was a chance to be a human bomb and snatch back the antibody, this place would have been smashed. "Do you think you can snatch it from this group of young men with your old arms and legs?" Tang Hao was choked to the point that he couldn't say a word. Zhou Rong asked condescendingly, "Where is Romir hiding?" Tang Hao finally said sullenly, "Behind the jungle hillside. I have to take you there." There were a total of 3 samples in the antibody box, all of which were semi-finished products that had yet to be completed. Romir's condition was to kidnap the Sinan, and exchange the Sinan's body for one of them, and it did not matter if the Sinan lost an arm or a leg, as long as he was alive. However, it was very dangerous to ask a tiger for its skin. The White Eagle base hoped to have the antibody completely under their control. After Tang Hao exchanged the Sinan for the antibody, Romir was more likely to kill him to silence him. A team of special forces was trekking through the jungle. Zhou Rong used the radio to briefly report to the military that was waiting to receive them. The headquarters also felt that it was very troublesome. Now, they could not force the search and rescue team to send the Sinan back to the South China Sea first. They could only let the people on the scene act according to the situation and try to strike first. "Observe the terrain when you get closer and try to snipe." Zhou Rong turned off the radio and said, "I'm just afraid that Romir will also think of this and occupy high ground in advance. What I can't understand is how the people from a country found the antibody first." Tang Hao carried a bag of detonators and asked as he walked, "The whole valley is so big, the terrain is complicated, and the jungle is everywhere. Even if they speculated this area from the navigation log or the pilot, it's impossible to find the antibody box immediately and accurately." Everyone looked at the Sinan. Sinan was reaching out to take candy from Zhou Rong's pocket and shrugging to indicate that he did not know. Everyone had grass and branches on their heads and used the vegetation as cover to walk through the jungle. Zhou Rong took out the milk candy from the other side of his pocket, reached into his coat, and wiped it on the only clean inner t-shirt. Only then did he stop and personally peel the candy for Sinan to eat. He wiped the corner of his mouth and continued to lead the way forward. No one is to be sacrificed until the last step. The antibody must be taken back, the Sinan must be kept alive, and Chief Tang must live to avenge his men. Zhou Rong said in a deep voice, "We have lost a lot of people. Now the first thing to think about is how to make the enemy pay the price, not fight to sacrifice ourselves." Tang Hao did not seem to be prepared for Zhou Rong to suddenly say such human-like words and was a little stunned for a moment. Zhou Rong ignored him and asked Sinan, "How likely do you think it is that Romir will kill you with one shot?" "Not likely," Sinan said while eating the candy. Zhou Rong, who was still 5 people a moment ago, quickly changed back to his original form and immediately looked at him with a look that said, "Is my hat green?" Sinan Hui looked at him innocently. "Zhou Rong. Why?" "Sinan, he's mentally abnormal." "Zhou Rong. What kind of abnormal?" Sinan was very surprised, "He's just different from others." Zhou Rong was speechless, and Tang Hao was very happy to see this. "See Xiaonan." Zhou Rong put his arm around Sinan's shoulder and said sincerely as they walked, "Although I trust you very much, communication is very important in family life. Occasionally, you can tell me the things that you think are not important, the details that are often ignored. For example, the reason why brother-in-law's personality is different from others? And the specific manifestations? After all, we are a family after marriage. Although we plan to kill him immediately, at least we were once relatives, so we should show some concern. This group of people climbed over the dense and difficult forest and waded through the stream. In the distance, a hillside covered with vegetation appeared. Well, Sinan thought for a long time and finally said, Romeur is very self-oppressive. Zhou Rong stopped, took out the military binoculars, and encouraged him with his eyes to continue. When he was in the military academy, it was said that he had a good reputation. He was very self-disciplined, extreme alpha elite dictator, and hated Omega. Later, the disgust developed into hatred, and slowly became paranoid. Maybe it's a psychological distortion after extreme repression. Zhou Rong looked at the top of the hillside from a distance and whispered, he turned the fear of his own body into hatred for the target of his body. All strata cancers are like this. Sinan was very relaxed, it's about the same, who cares? The focus of the binoculars was constantly adjusted, and the scene in the distance was constantly magnified. They saw a muddy off-road vehicle parked on the top of the hillside, and they couldn't see if there was anyone in the car. Romeur stood with his back against the door, and after a while, the blonde alpha female came out of nowhere and lit a cigarette for him. Daughter, Zhou Rong motioned everyone to quickly hide behind the trees, and said, the woman who bullied you last time came out again. Gracie immediately jumped up from behind, what? What? Where? Where? Zhou Rong crawled on the ground and handed the binoculars to her. Gracie was furious, damn it, how can the bad guy who bullied me still be alive and kicking? Is there any justice in this world? Yan Hao said almost inaudibly behind her. Why do I feel like it's the opposite, daughter, don't be angry, I'll give that woman to you right away. Zhou Rong took the binoculars back from Gracie and carefully observed the terrain around the hillside. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision, their terrain is too high, it's not easy to ambush them. So, we have to split into 3 groups. Tang Hao will take Xianxia to go up from the front and try to attract Romeur's attention. He patted Tang Hao's shoulder and whispered, you try. Tang Hao immediately avoided him like the plague, what are you doing, don't get so close to me. I'm giving you some luck. It's fine if you're not grateful enough to kneel down and thank me, but you dare to look down on me? Tang Hao was stunned. Zhou Rong pointed at Yan Hao and Dingshi righteously, you ask the 2 of them, before every mission, don't they have to suck up to me and beg for my luck? Otherwise, how do you think I became the captain of 118 purely because of my handsome face? Dingshi scratched his head awkwardly, while Yan Hao turned his face away. Tang Hao struggled for a long time, but finally, he hesitantly approached and carefully patted Zhou Rong's shoulder, then, you tell me. You tried to lure Romeur away from the car as far as possible. Yan Hao, take the sniper team and look for a high hiding spot from the side. The first target is Romeur, and the second target is the car. It's best to completely disable it with 1 shot. Everyone else and I will go around to the shady side, surround the entire hillside from the rear, and prepare for an ambush. Zhou Rong drew a simple topographic map on the ground. Everyone leaned their heads against each other and looked at it carefully, in case an accident happens and the other party drives away, everyone will use high firepower to suppress and intercept them. I've drawn everyone's specific interception points here. Everyone, remember them well. Zhou Rong's arrangement was progressive and clear. Tang Hao was unconsciously entranced. He listened as Zhou Rong carefully arranged everyone's position, distance, and details, and gave everyone time to ask questions. In the end, he asked, any objections? Tang Hao thought to himself that this Zhou Rong had some skills in tactics. It seemed that 118th's military exercise didn't just rely on hooliganism to become invincible, no? Very good, Brother Rong has a few last words. Zhou Rong clapped his hands, Comrade Yan Hao, even if you kill me with a single shot, Xianxia won't remarry. I advise you to be more honest when you pull the trigger. Yan Hao thumped the ground regretfully. Comrade Tang Hao, although being the bait is a dangerous task and you have already made the decision to sacrifice yourself, if you really let Romeur take Xianxia away, I will definitely make your decision a reality. Do you understand? Tang Hao. Finally, Xianxia. Zhou Rong seemed to have made a huge sacrifice. His face was full of pain. If Chief Tang really makes an irreversible mistake and you unfortunately fall into the enemy's hands. Brother Rong is not a straight A cancer. Brother Rong can accept your temporary compromise, as long as you still have me in your heart. Oh. Sinan clamped Zhou Rong's chin and said coldly, you think too much. Tang Hao's face was expressionless. In his heart, he slapped himself 18 times for admiring Zhou Rong just now. 10 minutes later, at the top of a towering tree 200 meters to the east of the hillside, Yan Hao leaned over a thick branch and set up his assault rifle. He looked at the hillside through the scope. There was a vague figure sitting in the off-road vehicle. It should be Abbas, who was 2 meters tall. Romir and Jane stood outside the vehicle and talked. Romir's figure was almost completely blocked. It was difficult to see from this angle. Snipers in position. Over. Zhou Rong's buzzing voice sounded from the radio headset, ambush team, get in position. Damn, the signal here is terrible. Yan Hao, where are Tang Hao and Xianxia? My 3 o'clock, 100 meters from the hillside. They are coming out of the forest. Zhou Rong said vigilantly, Tang Hao didn't make a move on my Xianxia, right? They were very close to each other just now. Yan Hao, Tang Hao's exasperated voice came from the radio, I'm a man of integrity, thank you. Xianxia was just helping me tie the detonator to my body. Zhou Rong, who gave you the walkie-talkie? Xianxia is not yours to call, thank you. Don't flirt with your friend's wife, understand? Dream on. When did we become friends? There was a sound of forced laughter in the channel. Zhou Rong threatened, anyway, it's good that you understand. I'm not warning you, but Sinan's strength can basically cover an entire camp. If you piss him off, he'll teach you a lesson in minutes. It wasn't easy for me to beat him down before I could put a mark on him. I let you use one hand, Sinan said with sugar in his mouth. Why do you have a walkie-talkie too? I gave it to him. Tang Hao couldn't bear it anymore, shut up, I'm going now, bye. Bye. Tang Hao took off the headset and threw it into the bushes. He strangled Sinan's neck, put the muzzle of the gun to his head, and walked out in the direction of Romir on the hillside. In the distance, Romir immediately moved. His gloomy, cold face looked at them. Your heart is beating very fast, Sinan said almost silently without turning his head. The two crossed the relatively flat open space at the bottom of the hillside. Tang Hao whispered, I'm a little nervous. Can I ask, how's your luck usually? Sinan was silent for a long time, it's very good. Romir ordered. The female alpha took the gun and strode down the hillside. Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden, that's great, at least one of our team won't draw 40R. Sinan, yes, yes. The female alpha walked to the bottom of the hillside and stopped. Her cold eyes looked at Sanamban for a long time. She seemed to be a little gloating about the muddy wounds on his body under his t-shirt and camouflage pants. She snorted from her nose. Hey! Tang Hao stopped in the open space more than 10 meters away from her. He tightened his grip on Sinan's throat, ignoring the latter's uncontrollable groan of pain, and said fiercely, I brought him, where are the antibodies? Jane lazily tilted her head and said in stiff Chinese, follow me up, Romir is waiting for you on the hillside. But to her surprise, Tang Hao refused, no, let him come down. Who knows if you set a trap up there to kill me? You, unless he comes over, there's nothing to talk about. Tang Hao said coldly, didn't he want the antibody carrier? Now I have it in my hands. If he doesn't come down, there's nothing left. It's up to you. The female alpha narrowed her eyes dangerously and stepped forward, you dare stop, Jane. The female alpha stopped. Tang Hao glanced up. He saw Romir standing condescendingly on the hillside. He flicked his cigarette butt, pulled out his gun, and held the familiar, authentic silver antibodies box in his other hand. Didn't you see? He has a detonator tied to his body. Romir said lightly, as long as you dare to move, he dares to drag Noah Chung down with him. Yan Hao's whole body was hidden in the canopy of the trees. He could only hear Zhou Rong's deliberately lowered voice from the headset. Can you snipe? No. Yan Hao whispered, damn, his position is too good. Looking through the scope, Romir's head was either blocked by the angle or half of his body was covered by the open car door. There was almost no gap, it was obviously a natural instinct formed by years of professional training. From this point alone, it was really amazing. Even Yan Hao could not do it so well. In the lush trees behind the hillside, a shadow smaller than a mung bean moved. Yan Hao, brother Rong, don't always move in the scope. Aren't you tempting me to shoot you? Zhou Rong, come on, your skills are not good at all. You want to shoot me? I'll shoot you. Yan Hao, haha, how do you know my skills are not good if you haven't tried? Why don't we try it after the fight? Zhou Rong, let's try it. Be careful not to expose yourself first. If you get caught by my cheap brother-in-law, be careful of your anus. The channel was silent. Only long and short breaths could be heard. After a while, Springgrass finally coughed heavily. I'm sorry, there's nothing going on between the captain and the deputy captain of my team. Over. At the bottom of the hillside, Tang Hao fiercely pointed his gun at Sinan's head and shouted, I brought him. Where's the stuff? Romeo opened the anti-shock box. The stuff is here. Inside the box, 3 test tubes were fixed side by side on a bracket. They were glowing faintly blue under the sun. Romeo took out one of them, leisurely tossed it up and down, and asked with a smile, Noah. Half a year ago, when you boarded the plane with this suitcase, you didn't expect to return to me one day with this suitcase, did you? Sinan's face was pale and he could not say a word. Relax and let him talk, Romeo ordered Tang Hao. If you're worried that he'll run away, you can just shoot him and break his legs. Although Tang Hao knew that Romeo was a pervert in this aspect, he did not expect him to say something like breaking his legs so casually. He was stunned for a moment. What is it? Romeo laughed. I've already said that I only want a living Noah Chong. I don't care if I lose my hands, legs, or face. Don't you believe me? He glanced at Sinan and asked with a smile, do you believe it? Tang Hao loosened his grip on Sinan's elbow. He coughed violently and finally managed to stop himself. You lunatic. He said hoarsely. Romeo was satisfied. It seems that you understand me better. He spun the test tube and tossed it up. Just as Tang Hao's face was about to change, he caught it and asked, do you want it? If I can't get the antibody, I'll kill Sinan and detonate the detonator. We'll all die together, Tang Hao said coldly. Romeo was about to say something, but Sinan interrupted him. It's useless even if you get it. How do you know that the antibody in his hand is real? Tang Hao was stunned. I told you, even I can't remember where the antibody was dropped. How could he find it so quickly? He's just using a fake to deceive you. If you hand me over, you'll die immediately. Sinan's words were clear and sharp. Tang Hao heard it and his movements suddenly slowed down. Clap, clap, clap. Romeo slowly clapped his hands a few times. Good question. Why can I immediately find the antibody that you've been looking for? Here's the reason. Several eyes in the dark focused on his movements at the same time. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he pointed at the handle of the suitcase with the test tube. Every antibody box in the central laboratory of White Eagle Base has a chip signal transmitter embedded in the handle. The range of radiation is about 150 meters. Don't underestimate this chip. Although 150 meters isn't too far, the moment the agent you contacted stole the antibody box from the laboratory, I immediately knew that the antibody sample was lost. Otherwise, I wouldn't have almost caught you at the Florida airport. So? Romeo asked with a smile. Lieutenant Colonel Tang, do you still believe Noah Chong's flowery words? Tang Hao and Sinan stood in front of each other. The same thought popped into their minds at the same time. I believe that it's real, Tang Hao thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. But he's right about one thing. If I hand the person over, you'll immediately kill me. Romeo's smile faded a little. Tang Hao sneered. Even if I'm alive to get the antibody, I still have to be alive to go back and claim the reward. How about this, I'll take the antibody and the car. When I'm out of range, I'll push Sinan out of the car. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Romeo's chilling smile completely disappeared. He looked down at Tang Hao from above. His blonde, blue-eyed, typical Aryan face seemed to be frozen in ice. There was not a trace of expression on his face. The air was particularly tense, as if it was about to explode at any moment. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about? Romeo repeated after a while. Tang Hao knew that he could not show weakness at a time like this. He immediately said resolutely, "Give me the antibody and the car first. Otherwise, I won't let them go." Romeo nodded. He suddenly raised his hand and tossed it. "I'll give it to you." The light blue test tube drew an arc in the air. The air froze in an instant. Many people, both in the open and in the dark, were in disbelief. Then, everyone went berserk at the same time. Tang Hao's elbow loosened. Sinan instantly leaped like an arrow from a bow. He looked completely different from his previous battered and exhausted appearance as he pounced straight for the test tube. Romeo cursed under his breath. He threw the anti-shock box back into the off-road vehicle and rushed down the steep slope at an unimaginable speed towards Sinan like a ferocious giant bird hunting for its prey. At the same time, 200 meters away, Yan Hao pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air and flew close to Romeo's heels, stirring up a trail of dust. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The antibody passed its highest point in the air and then fell rapidly. The test tube was tightly grasped by a slender hand full of scars. It was Sinan. Zhou Rong jumped down from his hiding spot in the bushes in the distance. "All units, move out." Sinan's momentum did not decrease. He fell heavily on the grass and slid a few meters along the ground. In an instant, Romeo stepped on countless sniper bullets and pounced in front of him. Yan Hao said, "Damn it." Romeo did not hesitate at all. He kicked Sinan in the chest, causing him to stagger back. Sinan rolled on the ground and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He protected the glass test tube in his hand and dodged again and again. Yan Hao watched the battle from a distance through the scope. He gritted his teeth. Romeo was in front of him aggressively, and Sinan was forced to dodge. It was difficult to separate the two figures. There was no way to snipe at all. Clang, Sinan was pressed heavily to the ground. Romeo went to grab the test tube, but Sinan bent his knee and kicked him over. He staggered a few steps back. "I knew it." Romeo's gray-blue eyes narrowed, reflecting Sinan's panting face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "Colluding to use yourself as bait in advance? I never knew you had such a sacrificial spirit, Noah. This is really unexpected." Sinan stopped panting and slowly straightened up. "There are many things you don't know about me, Romeo." The two looked at each other. The veins on the back of Sinan's hand, which was holding the test tube, bulged. He seemed to be thinking about the transmission route. However, Romeo did not even look at the antibody. His sharp gaze was fixed on Sinan. There was an unusual light in his eyes, like a hungry beast staring at its prey. It was also like a demon roaring out of the abyss, unrecognizable because of long-term suppression. "If only one thing could be left behind, the antibody or yourself, what would you choose?" Sinan replied coldly, "I choose to leave you alive." Sinan moved in a flash. At the same time, Romeo pounced forward. The exchange of blows was as quick as lightning. The moment Sinan grabbed the antibody and dodged, Romeo pulled out the scarf from around his neck. The wind whistled, and in an instant, Sinan's throat was tightened. "In your dreams," Romeo shouted. In a flash, Sinan threw out the test tube. Before his throat was completely locked, he shouted one last time, "Unlucky." Tang Hao roared and punched Jane, causing blood to spurt from her mouth and nose. The two wrestled and fell, crushing a large area of low shrubs. Jane did not expect this Special Forces lieutenant colonel to be more difficult to deal with than she thought. She cursed and knocked Tang Hao over, but she did not dare to touch the messy string of detonators and guns tied around his waist. Tang Hao's elbow flew up and hit her cheek. Her ears were immediately covered, and she could only feel blood gushing out of her ear holes. Tang Hao rolled and got up. He reached out to grab the gun that was kicked away by the female alpha. At this moment, the test tube spun and flew over. "Don't even think about it," Jane shouted in English. She reached out and grabbed Tang Hao's leg, causing him to fall. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, Tang Hao would go all out? He kicked the female alpha's chest fiercely and kicked her away while spitting out blood. Then, he immediately flew out and caught the test tube accurately. The next moment, boom, Tang Hao looked back, his pupils constricted. The off-road vehicle on the top of the hill started in the rain of bullets. The windows were all shattered, and bullet marks covered the vehicle. It rushed down the steep slope like crazy, knocking away several Special Forces soldiers who were shooting with guns along the way. It rushed straight at him with broken trees and vegetation. The big man in the driver's seat, Abbas, held the steering wheel with one hand and raised the black muzzle of his gun with the other. Jane blurted out, "No." But it was too late. Tang Hao turned and ran. The bullet behind him whistled and accurately pierced his calf. With a bang, Tang Hao staggered and fell to his knees. His mind went blank for a moment. He could only hear the engine behind him rapidly approaching. The instinct that he had trained for many years in the peacekeeping force saved him. Tang Hao rolled on the ground. He could only feel the hot wheels rushing past his face. The dust stirred up by the rubber tire sprayed all over his body. Screech, the tire screeched against the ground. Abbas stepped on the brakes and quickly reversed the car. "What are you doing?" Jane ran dozens of meters away as if she was running for her life. She shouted at him from afar, "You idiot, why are you shooting?" Abbas did not say a word. He did not answer her at all. He stepped on the accelerator again and rammed into Tang Hao. "Lieutenant Colonel Tang." Tang Hao was lying on the ground covered in blood. When he looked up, he saw a few Special Forces soldiers shooting at the off-road vehicle with submachine guns. At the front was the number 188 Xianxia. Tang Hao did not seem to be thinking about anything, but his mind was unusually clear. He could not tell whether it was the result of weighing the pros and cons of the situation or the spontaneous reaction of his subconscious at the critical moment. He only heard his own voice over the approaching engine and the crazy gunfire. It was as if he had never heard it so loud and clear in his life. "Stop. Catch." Tang Hao saw the car in the corner of his eyes. He tried his best to throw the antibody test tube as far as he could. Everything happened at the same time. Xianxia stopped abruptly. He threw down his gun and threw himself forward with all his might. He reached out his hands and barely managed to grab the test tube before the antibody hit the ground. Tang Hao closed his eyes peacefully. Countless scenes of his life flashed before his eyes. At the same time, the deadly wind behind him had already arrived. In the distance, Xinan forcibly pulled the scarf away from his strangled neck. He knelt on the ground and arched his head, like a boneless snake breaking free from its shackles. In the next second, Romeur saw him rushing forward. Bang! To Tang Hao's surprise, the impact was not as violent as he had imagined. It did not rumble and crush him to death under the car. Only 1,000th of a second later, he realized that he was actually being hugged and pushed out. Then, bang, the off-road vehicle roared and hit Xinan, who had rushed forward to push Tang Hao away. Xinan flew for more than 10 meters before he fell to the ground. Warm blood gushed out of his nose, mouth, and ears. He could not hear anything for a moment. "Xinan, si Xiaonan." The voice was muffled by the deep water, but it was actually blood. Although Tang Hao was pushed away at the last moment, he was still knocked out. He rolled a few times and barely managed to stop himself. He dragged his bleeding leg and climbed to his feet. When he saw his upper body, he lost his voice and roared, "Xinan." The off-road vehicle stopped very close to him. This time, the engine was not started. Abbas raised his gun and aimed at Tang Hao's head. He pulled the trigger with his index finger. Whoosh, the bullet pierced through the broken car window. Abbas froze, and a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. The last thing he saw before he died was a figure finally arriving from the back of the mountain. The face behind the scope was cold and emotionless, but it was as if the angry Grim Reaper was roaring out of hell. It was Zhou Rong. The gun slipped from Abbas' hand and fell into the car. Zhou Rong didn't even pause. He turned around and rushed to Xinan in the distance. Unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his foot, a bullet brushed past him and went through him from the front to the back. "Romeur!" Xianxia shouted, "Brother Rong, be careful." Zhou Rong rolled on the ground and dodged behind a rock. He saw Romeur rushing toward the off-road vehicle while firing. His movements were indeed too fast. In a complex battle situation, high-speed moving targets were the most difficult for a sniper. In the distance, Yan Hao's bullets were almost chasing after him, but either the angle was bad or missing by a few millimeters. Several consecutive bullets brushed past his feet and entered the ground, splashing a long trail of dust. Zhou Rong did not have time to aim. He fired a few shots based on his intuition, but he did not hit him. Romeo rushed into the car, pushed Abbas' body out of the door, and then started the car. F***CK. There were antibodies in the car. Zhou Rong did not dare to hit the gas tank. He shouted, "What brand is this car? I'm going to buy one too." Romeo pulled the handbrake and turned the steering wheel. Dingshi, who was closest to him, rushed forward. Before she could get close, she was thrown out by the rear of the car and fell into the grass. Romeo shouted, "Jane." Sinan's vision turned black, and his mind went blank. He tried to support his body, but failed as soon as he got up. Huff. Huff, he could not hear his own labored breathing. It was as if the slightest movement would cause severe pain in his internal organs. His mouth was full of the sweet taste of blood and rust. But as a soldier, he could subconsciously feel that there was someone behind him. Danger was approaching quickly, and he had to avoid it immediately. Then someone stepped on his waist. The female alpha leaned over to grab Sinan's collar with her back to the off-road vehicle in the distance. "It's over." At this moment, a black shadow flew over. Jane did not even have time to react before she was hit with a bang. Jane rolled on the ground for a long time before she stopped. When she looked up, she was furious. "It's you." Spring grass kicked in the air and landed steadily. She raised her eyebrows and smiled evilly, showing 2 rows of small white teeth. "You little brat." Old hatred and new hatred came to her mind. Jane got up and pounced on her. However, to her surprise, Spring Grass didn't even try to dodge. She didn't even show the slightest sign of fear. She even calmly made a face at her and said, come on." Jane didn't want to talk nonsense with her. She swung her fist towards that hateful face. At this moment, a sniper bullet from several hundred meters away whistled through the air and pierced through her head. Jane froze. A bullet hole appeared on both sides of her temple, and then she fell to the ground. Spring Grass said, "Yan Hao, you finally took care of one before you ran out of bullets." Zhou Rong said, "Girl, be careful. Get out of the way." Spring Grass rushed to the side. In the blink of an eye, the off-road vehicle brushed past her. Zhou Rong knew what Romir's goal was. He rushed out from behind the rocks to save Sinan, but Sinan somehow got up from the ground while coughing blood. "Si Xiao." Zhou Rong suddenly caught a glimpse of something. His voice suddenly stopped. In the jungle opposite the hillside in the distance, many shadows appeared. They were climbing over the trees and gathering towards the open space. The fierce battle was too loud. It attracted the zombies in the canyon. All units, the zombies are gathering within 100 meters to the south. Prepare to break through. Zhou Rongi ran to Sinan while adjusting the channel. At the same time, he switched the submachine gun to burst mode. Calling the support team. The initial mission has been completed. Quickly come to support. Hurry. A buzzing sound came from the headset. The support team has received the signal. Helicopters will be sent. Estimated, Sinan. Zhou Rong suddenly shouted, "Don't. Let him go." They saw that Sinan seemed to have recovered slightly after a short break. The moment the off-road vehicle rushed over, he jumped and grabbed the door handle. His whole body was lifted up, and he quickly climbed onto the roof of the car. No one expected him to do that. Chun Chao and Dingshi were stunned. Yan Hao, who was looking through the scope in the distance, was also stunned. Zhou Rong was the first to react. Within a thousandth of a second, he ran after the off-road vehicle. Chun Chao saw that the front of the car was facing the zombies that were getting closer and closer. Her head was buzzing. "Brother Rong. Come back. All units." Tang Hao dragged his bleeding leg and crawled to pick up the gun. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Focus fire. Cover Captain Zhou. Quick." The off-road vehicle ran over the mountain road. Sinan gritted his teeth and held on to the roof of the car. Inside the car, Romir glanced at Zhou Rong's figure in the rearview mirror. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He suddenly stepped on the gas pedal, and the zombies in front of him were all knocked away, the zombie's limbs were broken. Rotten blood filled the air. However, more zombies staggered to their feet and rushed toward Zhou Rong, who had no cover behind the car. Sinan murmured silently in the wind. Judging from the shape of his mouth, it seemed to be between F*ck your mother and F*ck your ancestors. Then he struggled to adjust his center of gravity in the bumpy road. He only used one hand to hold on to the car roof and the front window. He fought against the huge inertia brought by the speeding car. The sharp edge of the broken front window immediately embedded itself deep into the flesh of his 4 fingers. Romeo looked up and suddenly turned the steering wheel. The centrifugal force almost sent Sinan flying. There was a loud crash. Sinan's free hand grabbed the corner of the car roof. It was too late for Romeo to react. Half of Sinan's body swung out of the car from the side. He bent his knees in the air and quickly got into the car through the side window. The car tilted with a few loud bangs. Romeo was kicked from the side and lost control of the steering wheel. The off-road vehicle passed through the rugged ravines, constantly crushing trees and rocks. The side mirror was knocked off by trees and zombies, flying far away. In the driver's seat, Romeo pulled out the gun. As soon as the bullet was loaded, Sinan grabbed his hand and forced him to lift it up. In the struggle, the gun went off and all the bullets hit the roof of the car. The bullet casings flew in the narrow space. All the bullets were gone in an instant. Romeo threw the gun away and tried to grab the steering wheel. However, Sinan desperately blocked him. The front of the car sped into the wide tree gully ahead. Romeo roared, "Do you want to die?" Sinan smiled. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. "I said that I would leave your life here today." The coldness and decisiveness in his words stunned Romeo. He tried to step on the brakes, but it was too late. The front of the car rushed over the edge of the tree gully. The tires spun wildly in the air. Then the heavy car lost its balance and plunged into the deep gully. Boom, boom, dirt and rocks fell. The off-road vehicle was like a heavy bowling ball. It bounced off the rocks and rolled countless times before hitting a tree head-on. The steel body of the car instantly wrapped around the tree trunk and finally stopped moving. The entire car was twisted into a twisted piece of scrap metal. One could barely make out its shape. After an unknown amount of time, the deformed rear door opened. Sinan's face was covered in blood. He crawled out with difficulty. Clang, Sinan panted and turned his head. He saw a bloody hand reach out from the side window and pull open the half-collapsed car door. Then, Romeo squeezed out of the gap. "Noah." He stood up with the help of a tree trunk. Although he was covered in blood and looked terrible, he was smiling when he said this. "You want to kill me?" Sinan closed his eyes and opened them again. The severe pain and dizziness made it difficult for him to even open his eyes. As long as he breathed, there would be a sweet stream of blood flowing into his throat. It was as if his internal organs had been ground into minced meat. However, he still stood up. Some kind of invisible will turned into a force that supported his spine. "You must die," he gasped. When he opened his mouth, blood soaked through the gaps between his teeth. "Your ambition, your delusion, and the apocalyptic blueprint of the White Eagle base." Sinan stepped on the weeds and staggered forward. He threw a punch at Romeo, but the latter caught him. Then the two of them wrestled together. The trees were crushed. Sharp branches and broken wood scratched the wounds all over their bodies. Their blood mixed together and dyed the withered grass red. But they did not feel the slightest pain in the struggle for life and death. "Must be buried here, together with the Panduola virus, together with this disaster that killed billions of people." Sinan's eyes were red. Like a trapped beast, he flipped Romeo over and straddled him. He used all his strength to choke Romeo's throat. Blood gurgled out of his nose and mouth with every word he spoke. "Disappear forever, from this earth." There was a soft sound of a sharp weapon entering his abdomen. Sinan's pupils contracted and then suddenly dilated. His hand loosened little by little. A small knife was stabbed into his abdomen. The blood-stained handle was in Romeo's hand. "Okay." Romeo coughed violently and said. The internal injuries from the car earlier were actually very serious. He used all his strength to flip Sinan over. Looking at his pale and dying face, he smiled and said, "Then let's go together." Sinan could not make a sound. His hand trembled as he tried to pull out the knife, but Romeo held his hand. I loved you, Noah. I loved you. Although I can't realize my dream, I can at least take you away. He took Sinan's hand and raised it to his blood-stained mouth to kiss it. There was a terrifying light in his eyes that he could no longer hide. It was a crazy and twisted obsession. Let's be buried here together. Zhou Rongyi paused and said, in your dreams. Before Romeo could turn around, he was hit by a heavy iron fist. Romeo fell into the bushes and was picked up by Zhou Rong by the neck. Without saying a word, Zhou Rong beat him to death. It was no longer venting his hatred, it was killing. Every punch and kick landed on the eyes, temples, abdomen, and other vital parts. Finally, there was a heavy kick to the chest. Romeo flew back with blood spurting out. He hit a tree trunk and slid to the ground. His chest caved in, Romeo could not make a sound. Blood covered his face. It was a shocking sight. Zhou Rong raised his submachine gun and stepped forward to press the muzzle against his head. Do you think you can take Noah away? No, the one to replace him is Sinan. The one to bury him is himself. Your sick and selfish love will only drag people to hell. Sinan deserves better. Since 11 years ago, he was destined to get better. Romeo used all his strength to lift his chin. But he did not look at Zhou Rong. His blood-covered vision went past him and looked at Sinan, who had fallen under a tree in the distance. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up. It was a cold smile. He said slowly and hoarsely, I'll wait for you in hell. Zhou Rong said coldly, go to hell yourself. There was a thud in the canyon. Romeo fell heavily into the bushes. Zhou Rong threw the gun and staggered forward. He held Sinan in his arms and used his hand to block the bleeding wound on his abdomen. Don't pull it out. Zhong Sinan whispered in a daze, you'll die if you pull it out. Zhou Rong sat down against a tree. He could not help rubbing his cold face and planting hot kisses on his lips. Zhou Rong, shoo, don't talk. I'm going to die. No, how can you die? As long as Brother Rong is here, you will never die. Zhou Rong paused and whispered, Brother Rong will follow you wherever you go. We will always be together and never be separated. Sinan looked at him. His eyes were unfocused. Listen to me, Sinan. Zhou Rong whispered against his lips, none of this is real. You're just dreaming. 11 years ago, when Brother Rong saw the bad guys biting you outside the ward, he went in and snatched you out. Then he put you in his pocket and brought you back to China. We entered the military academy together, graduated together, passed the assessment together and entered 118 together. We met Yan Hao, Chen Chao, Xianxia, Ding, Yingjia. Later, Brother Rong bought a pigeon egg and proposed to you. You agreed and we held a perfect wedding at the beach. There were no electric shocks, no zombies, and no global disasters or human catastrophes. You just had a long dream. Now you have to wake up. Brother Rong will stay by your pillow and wait for you to wake up. Don't fall asleep again, okay? Look at me, see Xiaonan. Try to open your eyes and look at me. Don't fall asleep, okay? Every word was like a small stone thrown into the soul, creating layers of ripples on the surface of the lake, preventing his consciousness from completely falling into the darkness. Sinan's pupils dilated and his eyelids became heavy. He slowly raised his hand, trembling in the air. Then his fingertips slid across Zhou Rong's wet cheeks. I love you. Zhou Rong pressed his hand hard on his face. Hot tears rolled down his face. I know, see Xiaonan. Brother Rong, only you. The hurricane set off by the propellers approached from afar. The bushes were constantly shaking, and leaves and branches fell like a rainstorm. Zhou Rong held Sinan tightly and raised his head. The huge reflection of the helicopter high in the sky was reflected in his eyes. South Sea Headquarters Military Helicopter Z-19. Strong lights flashed and people were shouting. The rescue team had arrived. A week later, in Nanhai Military General Hospital. Sinan's eyelashes fluttered, and then she opened her eyes in a daze. The first thing that came into her sight was Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong was sleeping soundly beside the bed with his head resting on his arm. His straight black eyebrows were slightly furrowed, the corners of his mouth were pursed, and his short hair was in a sexy mess. His side profile was distinct and handsome. Xianxia felt a trace of warmth. She struggled to pull off the oxygen mask and said in a hoarse voice, "Zhou Rong, no response." "Zhou Rong, no response." Sinan weakly nudged Zhou Rong a few times. He finally moved in his sleep. He turned his face and turned the back of his head to Sinan. Then there was a pleasant snoring sound. Sinan, Si Xiaonan was furious. He gathered all his strength and kicked Zhou Rong, who fell from the chair to the ground. He finally woke up. "Ah! Sinan." Zhou Rong was moved. He rushed forward and hugged him in his arms, stroking his hair. "Thank God you finally woke up." Brother Rong was so worried that he couldn't eat or sleep. He didn't sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. "If anything happened to you, I really wanted to die with you." Sinan's hair stood on end. He said expressionlessly. "You shaved." Zhou Rong hurriedly gave him water to drink. "I also had a haircut." Zhou Rong hurriedly rang the bell to call the doctor. "You even changed into new clothes." Sinan suddenly said angrily, "Are you here to take care of the patient or to spread your feathers like a peacock?" Ningyu pushed the door open and entered, only to see Zhou Rong forcefully rolling Si Xiaonan into a ball and holding her in his arms. He kept kissing her and rubbing her ears and the back of her neck. Be good, be good." Brother Rong specially spent 2 hours combing his hair, washing his face, and styling himself. They say that a married man must always maintain his charm to win his wife's favor. Zhou Rong's words were supposed to be a mixture of sorrow and joy, but they were completely out of character. Even the lines he copied from TV dramas didn't have an emotional effect. He had no choice but to go to the hospital cafeteria to get some sweet glutinous rice balls and come back to make Si Xiaonan happy. Romir's stab was very deep. Even with the emergency fighter jets sent by the headquarters, Sinan was still bleeding heavily when he was sent to the operating room. It took 3 hours of emergency resuscitation to save his life. However, his ability to heal quickly helped a lot. When he woke up in the intensive care unit 7 days later, the test results showed that he was fine. Yan Hao, Chun Chao, and Wu Weixiong took turns to bring fruits and desserts to the ward to show their concern. Even Tang Hao appeared once in his wheelchair. Tang Hao stayed in the ward next door. The penetrating gunshot wound on his calf was more troublesome, but the doctor said that it wouldn't affect his ability to walk after recovery. However, if he wanted to return to his original fighting level, he would need a considerable amount of rehabilitation. He was envious of Sinan's amazing recovery speed, but Zhou Rong said that it was already very good that there weren't any sequelae after being hit by a bullet. If it wasn't for Zhou Rong giving him some luck before the final battle, his leg might still be in the canyon. "Don't listen to Zhou's nonsense." Tang Hao snorted and said, "I've asked around. It's all because of Sinan's luck that our team is so good. Next time I'm going to team up with Sinan again. Zhou only knows how to suck luck from others. Whoever touches him will be the one to blame." Sinan kept nodding in agreement. However, except for him, everyone's expression was very complicated. Dingshi was also staying in the same ward as them. He couldn't say whether he was unlucky or lucky. As the last person to get the ultimate antibody on the battlefield, Dingshi used his body to protect the antibody test tube when the zombies surrounded the hillside. His intestines were almost torn out by the zombies. On the helicopter back, Zhou Rong personally injected him with the secondary antibody, but he wasn't sure if he could survive more than 50%. At that time, everyone was prepared for the worst. But Dingshi survived. He was sent back to the South China Sea covered in blood. Lieutenant General Zheng was so excited that he insisted on writing a report on the spot to help him promote his rank. So when Dingshi woke up, he found that he had somehow become a captain. Although in terms of rank, Dingshi still had a long way to go to catch up with his little golden flower, he was able to survive the secondary antibody, which indirectly proved that his genes were excellent. Zhou Rong immediately sold this to Lieutenant Colonel Jin Hua. The original words were, "As the majority of the beta in the crowd, do you want to achieve eugenics? Do you want to raise an alpha offspring with excellent genes? Dingshi, a hardworking, and outstanding man, a man who is affectionately known as Ding, will always be your most loyal choice. Jin Hua, I don't necessarily want to have an alpha child. Thank you. If you say one more word, I'll complain that you sexually harassed Colonel Zhou. But later, she took the initiative to visit Dingshi. Everyone was very happy for the two of them, but Guo Weixiong was not very satisfied. After Dingshi was promoted, he had the lowest rank in the entire team. "You're a disgrace to my grandfather," he said sadly. The antibody test tube that was stained with Dingshi's blood was sent to Ningyu's research lab under the protection of the soldiers who were armed with live ammunition. From that day on, Ningyu never stepped out of the laboratory. Everyone was strictly quarantined. Only Sinan was called in once to cooperate with the blood experiment. This biochemical laboratory was very different from the last time he saw it. From the walls to the ceiling, various formulas and calculations were densely written. The floor was covered with notes that had been thrown away impromptu. There was a lot of never-before-seen professional equipment around the test bench. In the middle of the rotunda, there was a magnificent supercomputer shining with cold silver light. Sinan glanced at it and vaguely guessed what it was. Simulated immune system. Ningyu clicked on the cursor. Rows of boundless numbers jumped on the screen, reflected in the gold-rimmed glasses, and made his pale face look slightly pale. Modeled after the one in the B Underground Research Institute of the military region. The Academy of Sciences next door named it Tinder 1. There was no god on the fallen cross, and there was no god beside the overturned Panduola magic box. But human beings relied on their own hands to move forward in the dark apocalypse, and finally ignited the fire of survival. It can completely simulate human immune functions, including innate immunity and adaptive immunity. The accuracy and coverage rate are above 99%. Ningyu paused, then smiled and said, "It would have been better if it had been built earlier. It would have saved us a lot of effort and using living people." Sinan looked at him. Ningyu reached out and touched the frame of his glasses, as if he was hiding some kind of emotion. "Come on," he turned around and said as if nothing had happened, "let's finish it quickly and leave. The antibody research has reached the final stage, and I still have a lot of things to do." It was as if God had destined humanity to usher in the dawn of hope. On the day the final antibody experiment was announced, news of victory finally came from the front line of the mainland. With the bloody battle of the 1st to 12th search and rescue teams, and the cooperation of the 5 major survival bases in the country, the military finally repaired a sufficient number of ground base stations and signal towers. The Beidou system was operational again, and shortwave communication was restored in most parts of the country. On the day the military broadcast spread across the mainland, Zhou Rong stood by the sea. The wind swept in from the distant land, and it whimpered for a long time. He heard distant cries mixed with the sea breeze. Outside the central hall of South Sea Academy of Sciences, the tall brass door was bright enough to reflect Ningyu's figure. This was the first time they saw Ningyu in a formal suit. He was too thin, and seemed a little nervous. From time to time, he would raise his hand to pull at the knot of his tie, as if it was a noose that was constantly tightening around his neck. In the end, no one could stand it anymore. Just as Sinan was about to go up and pull the tie off, the brass door slowly opened. A white-haired academician walked out, stood still, and made a pleased gesture. "Dr. Ning," his wrinkled face was solemn and respectful, "please go up and speak." Ningyu suddenly calmed down. He took the test tube box from Sinan's hand, and his Adam's apple bobbed violently. He stepped through the door that symbolized the highest human science temple in the apocalypse. August 2020 was the 11th month since the global outbreak of the zombie virus. Leaders of various countries, political leaders, and top scientists gathered together through satellite signals. All the empty seats were equipped with communication screens. Standing on the highest podium and looking down, the central hall was bustling with activity, and there were no empty seats. However, no one moved or spoke. The huge circular space was silent. After a while, Ningyu raised his hand, and with a clear click, opened the test tube box. The Panduola virus, also known as the zombie virus, is a single-strand negative-strand RNA virus that infects the body through bodily fluids and affects the early replication of cells. After killing the brain, it uses bioelectricity to control the body and transform humans into bloodthirsty creatures. The lethality of the virus means that no matter how it is attenuated, it will be completely infected by the slightest contact. Therefore, a vaccine cannot be developed using traditional methods. Moreover, in the process of the virus integrating its own RNA into the DNA of human cells, the mutation efficiency is extremely high. It is difficult for the immune system to produce antibodies in time. For this reason, in the past 11 months, there have been billions of victims worldwide. Today, I announce that through the means of promoting the evolution of the Panduola virus and stabilizing its form, we have finally developed the ultimate antibody that is suitable for the majority of humans. The antibody was extracted from the B cells of the first infected person in the world, and also the only person who has recovered naturally so far. After decoding the antibody gene map, large-scale laboratory cultivation has been achieved. The virus can be injected within 6 to 8 hours after entering the bloodstream, and it will be effective. The vaccine research at the genetic level is also in progress. I believe that in the near future, the apocalyptic plague that flew out of the Panduola box will be completely wiped out from our planet. Clap, clap. Clap. At first, it was only 1 or 2 people, but soon it spread throughout the venue like a prairie fire. A wave of applause rang out in the spacious hall. Ningyu took off his glasses and covered his face with his palms. His fingertips turned slightly white because of this action. After a long time, when the applause gradually subsided, he finally let go of his hands and lowered his head to put on his glasses. Before announcing the antibody map, I want to announce a list of names. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at him. They saw Ningyu take out a notebook from under the rack where the test tubes were placed in the antibody box. It was a very ordinary and somewhat shabby black leather notebook. Ningyu opened it and showed it to the audience. Rows of names and dates were neatly recorded on it. These are the experimental subjects who sacrificed themselves on the operating table during the virus evolution experiment. Some sacrificed themselves voluntarily, while others didn't. A total of 95 people. Their dates of death have been recorded one by one. I hope that their names will be forever recorded in the annals of human history in the future. This time, there was no applause in the hall. Everyone was silent for a long time. Their seats were in the last row, beside the brass door. Why didn't he say who didn't do it voluntarily? Grassy whispered with a frown. Zhou Rong lowered his gaze. After an almost silent sigh, he touched her head. Who knows? This unprecedented global conference lasted for more than 10 hours. Ningyu didn't participate in the rest of the session. After announcing the antibody gene map, he quietly left the venue. The laboratory was the same as when he left this morning. Sunlight shone through the glass onto the wall that was full of numbers, the floor that was covered with messy waste paper, and the messy test bench. The rows of cabinets in the Tinder number 1 were flashing with indicator lights, and the silver titanium biochemical equipment glowed faintly in the sunlight that was devoid of temperature. Ningyu sat straight in front of the monitor, as if he was staring at the non-existent dust in the void, or looking at his blank face on the dark screen. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door behind him, and then someone walked in. Dr. Ning. The laboratory assistant held a tray with a bowl of tomato and egg noodles on it and said cautiously, "Would you like to eat something?" Ningyu's neck moved. His neck bones were like a machine that hadn't moved for a long time. They suddenly froze, and then he turned around. "I don't eat during the day." "I know, but..." The assistant plucked up the courage to continue. "I think the experiment is completed. Eating at noon now won't affect you. Besides, skipping lunch for a long time is very bad for your health, so you..." Ningyu stared straight at her. He was like a body whose soul had drifted away, sitting there empty. For a moment, the assistant didn't even dare to look at him, as if her soul would be sucked away by the bottomless dry well as long as she looked into his black hole-like pupils. "Put it there," Ningyu said after a long while. The assistant hurriedly put the tray at the door of the laboratory, bowed, and left. Ningyu slowly turned her head. She didn't say anything and didn't think about anything. He didn't even turn his eyes. The warm aroma of food drifted in the air, bypassed the invisible cold shell beside him, and slowly spread upward. The sky gradually dimmed, the noodles became cold, and the soup solidified into a thin film. Ningyu did not move at all. In September 2020, the global production of antibodies was completed, and the genetic vaccine project was launched. The South Sea military poured out all their resources and launched a full-scale counterattack on the land. The army used fire, bombs, tanks, and other methods to clear the zombie-ruled cities. Starting from the southernmost part of the motherland, they fanned out to the north, all the way to Tahi, Beijiang, and Inner Mongolia. At the same time, planes began to airdrop food and antibodies to the people. In addition to the survivors who had been rescued and settled in the 5 major bases, the army successively rescued tens of millions of people from the highlands and deep mountains. This operation, codenamed Kindling, lasted for more than 4 months until late winter. The vaccine project no longer required the cooperation of the Sinan, and Zhou Rong was free. He received special permission from the central government to lead the former 118th 6th Squadron and civilian volunteers, the Xiaonan Comrades, to form a temporary organization and go to the border of Subei to carry out a fixed-point breakthrough mission. However, before they left, an uninvited guest suddenly joined the team, Ningyu. Dr. Ning is from Subei, although he didn't stay there for long. Lieutenant General Jing said, he reported that he wanted to follow the team as a military doctor and go back to his hometown to take a look. The higher-up specially approved it. Zhou Rong asked suspiciously, isn't he going to stay in the laboratory? The initial results of the vaccine have been produced. He said that all the major laboratories around the world are doing it, so it's the same whether he's there or not. Zhou Rong felt that there was something wrong with this statement, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Do your best, Colonel Zhou. Lieutenant General Jing patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, you're leading the best special forces team in the country, so don't let the higher-ups down. Zhou Rong said coldly, you don't know, but Ningyu is really not good as a military doctor. He's not even as skilled as I am at wrapping bandages. Basically, those who were put on the operating table by him didn't survive. Instead of saying that he's an angel in white, it's better to say that he's a man who brings the Grim Reaper to the scene. If the whole team dies because of him. Lieutenant General Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you know what's good for you? Get out of here. However, Ningyu wasn't as troublesome as Zhou Rong imagined. At least, he was much easier to get along with than when they first met, when he was sarcastic. The entire team of 7 people, along with the armored vehicle, were airlifted to Dunhuang, Gansu by a fighter jet. The city had already been carpet-bombed once, so there weren't many zombies left. However, the trouble was that the tourist groups that were stranded at the historical sites had all turned into zombies. In order to protect the cultural relics from too much damage, they could only send out the Special Forces team to clean up the area. Zhou Rong's plan was to first kill a group of zombies outside the scenic area, and then use the high-concentration alpha pheromone bait developed by the military to lure the zombies from Mogao Grotto to the Gobi area. The vehicle-mounted rocket launchers were all taken care of. He left Ningyu in the armored vehicle and told him that no matter what happened, he was not allowed to open the door, and he was not allowed to get out of the vehicle without permission. Then he took everyone with guns and rushed down. When the virus broke out, it was the peak tourist season. Although some of the zombies had already run away, the ones that were left behind were still not to be underestimated. As soon as Zhou Rong and the others got out of the vehicle, they saw the nearby zombies rushing over as if they had been starving for 800 years. According to Yan Hao's words, it's like climbing the Great Wall during the Golden Week. Zhou Rong, I've been in B City for more than 10 years and haven't been to the Great Wall. I've been too busy. Quick, clear the way with grenades. Mogao Grotto is that way. The zombies were blown apart by the grenades, and the ground was covered in muddy, rotten blood. Guo Weixiang ran and skidded. He held his hand to his mouth and shouted loudly, it's okay, Brother Rong. I've been in B City for more than 20 years, and I've never finished visiting the Forbidden City. Zhou Rong, why are you doing this? Everyone rushed into the entrance. In front of them, there was a large wave of zombies, all of them retired old men and women. The tour guide leading them was still holding a small red flag in his hand. Every year during summer vacation, I ask girls to go there. Every year, they run away after 3 hours. Guo Weixiang felt very wronged, I don't know why. Zhou Rong, Chen Chao patted his shoulder and encouraged him, you won't be able to find a girlfriend in your next life. As she said that, she rushed forward and fired a mortar, blasting the zombies into the sky. Sinan had a very outstanding advantage when carrying out missions. He neither fought to be first nor fell behind. He always kept his mouth shut and followed the team closely. He only jumped out when there was a crisis. However, this time, Zhou Rong found that he was always running forward. He pulled the back of his collar and slipped to the front again. "What are you doing, Xianxia?" Zhou Rong had to speed up his pace. "There's no supermarket in front, only a mud building. This is a scenic spot." Xinan turned a deaf ear to him. He carried the submachine gun and shot all the way. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the bottom of the mud building. With a whoosh, he shot out the rope gun and jumped into the cave. The scenic spot was full of zombies. Zhou Rong was counting the stopwatch and was about to release the lure. Seeing this, he almost went crazy. "Hurry up and pull him back." "What is he doing? Is this a public holiday?" Guo Weixiang was immediately energized. "Okay, I'll go find him." As he said that, he flew up with a whoosh. "Yan Hao, I'll go find him too." "Chen Chao, wait for me, wait for me." With two whoosh sounds, the team flowers and grass disappeared together. Zhou Rong stood there in a daze. Dingshi scratched his head and turned around with a simple and honest face. "Rong, brother Rong, when I was young, my family was poor and I couldn't afford to travel. I've always wanted to see the great rivers and mountains of our motherland, Zhou Rong. Hurry up." Whoosh. Dingshi was also gone. The veins on Zhou Rong's forehead bulged. He had to stay in front of the cave and shoot the zombies that kept coming. After a while, the noisy tour group came back. Chen Chao grabbed the neck of the zombie blocking the way and threw it down the third floor. She shouted, "It's so beautiful. It's so spectacular. Brother Rong, are you really not coming up? Zhou Rong, get down here. You're so undisciplined. What are you thinking about all day? This evil trend of indulging in pleasure must be stopped. When we go back, everyone will cross 30 kilometers with weights." Sinan, ahem. "Except for Xiaonan, you're not allowed to eat snacks for a day. Okay, get down here and prepare to retreat." Chen Chao, brother Rong, don't be angry. It's not easy to come all the way here. Let's line up and take a picture. Xianxia, clear the zombies over there. We're going to be surrounded. Come on, 1, 2, 3. Egg dash. Zhou Rong stopped shooting. He quickly hooked Sinan's neck and made a peace sign. Click, 118 6th Squadron took a group photo in front of Dunhuang Mogao Grottos. Zhou Rong was in high spirits, Sinan was expressionless, Chen Chao lowered her head and pouted, Xianxia and Dingshi squeezed forward with their heads down. Only Yan Hao's face was full of confidence. There were also a number of zombie tourists who made cameo appearances in the background. In the next second, Zhou Rong smashed the test tube with the attractant. Everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The smell of the special military fleshly pheromone dispersed with the wind and became the focus of the zombies within a few miles. The Special Forces team rushed out of the scenic area, followed by a long line of zombies. It was as lively as the Spring Festival. All the zombies in Mogao Grottos ran away. Yan Hao, GPS, get ready to go. Zhou Rongi opened the car door and rushed into the driver's seat. He turned on the power and started the engine in one breath. He shouted, "Dingshi, hold the attractant on the roof of the car and lead the zombies to the Gobi Desert. Chen Chao, get ready to adjust the shells." The attractant was indeed very effective. The armored car drove in front, but behind them were endless zombies, and there were more and more of them. Ningyu sat by the rear window. In the distance, the smoke and dust billowed and the noise filled the sky. All of this was reflected in his black pupils. There are too many zombies inside. Otherwise, you can go in and take a look. It's really worth seeing. Chen Chao took out a military camera and showed him pictures one by one. She pointed at the painted sculptures and murals and said, "But your hometown is here. You should have been here a long time ago." "Our team has never been to Dunhuang for a mission, I haven't been there." "Huh? I moved away when I was very young." Ningyu smiled, although there was not much of a smile on his pale face. "Then I went to college and went abroad. I never came back." Chen Chao nodded in understanding. Ningyu looked at the dim yellow window. "Have we arrived at the Gobi Desert?" The terrain in front of them slowly rose and fell. The wind rolled up the yellow sand, revealing the rough weathered black rocks. Further away, layers of minerals and gravel that had been eroded by the wind were left on the ground, spreading to the vast dark yellow desert. The car was bumpy as it moved. After a while, Ningyu said softly, "It's so beautiful." It was already evening. The setting sun was like an overturned dye tray, pouring down from the sky to the ground. It dyed the desert from far to near in deep red, orange, golden red, sand gold. Layers of colors intertwined, embellishing the poplar forest under the distant sky. It was strange and magnificent. I've liked the desert since I was a child. I've always wanted to come here, but I never had a chance. Ningyu was lost in thought for a while and murmured, "It's so beautiful." Zhou Rong suddenly raised his head and glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "If you like it, you can come here often in the future." Ningyu laughed again, and his tone became very light. "Yes, I think so too." The armored car stopped at the predetermined location. At this time, they were dozens of kilometers deep into the desert. The number of zombies was far more than they had imagined. Zhou Rong looked for a moment with the binoculars and said to Chen Chao, "The zombie group in the front is too close to us. The range of the shells can't cover them. Later, we'll fire one round first. After the explosion, we'll drive 2 kilometers forward and fire another round. That should be enough." Chen Chao nodded, slid into the console, and slowly lowered the bed. "Are you nervous?" Sinan suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned, and then they realized that he was asking Ningyu. Ningyu sat upright, and his back seemed to be supported by a stick. He was abnormally tense, and his fingers were intertwined. "No, I'm fine." Sinan frowned and heard him repeat, "I'm fine." Sinan got up, pulled his seat belt, and fastened it tightly. "Sit tight. It's going to shake." Ningyu looked straight at him. "What's wrong?" Sinan asked. "When you were young, you came to the base once. Zhongwan and Dr. Elisa wanted to enter the sterile laboratory. They asked me to take you for the whole afternoon." Sinan didn't expect him to suddenly say this, and was stunned. However, Ningyu didn't seem to notice it at all. "At that time, you couldn't even walk steadily. I held your hand and walked through the research institute and the boulevard. We went to a store far away to buy a cupcake. It was already dusk when we came back. Your parents were standing side by side at the entrance of the research institute, waiting for us. Dr. Elisa said that you couldn't eat so many sweets because you already had dental caries. Dr. Zhongwan said that it didn't matter. Anyway, your teeth would grow out. Then they took you away. You leaned on Dr. Zhongwan's shoulder and waved to me from afar." Outside the armored car, zombies on the horizon were surging like a tide. The rocket launcher hanging under the slide was pushed out and aimed at the zombie group from afar. The indicator light flashed green. At that time, night had just fallen. The street lights on both sides of the boulevard lit up, and the warm yellow stretched to the end of the road. "I still had an experiment at night, so I stood at the entrance of the research institute and watched you leave until you couldn't see. That's all." Ningyu paused for a moment and said, "That's all I remember about your parents." Sinan's brows relaxed little by little, and he said softly, "Thank you." Ningyu looked at Sinan, but his gaze seemed to pass through his face and see memories that no one knew about from a long time ago. "It's okay," he whispered, but it wasn't clear whether he was talking to Sinan or someone else. "Really? It's okay." Springgrass pressed the launch button. The rocket launcher shot out and drew a parabola high in the sky. A few seconds later, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Boom! Countless zombies were vaporized in an instant. More broken bodies turned into blood and rushed into the sky. Thousands of air waves wrapped in sand and stones, with the center of the explosion as the origin, roared and rushed in all directions. The armored vehicles and the zombies that were beyond the range of the explosion were blown away by the air waves. They flew more than 20 meters in the air before crashing to the ground. All the explosion-proof glass cracked at the same time, and the zombies fell to the ground like a rainstorm. After an unknown amount of time, the concept of time became particularly blurred after the violent impact. It might have been a few minutes or just a few seconds. Sinan recovered from the dizziness and tinnitus and saw Ningyu stand up shakily. At the moment when the air waves hit, Sinan protected him, so Ningyu was less affected and recovered the fastest. Even so, he still struggled to stand. After all, his physical fitness was not good. He fumbled for the back door handle, and then he suddenly gritted his teeth and opened the door. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he suddenly gritted his teeth and jumped out. Sinan suddenly woke up and coughed. He unfastened the seat belt and rushed out. Ningyu was already waving at him with a smile on her face. Step by step, she walked towards the yellow sand that filled the sky. Ningyu. Everyone felt that something was wrong at the same time. Sinan rushed out of the car, but everything happened in a short moment. The zombies that fell near the armored vehicles got up one after another. Some rushed to the open door, but more rushed to Ningyu, who was retreating. They almost drowned him in the blink of an eye. Sinan took a step forward, trembling. Then Zhou Rong rushed out of the car and held him down. At the same time, he knocked down the nearby zombies. "Let him go," Zhou Rong said in a trembling voice, "just, let him go." The number of zombies kept increasing. Ningyu's figure could not be seen in the roaring and chewing sound. Everyone rushed out of the car and opened fire at the zombies around the armored vehicles. They were ready to move forward as soon as possible. Zhou Rong wanted to pull Sinan into the car, but he grabbed the submachine gun and strode forward. Bang! 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 Bullet chains flew in the air, and the shells fell to the ground. Zombies' brains mixed with rotten blood splashed everywhere. The zombie hordes kept falling down, charging forward, and falling down again. It was as if there was no end to the Azura demons and the bloody hell. "Let's go, Sinan." Zhou Rong rushed up and grabbed his hand. Ningyu chose his own path. "We have to go, too. Don't look back, Sinan. Sinan." The hoarse roars gradually faded away, turning into a hazy, quiet halo, extending to the end of the road in the night. The armored vehicles started again, slowly moving forward, leaving the endless flesh and blood behind until the night swallowed the desolate desert. After a short while, another rocket pierced the sky. Hell quietly turned into nothingness in the dazzling white light. Ningyu's death brought a lot of trouble to Zhou Rong. From the Academy of Sciences to the Military Commission, even the upper echelons of the central government were shocked, and the international community was in disbelief. Although the Military Commission trusted Zhou Rong, and everyone present could prove that Ningyu had committed suicide, they were still subjected to round after round of isolation and investigation. In addition, everyone who had anything to do with Ningyu's trip to the Subei region was questioned, and Lieutenant General Xing was severely reprimanded several times. Why did he commit suicide? What was his motive? Was it impulsive? Or did something happen that day that triggered him? Was there any possibility of redeeming himself? The political significance of this matter was very great. Although no one had been punished for the time being, the impact was obvious. Lieutenant General Xing had promised to help the 118 personnel reinstate, but the Pyro Company operation had exhausted all of the military's manpower, and there was no precedent for this, so progress was very slow. As soon as Ningyu committed suicide, Zhou Rong and the others were seriously investigated, and the 118 personnel reinstatement was simply suspended. During that time, no one said anything, but they were very depressed, especially when they had to deal with endless repeated questioning and routine investigations. They couldn't help but feel complicated about Ningyu's death. Only Sinan said that he didn't think Ningyu was that kind of person. He said that Ningyu's style was to start and finish things, and that he was used to doing things completely and wouldn't screw people up at the last moment. Chen Chao asked him why he thought so. Clearly, their interaction with Ningyu was very limited, and it was almost impossible to accurately guess the inner world of a scientist who stood at the peak of this era. Sinan couldn't explain why. But Sinan's feelings soon proved to be correct. Ningyu's professional information was declassified one after another, and the research institute found his last words in a notebook. This letter quickly brought the investigation to an end, and everyone regained their freedom of speech. What was even more unexpected was that before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the military issued an official notice of the decision to restore the 118 units. Zhou Rong was promoted to the rank of captain, a regimental rank, and had the authority to form another 8 squadrons. Zhou Rong himself was very surprised, until Lieutenant General Zheng told him why. In his last letter, Dr. Ning said that when he looked back on his life, he was very lucky to have met you guys at that time. He knows that you all hope that Unit 118 can be rebuilt, and he also knows that the reconstruction application has been stalled for a long time. He hopes that the military can make an exception and restore Unit 118 on account of your contributions in saving him and bringing him to the South Sea. Lieutenant General Zheng sighed slightly and said, he also said that if it was too difficult, the military should treat this as his last wish and deal with it. He knew that everyone had to agree to his last wish, Zhou Rong said in a low voice. Yes. What else did he say? Lieutenant General Zheng shook his head. I'm not sure. I only managed to find out this part. Everything else has been kept confidential. Perhaps decades or even centuries later, when our descendants can look back on this disaster with a more calm and comprehensive view, his last letter will slowly be deciphered. Zhou Rong walked out of the building. Sinan stood with his back to him at the bottom of the stairs, squinting at the sky. The weather was very good today. The sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. The wind swept across the land from the sea, through the budding wilderness and the scarred city, and brushed Sinan's collar and hair. Zhou Rong walked to his side and saw the vast sky reflected in his amber eyes. The smoke in the distance gradually dissipated until it was invisible. Sinan said softly, "Goodbye, Dr. Ning." Zhou Rong reached out his hand. Sinan looked away and smiled at him. The two walked side by side into the distance. At the beginning of 2021, Operation Tinder covered the entire country. The zombies in the cities were basically cleared out, but the military was still attacking the heavily affected areas. The survivors in the 6 large bases across the country were distributed antibodies and supplies, and began to rebuild their homes vigorously under the unified command. Soon after, the genetic vaccine was released and quickly became popular around the world. Even if people were bitten by zombies left in the dark, they no longer had to worry about being infected. This disaster took the lives of 3 billion people around the world and almost caused the extinction of the entire race. It could be called the largest and most serious catastrophe in human history. However, humans used their own hands to close the magic box of Panduola and sealed it in the long river of history, never to be opened again. Zhou Rong, a general with only 4 soldiers under his command, finally managed to pick out a group of elite soldiers from the various military regions and brought them back to the headquarters for elimination and special training. Sinan, who could have lived off the country for the rest of his life, took on the responsibility of a special training instructor. However, due to his teaching style, the trainees who were tortured like dogs didn't like him very much. Sinan didn't care whether the weaklings liked him or not. What he cared about was that Lieutenant General Zheng finally signed an official letter of appointment for the military's special tactical advisor. From then on, he was no longer a civilian volunteer Sinan. He was the chief instructor of Special Forces 118 and was assigned an office with good lighting and ventilation and was also very close to the cafeteria. Since Sinan had finally officially joined 118, Xianxia sincerely asked to give up his position as the team flower, but Sinan politely and firmly refused. Xianxia was very disappointed. Chun Chao was willing to be the team flower, but everyone expressed their opposition. Chun Chao was so angry that she ignored them for a week. After the first batch of soldiers was added, Zhou Rong decided to organize them into 4 squadrons, led by Xianxia, Chun Chao, Ding Shi, and Guo Weixiong. The original 6th squadron of 118 had been reduced to nothing and became the skeleton of the new 118. The soul of this unit was reincarnated by the Special Forces soldiers who had sacrificed themselves. It would continue on endlessly in the baptism of the smoke and flames of war in the future. Before the new organization was implemented, the original 118 6th Squadron carried out their last mission. They sorted out the nameplates and belongings of their 17 comrades who had sacrificed themselves, including Xianxia's ashes. Then they embarked on a journey to find the survivors of these comrades. It wasn't a long journey because the family members of 118 were relatively concentrated. They had been sent to the refuge base when the disaster first broke out, so it was easy to find them. However, the process was very difficult. The tears and grief of every soldier's family member were like hot iron, repeatedly engraved in their souls and flesh. Most of the families of the martyrs were gone. For Zhou Rong and the others, this was more empty and sorrowful than the pain caused by the hot iron. Fortunately, after they arrived in the northeast, they successfully found Xianxia's wife and daughter. They hid in the vegetable cellar with their family and spent the long and difficult winter. In the spring of the next year, they were picked up by the soldiers of the Heilongjiang base. When Zhou Rong handed over Xianxia's ashes to her with both hands, he heard the most miserable and desperate cry of his life. He couldn't even stay in front of this painful woman for a moment. Every minute and every second was like countless thorny whips, bloody torture and whipping his soul. The currency in circulation now was not money, but food stamps. After Zhou Rong received all the overdue wages, he exchanged them all for food stamps and supplies at a military discount. He didn't keep any for himself and gave all of it to the families of his fallen comrades. It was quite a large sum of money. Even if it was spread out, each family member would get a lot of it. For the families who had lost their pillar of support, it was barely a small consolation. However, after the money was distributed, Zhou Rong was completely poor. Sinan said he didn't mind. Now that he had a salary, he could support Zhou Rong, this burden. Later, Zhou Rong came up with another idea. He transferred all the families of the martyrs to the 118 military district and arranged for them to work in the cafeteria, warehouse, logistics, and other idle positions. This ensured that they could receive the state's pension and stable income, and that their children could go to school in the military district. He especially fought for the rare 12 years of free key education for Xianxia's little girl. He also promised her that after she was admitted to university, he would pay for all her expenses and provide for her wherever she went. What was certain was that Zhou Rong would never be rich in this lifetime. "Where's my pigeon egg?" Sinan suddenly said with dissatisfaction. "Zhou Rong, don't worry, leave it to Brother Rong." Time quickly passed and it was New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner was prepared in the 118 camp's cafeteria early. Lieutenant General Zheng also came, and all the team members and their families gathered together. Before dinner, they had to say a few words as usual. Zhou Rong and Lieutenant General Zheng pushed and shoved each other for a full 10 minutes. Zhou Rong lost and had to stand up with a glass of wine. The cafeteria was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Red paper flowers were pasted on the glass windows filled with white fog. Fireworks were set off outside, illuminating the night sky. Zhou Rong took a deep breath under the gaze of all the pairs of eyes. It was as if he had suddenly lost his advantage of being able to speak well. He suddenly didn't know what to say. After a long while, he smiled briefly. Brother Rong isn't very good with words. Everyone burst into laughter, and Zhou Rong also laughed. Last New Year's Eve, when the virus was at its most rampant, Instructor C and I, the person you're most afraid of, got separated from the main group and were trapped in the snow-covered mountains. At the mention of Instructor C, the Special Forces soldiers immediately stopped laughing. They sat upright and kept quiet out of fear. Sinan focused on eating the roasted chestnuts in front of her. Zhou Rong said slowly, "When midnight arrived, I made 3 wishes outside the window. The first one is private. The second wish is that all the sacrificed comrades' souls return to their hometowns and bless us to successfully survive this disaster. The third wish is that humans develop antibodies as soon as possible to defeat the virus, build a new home, and restore stability and peace. These 3 wishes have all been fulfilled." Zhou Rong paused for a moment and said, "So I think that making a wish on New Year's Eve might really have some kind of magic. I've decided to make 3 more wishes this year." He poured himself a full cup of wine. Without looking at anyone, he raised his head and drained it. "The first cup is still my personal wish." Someone laughed and said, "Brother Rong will definitely get what he wants." Zhou Rong smiled and shook his head without answering. "The second glass." He filled his glass and looked around at everyone. He stopped in the direction of the family table and bowed deeply. "I wish the comrades who have left us all the best in heaven. Your names will always be remembered in our hearts, and your achievements will always be engraved in human history." Just like last New Year's Eve, Zhou Rong once again announced 17 names according to the order of sacrifice. The last one was Xianxia. The cafeteria was silent. Some of the family members choked with sobs, while others were sad. Last year, I said that you should wait until the disaster is over before you reincarnate, lest you have to face this hellish world again. This year, I can finally say that the disaster is over. Home is rising, and human society will gradually return to the right track. If the souls of my comrades in heaven can see you, you can already come back. Zhou Rong's eyes were slightly red. After a while, he said hoarsely, Brother Rong. I miss you very much. Everyone misses you very much. There were sobs and gasps around him. Zhou Rong raised his head and drank the second glass of wine. The third glass. Zhou Rong turned to the front and faced the gazes of all the Special Forces soldiers. He looked up at the starry night sky and raised his glass. In the past catastrophe, the virus took away countless lives. The global population plummeted by more than half. Many small countries even disappeared from the map of mankind. If future generations write the history of the future, they will find that no words can describe the cruelty of the disaster, nor can any language or rhetoric describe the arduous efforts of mankind to survive. We walked through the long dark night with a flame in our hearts, stepped over the remains of our comrades, stepped over thorns and the abyss, and finally reignited the torch of the continuation of our race on the piles of bones. Those of us who survived don't need history to record our achievements, and we don't need those empty and beautiful praises. We only need the mountains, rivers, and thousands of brave souls to bear witness to our endless trekking, and our never-give-up efforts. Zhou Rong raised his glass and poured the last glass of wine on the ground. To us ordinary humans. Everyone raised their glasses in silence. Outside the window, the fireworks rushed into the night sky and emitted a gorgeous light, illuminating everyone's moist eyes. Under the warm lights, there was a hubbub of voices, and the aroma of food spread far and wide with the wind. Zhou Rong had been forced to drink too much. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the crowd. He slipped out of the door with Sinan's hand and stood in the open space in the courtyard. It had started snowing outside. The small snowflakes were illuminated orange-yellow by the light and fell romantically on their hair and shoulders. Zhou Rong leaned forward and kissed Sinan's lips. He seemed a little embarrassed and took out a white paper box tied with a pink ribbon from behind him. It's a cake. He stuttered a little at the end. I made it myself. Try it. Sinan, ? Sinan opened the paper box. Inside was a palm-sized strawberry jam cake. Bright red strawberries drizzled with syrup were dotted with snow-white cream. There was a circle of delicate flower decorations around the edges. There were two little sugar figurines holding hands and giggling like matchsticks. Zhou Rong looked nervously at Sinan and took a bite. Is it good? Sinan licked the cream from the corner of her mouth and nodded. I practiced in the cafeteria for a long time and ruined a few of them. Zhou Rong rubbed his hands self-deprecatingly. I don't know how many times I've shot with these hands. It's even harder to shoot with the flower decorations than with a real gun. Fortunately, I made this before tonight. Is it really good? Sinan took another big bite. Her mouth was full. She asked with a muffled voice, do you want to try it? No, you eat it, you eat it. Sinan, Zhou Rong stared straight at Sinan, who returned an innocent look. You didn't taste anything? Sinan said, no. The two of them looked at each other. Zhou Rong's gaze slowly moved from Sinan's face to the almost bottomless cake. His voice was a little shaky. You really didn't taste anything? Sinan said, I really didn't. There was something hard just now. Was it a strawberry? Zhou Sinan, I swallowed it. Zhou Rong's expression was as if he had been struck by lightning. Instantly, he turned around and roared, call the medical team. Quick! Contact the hospital to do an endoscopy. Instructor C swallowed the foreign object. Sinan finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She grabbed Zhou Rong and spat out a shiny ring from the base of her tongue. The diamond was so big that it reflected a dazzling light in the snowflakes. Tell me. Sinan pinched the diamond ring and joked, where did you get it from? Can you afford it? Zhou Rong immediately let out a long breath. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, she poked Sinan's forehead as a punishment. Of course not. Do you know how expensive this brand of diamond is? I'll have to save up for my next life. Sinan raised one of her eyebrows playfully. Last week, I followed Tang Hao and the others to the B military region mission. Before I left, I did some scouting. Tang Hao used a flashlight on the side while I dug with a shovel. After half the night, I finally dug out his shop's counter from the rubble after the military blasted it. Zhou Rong pointed at the diamond ring, her face a little red. The rings were all scattered on the ground. I took one, Tang Hao took one, Yan Hao, Chun Chao, Xianxia, and Dingshi each took one. Don't tell anyone that old Jing knows how to scold people. Tang Feiqiu is still planning to hide it for his wife in the future. Sinan's shoulders couldn't help shaking violently. If he laughed out loud, he might be out of breath. Zhou Ronggong's face was full of the smell of alcohol. Come here. Brother Rong will put the pigeon egg on for you. He pulled Sinan's hand, only to find that the ring was indeed too small. Although Sinan's fingers were long and slender, the knuckles of people who had been practicing martial arts for a long time were hard. His ring finger could not fit in. Zhou Rong felt very helpless. He could only forcibly hold down Sinan, who was laughing uncontrollably. He took the brass pendant that had never left his neck for more than 20 years and strung the diamond ring on it. In the old photo, the family of 3 from many years ago was smiling gently at Zhou Rong under the shining ring. Zhou Rong held the pendant and asked seriously, Comrade Si Xiaonan, do you want to know what Brother Rong's first New Year's wish is? Sinan narrowed his eyes and looked at him slyly. Zhou Rong took half a step back and knelt on one knee. He held up the diamond ring in the flying snow. Comrade Si Xiaonan, are you willing to accept Comrade Zhou Rong's proposal and officially become his revolutionary partner? Are you willing to work hand in hand, make progress together, have the courage to try all kinds of new positions, bite the back of his neck regularly, and be touched by his kisses and scratches every day? Are you willing to follow the objective laws of development every year and bear the heavy responsibility of human reproduction? Sinan Dingding looked at Zhou Rong, a snowflake on the tip of his hair. The corners of his lips curved gently on his handsome cheeks. Not far away, a row of heads squeezed together behind the bright window, exclaiming one after another, he proposed. He proposed. Captain Zhou Rong, Instructor C. Oh my God. Okay, Sinan smiled and said, Comrade Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong put the brass pendant back around his neck. Sinan Fu bent down and kissed Zhou Rong affectionately in the snow. The ring slipped out of his collar and hung in the air by a thin chain, swaying and refracting bright light. At the table for New Year's Eve dinner, Yan Hao looked at the ring in the steamed bun and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still put it in his pocket when Lieutenant General Xing wasn't paying attention. Chun Chao rolled her eyes and pinched her own neck. Guo Weixiong patted her back desperately. How could you swallow it? Quick! Cough it out. Someone, quickly go to the hospital and call an ambulance. Ding Ding squeezed his little golden flower into a corner and stammered for a long time until both of them blushed. Then, he sneakily stuffed a big diamond ring into her palm. This is for you. In the open space outside the door, the silhouettes of the entwined necks finally separated. Sinan was still smiling. He turned around and looked directly at the window with his sharp eyes. The Special Forces soldiers, who had been packed so tightly just a moment ago, instantly dispersed in fear. Within 3 seconds, they had all disappeared without a trace, not even a shadow could be seen. Zhou Rong laughed loudly. Countless fireworks lit up the night sky, blooming in unison. The snowflakes were like thousands of little fairies spinning and dancing. They reflected the lights and gently covered the new land. Midnight. The New Year's bell rang at this moment, spreading through the cheering crowd. It passed through the dark sea and flew toward the bright stars in the distance. The roar reverberated through the forest, and the earth trembled and cracked. Yan Lanyu fell to the ground, and the missile brushed past his hair. He stood up, panted for a moment, and ran to the edge of the mound under the cover of the night and the light of the fire. The mystic dragon had stopped spitting out poisonous breath. Its ferocious body was bathed in the moonlight, casting a huge shadow on the mottled snow. Yan Lanyu climbed up the mound with his hands and feet. He was so fast that he didn't even feel the sharp gravel scratching his calf. He grabbed the edge of the mound, and the blood that seeped out from his fingernails immediately dyed the gravel red. He used the momentum to climb up, and his knees trembled slightly as he half knelt on the ground. After a while, he stood up and looked at the mystic dragon. He saw 3 blood-red lanterns gathered in the air and looked at him. At that moment, sporadic gunshots sounded from afar, and the fire of the bullets flashed in the night. The turbulent air seemed to have frozen. Under the vast night sky, only the young man and the mystic dragon were looking at each other. "Tamani Kuan," Yanlanyu said. The dragon lowered its head slightly. After becoming a demon, its powerful demonic nature had completely replaced its last bit of personality. In fact, it couldn't tell who Yanlanyu was anymore. "I know that all of this won't end. The tantric sect will pursue me to the end of the world for a lifetime. Even if everyone disappears, as time passes, another tantric sect will be born. But I already hate this kind of endless repetition. It constantly brings trouble to others, puts the truly good people in danger, makes others bleed and sacrifice for me, and then is brought back to that absurd cycle of reincarnation by fate again and again. If I don't disappear, all of this won't end." Yanlanyu bit his index finger and used his heart's blood to draw a series of characters on his palm. Then he opened his palm, and the blood on his palm suddenly glowed red. The mystic dragon seemed to feel some kind of danger, and suddenly raised its head. "These are your 4 pillars and 8 characters." Yanlanyu's cold and pale face smiled slightly. "I haven't told you before, but thank you for your New Year's gift. After so many years of kindness, I'll return it all today." The mystic dragon let out a roar and suddenly pounced. However, Yanlanyu's movements were faster. He took out a lighter and lit it, pressing it directly on his bloody palm. Burning was actually the simplest way to make charms work. When Yanlanyu drew a talisman with blood on his palm, it was equivalent to using the other party's birth date to make a temporary talisman. Although the talisman was so simple that it didn't even have half a talisman scripture, it was still made using the other party's birth date. For some Onmyoges, mastering the 4 pillars and 8 characters of the other party was equivalent to mastering half of the other party's lifeline. With a whoosh, the green fire enveloped Yanlanyu's entire palm. Amidst the crackling sounds of the flames, the devil dragon roared as it approached. In the midst of the chaos, its fangs hooked onto Yanlanyu's clothes, lifting him up into the air and throwing him away. Bang! Yanlanyu fell heavily on the ground. His chest made a terrifying cracking sound as he rolled down the slope. The green fire on his palm didn't extinguish after rolling. Instead, it burned brightly. The devil dragon let out a heart-wrenching roar. It ignored everything else and crushed countless trees as it charged forward, biting Yanlanyu once again and lifting him up into the air. Yanlanyu let out a different roar. Blood mixed with minced meat gushed out from his mouth and chest. Amidst the green fire, his mangled hand desperately grabbed onto the fangs. In a flash, he was suspended in the air. Beneath his feet was the devil dragon's bottomless throat. The next moment, poisonous breath gushed out of the devil dragon's throat and instantly enveloped him. Dizziness, suffocation, intense pain. The flames on one side of his arm were burning fiercely, but they couldn't stop the cold brought about by the rapid loss of blood. So cold. Such a thought flashed through Yanlanyu's mind in a daze. It was a familiar feeling of death. It was as bone-chilling as the last time, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The 4 pillars of year, month, sun, and hour predict fate. The 8 characters of heavenly stem and earthly branches predict good or bad luck. The 5 elements triumphs over restraint. Xingqiang's harmony is what the yin-yang Tao relies on. Amaji Akazashi paused for a moment. He poured a cup of yellow wine from the red clay wine pot and sat cross-legged leisurely. Outside the paper door, heavy snow swirled in the air, covering the room in silver. In the distance, the footsteps of the night watchman creaked in the snow. The lantern flickered in the night and gradually disappeared into the distance. The room was warm and cozy, like late spring. There were several cherry blossoms in a glass vase by the paper window, and the fragrance of plum wine was rising from the stove. Several disciples knelt on the tatami and bowed their heads to indicate that they had memorized it. One of the female disciples bowed her head deeply on the floor. She then raised her head and carefully asked, "Then, if we use the 4 pillars and 8 characters of the 8 characters of the 4 pillars as fate talismans, what effect will it have?" It has many uses, but it mainly damages the soul. Will it kill people? Tian or Akazashi teased, who are you interested in that you won't rest until you die, Yuko? All the disciples laughed. The female disciple named Yuko hurriedly said that she didn't dare. Using the 4 pillars and 8 characters of the 8 characters of the 4 pillars to kill the owner requires a strong foundation of spiritual power. At the same time, the caster's soul will most likely scatter. It is a dangerous technique. In reality, there are many techniques that can kill people without spilling blood. Therefore, this kind of curse that kills 1,000 people but harms 800 people has long been included in the category of forbidden spells. Yuko hurriedly stood up and said yes. All the disciples noted it down. It's cold now. When spring comes, I will teach you the 8 characters of the 8 characters of the 8 characters of the 4 pillars. Amaji Akazashi paused. He had a thoughtful expression. His fingertips slightly rubbed the fine patterns on the wine cup. Everyone was silent for a moment. After a moment, they heard him lazily say, "Let's end it here for today." Lanyu. Behind him, a youth in purple stood up and gently opened the paper door. Everyone bowed their heads and saluted. They stood up and walked out in a line. Yan Lanyu lowered his eyes and looked at the ground. Only when the last female disciple left did he almost silently close the paper door. Amaji Akazashi sat by the stove and stared at the cup in his hand. It seemed that he suddenly had a strong interest in the colored glaze wine cup that he used daily. Yan Lanyu didn't think it was strange. The man in front of him had been the head of Tantric Buddhism for 8 years. He usually acted like this. He often became interested in something that he saw every day and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Things as big as the new paint on the roof of the house. Things as small as the roundness of the pearls on the door curtain. There was even one time when he excitedly took out the paper that he had written in the previous years and sorted it out. After tasting it for an entire afternoon, he burned it. That was actually a sign that he was thinking about other things. Every time he did that, he was actually thinking about some questions that no one could think of. This sect leader's actions and thoughts were always unexpected, but they were also unusually accurate. That kind of vicious insight sometimes even gave people a chilling feeling. Yan Lanyu walked behind him as usual and knelt down. At this moment, he suddenly heard him call out, "Xiao Lanyu, yes. We have known each other for so long. Now that I think about it, it's really fate." Yan Lanyu looked up and saw the head of the sect looking back at him with a smile. "So?" Yan Lanyu asked calmly. "Nothing, I was just sighing. Ah, the fate between people is really wonderful. When you were a teacher at Eastern University, you probably never dreamed that you would know me, right? So it's not an exaggeration to say that we are sitting here today because fate is unpredictable." The candlelight made a slight crackling sound. Yan Lanyu quietly looked back at Amaji Akazashi. In the dim light, his eyes didn't even have a trace of fluctuation. "I don't know what you are talking about." The head of the sect blinked and sighed. He muttered a few words like "you don't want to admit it again" and "why do you always lie to yourself?" He picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Yan Lanyu lowered his eyelids and picked up a hairpin from the lampstand to pick up the wick. That hairpin was actually placed here by Amaji Akazashi. Perhaps he wanted to tactfully say, "Keep your hair." In fact, according to the customs, it was normal for a young man of this age to keep his hair. However, Yan Lanyu was indifferent, so the head of the sect didn't mention it. "Eh?" Amaji Akazashi covered the wine pot on the small stove with his hand and suddenly thought of something. "Speaking of which, we are so fated. We have been together for so many years, but there is still one thing that we haven't done." "Yes. Don't you want to know what it is?" The head of the sect waited for a moment, but there was no response. He sighed and said, "You are really a person without any curiosity. I say, we haven't had our fortunes told yet. Aren't you curious about the result of our fortune-telling?" Yan Lanyu put down the hairpin and stared at the candlelight without blinking. He didn't say anything. After a while, he took a breath almost silently and said, "I'm not too curious. Things like fate can't be told." The room fell into silence. Other than the sound of the candlelight burning, there was only the slight rustling sound of the snow falling outside the window. The head of the sect laughed. Don't be so pessimistic, Xiao Lanyu. Please go and get my natal chart. It's in the locked cabinet. Yan Lanyu got up and went to the inner room. After a while, he came back with a red sandalwood chessboard-like wooden board. There were 60 lines on it, and it was filled with heavenly stems and earthly branches. There was also some yellow paper and some ink brushes. The head of the sect dipped the brush in the ink and wrote a string of characters on the paper. This is your birth date. Then he picked up another piece of paper and wrote, this is mine. Yan Lanyu's pupils shrank in horror. But Tianyu Qiji acted as if he didn't see it. He smiled and crumpled the 2 pieces of yellow paper into a ball. The flame at his fingertips burned the paper into black ashes and scattered them on the natal chart. Then he took the yellow paper and wrote a string of complicated calculation runes. His knuckles touched the natal chart. He seemed to be very serious. He didn't seem to notice Yan Lanyu's pale face beside him. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he finished the calculation and wrote down the final result on the natal chart. Oh. How is it? The head of the sect shook his head and seemed to be very regretful. We are not fated to be husband and wife. Yan Lanyu's nerves were originally extremely tense. Hearing this, he didn't react for a while. He subconsciously said, "Ah?" The head of the sect laughed and looked at him up and down with a playful gaze for a long time. Although the room was very warm, the gaze made Yan Lanyu's back feel cold like thorns. It felt like the careless playful attitude of a feline beast before killing its prey. Is it necessary to be so nervous? The head of the sect said leisurely, why don't we make an agreement? As long as you don't touch my birth date, I won't touch yours. How about it, is it fair? Yan Lanyu's throat was so tight that he couldn't make any sound. The wick of the lamp crackled and exploded. Faint sparks splashed in the air. Haha, look at you being so nervous. The head of the sect waved his hand and smiled while drinking wine. I'm just kidding. I'm such a good person. Why would you touch my birth date? In the mountain forest, the towering ancient trees that were uprooted fell on the snow. The dragon's body violently spasmed and rolled because of the great pain, squeezing countless withered trees into wood chips. Roar! The mystic dragon violently shook its head, and Yan Lanyu's body was smashed between the rows of sharp fangs. His ribs were broken, his chest was torn open by the fangs, and his thighs and arms were bleeding profusely. It was so cold. Yan Lanyu tried to lift his hand wrapped in the flame and bring it closer to him to feel some heat, but he couldn't feel the existence of his hand at all. He could almost clearly feel the arrival of the final moment. Although he wanted to throw himself into the embrace of death, his last bit of consciousness forced him to linger on. He had to hold on. The mystic dragon's soul hadn't suffered the most fatal damage yet. He had to at least hold on until the moment when the life talisman burned out. With a squeak, the tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp and ear-piercing noise. Then the door opened, and Yu Jingzhong rushed out and began to climb up the mound with his bare hands. The giant dragon's struggle caused large pieces of gravel to fall from its head. Yu Jingzhong's face and hands were scratched several times, but he didn't seem to feel it at all. He grabbed a protruding rock and jumped up, cleanly flipping over the mound. He took a breath and looked up, only to see the giant dragon suddenly let out a violent roar. Its head was raised high, and then it suddenly smashed the ground. With a loud bang, the rocks cracked, the ground was overturned, and the trees flew up into the sky. Yan Lanyu's body was thrown out from between the fangs and fell heavily on the ground. Yu Jingzhong cried out, Yan Lanyu. Then he staggered forward in the violent tremors. Not far away, Yan Lanyu's body convulsed and trembled, and blood flowed all over the ground. His jeans were torn by the gravel, and a long strip was torn from his knees to his pocket. 2 small yellow balls of paper rolled out from his pocket. No one saw this scene, and Yan Lanyu, who was struggling to breathe in pain, didn't notice it at all. The next moment, the yellow balls of paper came into contact with the burning green flames on the ground, and immediately burned into 2 golden balls of light. It was Zhou Hui's protective charm. The giant dragon's body coiled, rolling up several towering trees and smashing them toward Yan Lanyu. Yu Jingzhong roared, and like lightning, he passed through the falling pieces of soil and gravel like a storm. However, he couldn't make it in time because of the violent tremors and cracks on the ground. He watched helplessly as a black shadow fell from the sky. At this critical moment, two gorgeous golden meteors suddenly rose from Yan Lanyu's side. Yu Zhong didn't even have time to react to what was going on. Then, the meteors cut through the sky and brazenly exploded beside the giant dragon. It couldn't be described as a grenade or a sniper rifle. The yield of a high-energy rocket launcher couldn't be compared to it. Half of the night sky suddenly became bright. For a few seconds, Yu Jingzhong's retina violently turned white, and he couldn't see anything. Even the sound was absolutely still. Then, the entire ground collapsed, and the mound sank into a huge pit. The trees silently turned into fine powder under the strong light. After that, Yu Jingzhong couldn't remember what he had done at all. His memory was completely blank for a few seconds. When he regained his consciousness, he only found himself lying on Yan Lanyu's body, surrounded by a large amount of dust that was so thick that he couldn't open his eyes. The ground was still trembling slightly from the aftershocks. He lay there numbly for a long time before he could barely lift his head. When he moved his neck, it made a crisp cracking sound. He saw that the surrounding area had been leveled into a pit, and he and Yan Lanyu were lying at the bottom of the pit. The ruins were a mixture of dead branches, wood chips, rocks, and soil, and the choking smell of the violent explosion floated in the air. Yan Lanyu's eyes were closed, and his face was pale. It was impossible to tell if he was alive or dead. Yu Jingzhong wanted to call his name, but he breathed in too much dust that his throat was hoarse, and he couldn't make a sound. He put his trembling finger under Yan Lanyu's nose, and after a long while, he pressed his pulse tightly. Finally, he let out a roar that sounded like a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Zap! Zap! Behind him, there was a noise similar to that of an electric current passing through. Yu Jingzhong used his bloody elbow to support himself on the ground. When he looked back, he realized that he was able to preserve his life in such a violent explosion and was intact. In the air behind him, there was a golden shield-like light shield, forming a huge hemisphere with a radius of 3 or 4 meters. It tightly blocked him and Yan Lanyu behind the barrier. The electric current was sizzling through the translucent golden shield, and there was a burning pattern on the surface of the shield. It was a pentagram. Yu Jingzhong had done research in this area, and he knew what the symbol represented at a glance. It was the Yada no Kagami. It was the mysterious power of the Yada no Kagami that Yan Lanyu placed in his soul. Yu Jingzhong staggered up, gasping violently, and reached out his hand to the light shield. With a whoosh, the light retracted and climbed from his fingertips to his palm, condensing into a dazzling pentagram. Every corner of the pentagram was in a shooting shape, inscribing a dense and complicated spell that was difficult to read. Yu Jingzhong clenched his fist and leaned over to hold Yan Lanyu tightly in his arms. Don't be afraid," his voice was so hoarse that it was difficult to recognize. He murmured, "Don't be afraid, I'll take you home now." The rough wind left a lasting pain on his face, and the sharp gravel on the ground pierced through the soles of his shoes. Every time he landed, he felt a heavy weight on the soles of his feet. However, he seemed to feel nothing. He staggered slightly and walked forward under the slight shaking of the ground. At this moment, there was movement in the bushes at the edge of the pit. Then, half of the broken dragon's head rose from the shadows. It was almost blown to pieces, and its huge mouth was wide open. Yu Jingzhong stopped and faced the dragon's head. At that moment, his heart was unusually calm, and there was no fear at all. He even felt a little calm. In his arms, Yan Lanyu's life was rapidly fading away. They could either escape together before the last moment arrived, or die here together. There was nothing to be afraid of. This was the worst ending. The 3 bloody eyes on the dragon's head had dimmed at this moment. Only the middle one suddenly lit up in the night, emitting a ferocious red light. Then the red light projected a figure in the void. It was very blurry at first, but it slowly became clear in a few seconds. The facial features, clothes, and figure all showed a familiar outline. Yu Jingzhong's breath stopped. He saw the man fall to the ground from the red light. He waved his hand very casually and smiled, "Yo." He was in his 30s or 40s and was wearing a simple bathrobe. It was loose, revealing his strong neck and chest. There were bloodstains on his body and cuffs. He looked a little embarrassed, but his smiling demeanor was very relaxed. "TSK, little Lanyu." He seemed to shake his head a little regretfully and said, "In the end, you still broke the contract." Yu Jingzhong narrowed his eyes coldly. He recognized him. The man in front of him was the soul of the devil dragon, the only living person in the history of Japanese Yin-Yang sect who became a devil, Amaterasu Itachi. 5 minutes ago. Wu Bei was hit by an incoming bullet. He paused for a moment, and the bullet bounced off his forehead and fell to the ground. Who are you? The self-defense team member who fired the shot retreated with fear on his face. What kind of monster are you? Wu Bei grabbed the 2 tantric disciples who were rushing toward him, broke their necks, and threw their bodies behind him. Then, he walked toward the self-defense team member who was scared stiff and kicked him in the chest. With a bang, the man flew 3 to 4 feet away like a cannonball and fell to the ground, motionless. Leader. The barber from Team 2 grabbed a car and stopped in front of him. He stuck his head out of the car window and said, "Deputy, you went to the demonic dragon. What should we do?" Wu Bei looked around and saw that most of the self-defense team members had been killed. The rest were running for their lives, and even the tantric disciples were lying on the ground. Zhou Hui should be dealing with his son in the distant night. In the forest in another direction, the demonic dragon was shrouded in green flames, and it let out a deafening roar. "Don't worry about Boss Zhou. Go support Deputy Yu." Wu Bei opened the car door and was about to get in when he suddenly saw 2 golden meteors rising from the demonic dragon's direction from the corner of his eye. Wu Bei turned his head. The meteors streaked across the sky and were reflected in his trembling pupils. "Get down," Wu Bei suddenly roared, "Team 2, everyone. Get down." Boom. The first wave of explosion formed a shockwave that swept in all directions, and countless curved ripples appeared on the ground. Zhou Hui and the Maha sword blocked each other and looked back at the same time. Zhou Hui. Chu River was almost pushed over by the wind and grabbed Zhou Hui's arm. "The safety talisman. Your safety talisman exploded." 2 of them. Zhou Hui was stunned. In the next second, the shockwave hit him like a heavy hammer and sent him flying 100 meters away. With a loud crash, Zhou Hui fell to the ground. He staggered a few steps before grabbing onto the ground and stabilizing himself. With one hand still tightly holding onto Chu River, he asked, "Are you okay?" Chu River had eaten a lot of dust. He shook his head and coughed. Not far away, the mound left the ground and shot into the air like a pot of chocolate sauce. Further away, the second round of explosions was emitting light from the clods of soil, illuminating half of the sky. "Don't worry, it's not 2 righteous talismans." Zhou Hui leaned close to Chu River's ear and said loudly, "I gave him a positive talisman and a negative talisman. The effects of the 2 talismans offset each other. At most, it will explode 2 or 3 more times before it stops." Chu River finally spat out a mouthful of dust. He raised his hand and pointed not far away, saying hoarsely, "What about Wu Bei and the others?" In the open space far away, everyone was lying on the ground. In the light of the explosion, they could see that these people were covered in a thick layer of dust. It was impossible to tell if they were alive or dead. Even if Wu Bei was invulnerable, it would be difficult for him to withstand 2 or 3 more explosions of this magnitude. Not to mention, other than him, there were a few members of Team 2. They were all made of flesh and blood. If the shockwave swept over with a large piece of rock, forget about the Tantric sect and the self-defense forces, the members of Team 2 would be greatly wronged. "Wait, help me open a portal." Zhou Hui's mind flashed and he quickly said, "I'll bring the source of the explosion over. Let's go to the Blood Sea." Chu River was stunned for a moment before he reacted. It was indeed a good idea. Although the principle was complicated, the operation was very simple. They just had to rush over and grab the source of the explosion, enter the Blood Sea through the portal, and throw it in. However, this required perfect timing. There couldn't be any mistakes. Otherwise, if the source of the explosion exploded in Zhou Hui's hands, it would be very troublesome. Without further ado, Zhou Hui rushed towards the direction of the mystic dragon. Chu River instantly turned into a phoenix and grabbed Zhou Hui a second before the second wave of explosion swept in front of them. They flew across the battlefield in the air and landed in front of the mystic dragon while countless trees and rocks were flying towards the sky. "Where's Yu Qing and Yan Lanyu?" Phoenix landed on the ground and turned into a human. He roared so loudly that even he couldn't hear it. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding area was covered in snow. The mound had turned into a huge pit. Two figures could be vaguely seen pinned to the center of the pit. They were Yu Qing and Yan Lanyu. As soon as Phoenix finished speaking, a translucent figure slowly stood up in the void in front of Yu Qing. It was a young man. The muscles on his chest, arms, and thighs were ripped out alive, revealing his grayish-white rotting bones. At first glance, it looked extremely terrifying. But on his pale face, the expression was very calm. His eyes looked straight ahead, holding an irregular round bronze mirror in his hand. In the snow, the bronze mirror suddenly turned into a light shield. Like an indomitable guardian god, it protected Yu Qing and Yan Lanyu inside. Zhou Hui's eyes reflected the magnificent light of the pentagram. He said in shock, "This is Xianxia? Xianxia is sacrificed to Yada no Kagami." Chu River shouted, "Hurry up. I'm going to open the human boundary monument." Except for a few big Buddhas in the colorless sky, it was the privilege of the great Azura king to travel freely between the 6 realms. But this didn't mean that no one else could travel between the 6 realms. For example, the phoenix, the black tortoise, the white tiger, and other ancient mythological beasts could temporarily travel back and forth between the 3 realms by twisting space. It was just that the passage wasn't stable. Zhou Hui raised his head and reached out his hand. In the light, 2 golden meteors flew against the sky. They intertwined with each other and flew back to his hand. Then, the space in front of Chu River shook violently, as if the air was split open. The phoenix's cry was heard from all directions along with the ancient wind. The image of the human boundary monument flashed in the void. The body of the heavenly monument opened suddenly. Zhou Hui grabbed the 2 meteors and rushed toward the space-time crack, at the same time, in the blood sea of hell. Red smoke rose from the cracks in the sky. It was as if the fangs of a ferocious beast were shattering inch by inch. Then, after the fangs, the sky opened a huge dark mouth. Zhou Hui's figure rushed down from the deepest throat of the huge mouth and threw 2 rapidly beating golden stars into the blood sea. Whoosh, boom. When the golden stars fell, there was a sharp whistle. Then, there was a majestic explosion. The entire blood sea seemed to be dragged into the air by an invisible giant hand. The raging waves were torn apart. At this moment, an angry scream came from the black space above Zhou Hui's head. Then, Mahamayuri rushed over. The Kusanagi sword in his hand was wrapped in countless electric lights. Zhou Hui looked back and was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted quickly. Maha's demonic nature was very deep. He liked to live in the blood sea. The surrounding 10,000 miles was his territory. After the death of the great Azura king, the Azura tribe suffered heavy losses. Almost no one in the 4 evil paths could stop Mahamayuri. Hell had almost become his territory. The 2 safety talismans that were comparable to atomic bombs were thrown into the blood sea by him. Go to hell. The Kusanagi sword slashed toward his head. Zhou Hui blocked it with his fist. Suddenly, a sweeping hurricane broke out in the sky. If the phoenix's combat power had been at a low point for hundreds of years because of heaven's wrath and nirvana, then his eldest son, Mahamayuri, was at his peak state. These divine beasts that lived for hundreds of millions of years were all like this. They would only enter their peak state after thousands of years of birth. Compared to Maha, even Garuda had not entered his peak state. Zhou Hui had dominated the 6 evil paths for many years. He had rich combat awareness and experience. When he fought with Maha, he immediately caused earth-shaking earthquakes and tsunamis. Zhou Hui bit his ring finger and summoned the demon seal, instantly sealing the rolling thunder. Damo. It's indeed my fault for ruining your family. How about I give you the immovable property on Buzhou Mountain? Is that okay? Maha said coldly, no, I'll keep it as a morgue. Damo, you're in the wrong here. Damo, you're a real Mahamayuri. How can you disrespect your parents? Maha thrust his sword, but Zhou Hui dodged it like lightning. The sword edge brushed past his cheek, and the scorching fire instantly evaporated the collapsed seawater around him. You're my father? Maha mocked, haven't you always wanted me to die? Unexpectedly, Zhou Hui didn't talk back. He didn't show his usual sloppy and mocking expression. His eyes darkened, but that was only for a moment. No, he said lightly, not always. Maha sneered. He turned his sword and stabbed at Zhou Hui from a very tricky angle. In a flash, he was in front of him. At this moment, the wind was overwhelming. The seawater and the sky blended together. The world was rolling up and down like beans in a sieve. Zhou Hui raised his eyes. His gaze moved from the sword edge to Maha's face. He clenched the hilt in his hand. At this moment, the wind suddenly stopped. The tsunami was silent. Maha's sword edge stopped in midair. Peacock narrowed her eyes and looked back along the cold and powerful force behind her head. Not far behind her, the whirlwind blew Chu River's collar and hair. The pure green arrow on his bow was pointed at Maha's back. In the forest that had been turned into ruins in Ise Grand Shrine, Deputy Yu took half a step back with Yan Lanyu in his arms. "You're the agent that Xiao Lanyu let go back then?" The sect leader looked at Yu Jingzhong and said with interest, "Xiao Lanyu waited for more than 2 years. You're not very nice." Yu Jingzhong's cheek muscles tightened. He couldn't help but glance at his arms. Yan Lanyu was unconscious. His body was cold. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The situation was very bad. He had to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, Yan Lanyu wouldn't be able to hold on until Phoenix came back to save him. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the predecessor who has a dark heart and evil intentions. I've always been waiting in the dark for an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. I'm the villain you have to defeat on your way to pass the level." The sect leader blinked and looked at Yu Jingzhong's ugly face. He finally laughed. "Hey, I'm just joking. Don't be so nervous. Sit down and chat like a man." Deputy Yu didn't move. He just stood there and stared at the sect leader. In the dark night, Yu Jingzhong's eyes were like a lone wolf. He might not notice it himself, but no matter how deep the darkness was at this moment, it couldn't cover the terrible light in his eyes. The sect leader turned a blind eye to it. He leisurely leaned against a half-broken dead tree and touched his pocket. "Oh, there's no cigarette. There are also disadvantages to being a devil." "What do you want to say?" Yu Jingzhong asked in a deep voice. "Nothing special. Do you want to know what happened after you left the esoteric sect? Xiao Lanyu waited for you all night. He thought that no one knew. He sat on the promenade late at night every day. The moon rose from one side of the sky and set on the other side. He waited motionlessly for many nights. Sometimes I even think that if he didn't come back, he might slowly die in the position he guarded every night." The sect leader made a regretful gesture. His tone was actually a little frivolous, even as if he was joking, but for some reason, it caused Yu Jingzhong's heart to suddenly surge with an enormous sourness, as if a sharp claw had suddenly grabbed his heart, and even caused his throat to convulse into a ball. He could guess that this was the case. But guessing was one thing, and hearing it with his own ears was another. I really wanted to see how long he could hold on and when he would collapse. I've been curious about this for a long time. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see it in the end. You pervert. Yu Jingzhong gritted his teeth and said hoarsely. "Hey, you're going too far. I'm just curious." The sect leader smiled and said, "Everyone is curious. You should respect the curiosity of the villain. It is often the key for the protagonist to defeat the villain in the story." Yu Jingzhong's Adam's apple moved up and down, as if he was using this action to forcibly hide some kind of emotion. He held Yan Lanyu with one hand, but the other hand reached into his back in the dark. The sect leader stroked his chin and said doubtfully, "In fact, I wanted to know since that year." "Well, what?" "I want to know what special skills you have, Mr. Agent, to make our Xiao Lanyu so infatuated. And if it weren't for you, would he have a better life if he joined the devil with me?" Yu Jingzhong said coldly, "Do you think it's good to join the devil and become a mindless monster who kills everyone he sees? You, who have no pursuit of power, definitely don't understand. That's why I want to know. Have you never thought about whether the direction of the story would change the ending if something didn't happen? All the causes and effects in the world are interlinked. As long as there is the slightest change in the beginning, the ending may be very different." Yu Jingzhong held the cold handle of the gun behind his back, and his eagle-like eyes were fixed on the sect leader's face. The sect leader seemed to be unaware of it. He held his chin and looked at the sky thoughtfully. Sometimes I think about such complicated propositions. For example, if I didn't go out with Xianxia one day 19 years ago, or if I didn't run out to drink every day out of boredom later. Even if I went to the celebration on New Year's Eve honestly, it might be much better than the current miserable situation. The sect leader sighed with interest. At that moment, Yu Jingzhong pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger without any warning. Bang, the bullet covered with red runes rotated and came out of the barrel. If it was broken down in slow motion, it could be seen that at the moment of flying out, a golden light condensed around the bullet and rushed in all directions. Then, the bullet passed through the sect leader's throat, and the loud sound spread far in the night. Did he succeed? Yu Jingzhong stood where he was. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he covered his neck like lightning. Yu Jingzhong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His knees went soft, and he half knelt on the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his throat as if it had been pierced, and he couldn't even make a sound. Not far away, the sect leader's body swayed, and then he touched his neck uncomfortably. What's going on? Mirror reflection. The sect leader smiled slightly, and his eyes flashed with a playful light. It's an inevitable phenomenon when you use Yada no Kagami to attack its owner. He didn't say it out loud, but his expression clearly said, you can't be so naive to think that you can defeat the villain boss so easily. Mirror reflection? All the attacks can be reflected back to me? Damn it, what's going on? Yu Jingzhong was shocked. His first reaction was that he had to die together with this person today, but then he realized that Amaterasu, who had already turned into a demon, must be more durable than him. If both sides were injured, he would be the first to die. At that moment, Yu Jingzhong remembered that he used to insist on being a normal human being. Zhou Hui always half-jokingly asked him to eat elixirs, but he never took it seriously. He suddenly regretted it. Damn it, what should I do now? The sect leader put his hands in his sleeves and walked over leisurely, showing his neck that had a hole in it without any scruples. Yu Jingzhong endured the pain and stood in front of Yan Lanyu, pointing the gun at the sect leader's left chest. He hesitated for a moment, and his fingers trembled slightly. Should he shoot? He didn't believe that someone could stand up with a hole in his heart. But what if the other party didn't care about the damage to his body, and he was the first to fall? The sect leader's eyes seemed to show that he was very interested. He walked over step by step, and soon he was in front of him. Yu Jingzhong didn't have time to hesitate. He gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and shot the sect leader right in the heart. With a loud bang, the sect leader staggered back a few steps, and Yu Jingzhong fell to the ground. Yu Jingzhong had probably never experienced such pain in his life. At that moment, there was only one thought left in his mind, which was that the Xianxia drama said, my heart hurts so much that I'm about to die. It turned out that this was the feeling of dying. In his daze, he saw the sect leader pull Yan Lanyu up from the ground. While coughing violently, he laughed and said, you really opened fire. I didn't know you had guts. Yu Jingzhong didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly stood up and pounced on the sect leader. Using his weight, he pressed the sect leader onto the mountain rock and punched him viciously. At this time, he was actually in so much pain that he was numb. Even his nerves were trembling as if they had been electrocuted. The muscles in his arms and thighs were spasming violently. The reason why he was still able to hold his breath was not because of his strong physique, but because of his willpower. He didn't even know where his fists had hit. A few times, he was sure that he had hit a rock. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers. What was even more frightening was that every punch that landed on the sect leader's body returned to him with the same amount of strength. The pain made him numb, and his consciousness fell into a strange trance. His retina emitted a chaotic golden light because of the intense congestion. His finger bones were almost broken. He let out a hoarse roar and his fist brushed past the sect leader's face as he dodged it and smashed into the ground. Fine cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the rock. Bang! The sect leader kicked Yu Jingzhong over. Huff! Huff! With every breath, Yu Jingzhong's nose was filled with the smell of rust. He staggered up from the ground. The sect leader leaned against a withered tree and wiped the blood from his mouth. He smiled and said, as expected of the Yada no Mirror Heart, Yu Jingzhong's ears were filled with blood. In fact, he couldn't hear what the sect leader was saying. It took him a while to focus his scattered vision. He saw that the corners of Amida Akazashi's eyes and nose were bleeding. He also looked quite embarrassed. Yu Jingzhong felt that something was wrong. How could a person who didn't bleed even when his heart was pierced by a bullet become like this after taking a few punches? His thinking was affected by the severe pain. After a few seconds, he looked at his right hand sluggishly. His hand was covered with mud. The joints were cracked, and the white finger bones were faintly visible. His fingernails had pinched his palm into a bloody mess. It didn't look like a human hand at all. However, the pentagram on his palm was still very clear. There were countless fine spells around it, and even shown through the fragmented flesh. Was it because of it? Yu Jingzhong had studied the Yada no Mirror Heart. He knew that the symbol representing it wasn't like this. The pentagram was actually the totem of a Yinyang warlock. Every Yinyang warlock had their own unique pentagram. Although it looked exactly the same, it would actually show thousands of subtle differences due to the difference in magical power of each person. So, was this pentagram actually Yan Lanyu? Was it the soul that Yan Lanyu used to wrap Jingxin? Yu Jingzhong breathed heavily. Suddenly, a huge sadness and anger welled up in his heart. The emotion was so strong and violent that it swept through his consciousness like a hurricane. It even completely covered the severe pain in his muscles and bones. Until the last moment, he was still desperately trying to protect me, but I couldn't save him. I couldn't even bring him back. Yu Jingzhong's throat was congested with blood. He let out a hoarse gasp and clenched his back molars. Amaterasu Akazashi got up and stepped forward. Although his demon body had been completely destroyed and he looked a little embarrassed, he was still much better than Yu Jingzhong, who was riddled with scars. However, just as he was walking towards Yan Lanyu, he suddenly heard another gunshot. Then, his knees went soft and he half knelt on the ground. Clang! Yu Jingzhong heavily smashed the gun on the ground and threw himself over. His movement was almost as if he was risking his life. He pushed the sect leader down the mound and rolled down. Amidst the chaos, the sect leader grabbed Yu Jingzhong. During the process of tumbling down, the two of them evenly split the sharp branches, gravel, and the scorching hot ground from the explosion. Then, with a loud bang, they fell heavily into the stone nest. Yu Jingzhong crazily spurted out a mouthful of blood. Amaterasu Akazashi tightly grabbed his neck. The silent struggle for a few seconds was like a tragic pantomime. In the darkness, Yu Jingzhong's hand was bleeding and blue veins were popping out. He raised his hand with difficulty and choked Amaterasu Akazashi's throat. This was only a matter of a moment between life and death. However, every millisecond was infinitely stretched out in suffocation. Yu Jingzhong had never felt like this before. He clearly and truly felt that everything was going to end today. His life was about to come to an end here. He would turn into bones, turn into dirt, and disappear forever from this foreign land. If I die, then I die, he thought calmly. Even if I don't die, Yan Lanyu won't be able to hold on. I might as well go with him. I heard that the road to the Yellow Springs is not easy to walk on. I'll be his companion. Maybe we can be reincarnated together in the next life. His fingers were still pinching Amaterasu Akazashi's throat like iron pincers. However, his mind had already fallen into darkness due to the lack of oxygen. His eardrums were whistling because of the collision of blood. It sounded like the sound of the tide. It was like the sea he dreamed of on the last night with Yan Lanyu. Flames were burning fiercely on the surface of the sea. Countless pale arms were waving about. It was like the forest in the demon world. On the wooden stake that looked like a cross not far away, the young Yan Lanyu who had grown up broke free from the ropes. He walked barefoot on the surface of the sea and walked in front of Yu Jingzhong. Yu Jingzhong was bobbing up and down in the waves. He raised his head and looked at him. He saw that Yan Lanyu's body was mutilated as if it had been cut by a knife. His muscles were rotten and his bones were exposed. His face was a strange ash-white color. There was not the least bit of life in it. It was like the hazy sky. His eyes were turbid and unclear. They no longer belonged to a living person. However, Yu Jingzhong could feel those eyes looking at him. They were very sad, nostalgic, and gentle as they looked at him. Lanyu, why are you hurt? Who made you like this? Yu Jingzhong opened his mouth in vain. However, no sound came out. A sad smile flitted across Yan Lanyu's face. He pointed at himself and silently said a sentence. His voice could not be heard in the raging waves. However, the shape of his mouth was very familiar. It seemed to be saying, what am I? Yu Jingzhong's mind became more and more chaotic. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was the true final moment. Yan Lanyu crouched down and gently planted a kiss on Yu Jingzhong's lips. Although he knew that it was only his soul, the feeling of their lips touching was so real. Even the cold breath of despair passed through his nose and hit his face. Yu Jingzhong suddenly realized something. Then he saw Yan Lanyu reach out and grab him. He suddenly pulled him out of the sea, splash, the sound of water splashing everywhere. Yu Jingzhong's vision blurred. The scene suddenly changed. He saw that he had returned to reality from the illusion. Below him was the hard and scorching ground. His hands were still tightly clutching Akazashi Amateri's throat. What was around him was not the sound of water, but blood. It was the sound of blood splattering out of Akazashi Amateri's chest. Yu Jingzhong's pupils contracted. The next second, the pressure on his neck loosened. A large amount of fresh air rushed into his lungs, causing his whole body to spasm and cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Jingzhong turned over and knelt on the ground. He covered his neck and coughed out mouthfuls of black blood. After a while, he trembled violently and looked up. The scene in front of him stunned him. He saw Akazashi Amateri lying at the place where he had fought a life-and-death battle with him. His chest was pierced by a sharp weapon, and a large amount of blood kept gushing out. The person standing in front of him was the young Yan Lanyu in the illusion just now. Yan Lanyu looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. His face did not change much, but because he was lifeless, he looked particularly defeated. In contrast, his expression was very calm. He lowered his eyes slightly and stared at Akazashi Amateri. The 4 fingers of his slightly drooping right hand were pressed together. Blood flowed out and gathered between his fingers and fell to the ground. At the critical moment, he was the one who had pierced Akazashi Amateri's heart. Finally. I finally forced you out. With every word Akazashi Amateri said, blood foamed out of the corners of his mouth. However, he still seemed to be very happy. Hey, I haven't seen you like this for many years. I really miss you. You can't play dumb now, right? Yan Lanyu stared at him quietly. The wind from the other side of the yellow spring passed through the forest, brushed past the hills, and swept into the boundless night in the distance. It carried with it the endless cries and obsessions of countless resentful spirits as it whistled into the distance. I don't know what you're talking about, Yan Lanyu said calmly after a long time. His voice was very hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been damaged. It sounded a little strange. However, the cold and distant quality in his voice did not change at all despite the long years and the chasm between yin and yang. Are you still clinging to your perception of the role of a stranger? It's really your signature line. Akazashi Amateri laughed. He covered his mouth and coughed. The sound seemed to vibrate from his chest. He was seriously injured. Yan Lanyu had pierced his heart directly. It was fatal. But forget it. I just want to know how you are now. The wrong beginning of the story has been corrected, so the ending should have changed, right? I'm just a little curious. That's all. Akazashi Amateri turned his head to look at Yu Jingzhong. He actually laughed a little mockingly. I've already reminded you, Mr. Agent. Dylan's die of curiosity. Yu Jingzhong half knelt on the ground and gasped for breath. He could not say a word. Everyone is curious. You have to respect the curiosity of villains. It is often the key for the protagonist to defeat the villain in the ending of the story. Could it be that he had hinted at this direction from the beginning? What on earth would a person think after he became a demon? Yan Lanyu paused. The end of his voice dissipated in the air, like a long sigh. You won't really die after becoming a demon. But this is no longer the place where you and I should stay. Come on, Mr. Amateri. The soul has a place where the soul should go. He reached out his hand. Yu Jingzhong suddenly had an ominous premonition. He suddenly shouted, "No! Yan Lanyu!" However, the latter just raised his head and smiled at him. There was bitterness, longing, and helplessness in his expression. But there was also something deeper hidden, like a kind of relief. It was like a pedestrian who saw the end after a long journey. It was also like a pilgrim who finally picked up his luggage and set off for the distant mountains. At the same time, he reached out and pressed on Akazashi Amateri's heart. A golden pentagram engraved with complicated spells suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. Yu Jingzhong looked at his hand in shock. Sure enough, the pentagram had disappeared. Then, the space-time crack in the air collapsed with a loud bang. It was like a black curtain slowly opening. Behind the curtain was the endless abyss of hell. Countless screams of ghosts entwined together rushed out, the cold air formed a hurricane. In the chaos, Yu Jingzhong fell to the ground. He saw the gate to hell instantly swallow Yan Lanyu and Akazashi Amateri at the same time. Yan Lanyu! Yu Jingzhong roared, "Yan Lanyu!" He almost climbed over the rock and rushed over. In a flash, he touched Yan Lanyu's finger in a thousandth of a second, but then, the two people's hands passed by each other. Yan Lanyu fell into the abyss and waved at him with a smile. That was the last scene Yu Jingzhong saw before the gate to hell closed. Yan Lanyu! Come back! The void suddenly shook, and the air silently closed. The illusion completely disappeared in the wind. In a few seconds, even the last shadow was completely gone. The only thing left in the mountain forest was a scene of devastation and scorched rocks, as well as the bloodstains left behind by the struggle. Yu Jingzhong's blood turned cold. His hands and feet went soft. He swayed several times but couldn't stand up. No, it's impossible, it can't be like this. He grabbed a piece of dirt and almost rolled and crawled back to the mound quickly and in an incomparably sorry state. He couldn't feel the pain of being cut by the gravel at all. He couldn't even hear any sound. Only blood rushed to the top of his head and eardrums. His heart felt as if it was tightly bound by several iron wires and would burst at any time. With a crash, he flipped over the mound and fell to the ground. He didn't even have time to get up. He raised his head and looked forward. Yan Lanyu was lying there. Quietly. He seemed to be abandoned on the ground all alone. His chest was motionless, as if there wasn't even the slightest rise and fall of breathing. He had completely merged with the cold and deep night in the distance. Hell, blood sea. An aquamarine flame crossed the sky, the high temperature instantly evaporating the stormy waves into white steam, forming a colorful ribbon with a magnificent halo. Then, the end of the light ribbon was blasted open by a pure green arrow. The arrow was like a meteor cutting through the wind and breaking the waves, instantly knocking Maha, who was at the other end of the sky, away. Phoenix flew across the sky, her speed was so fast that it was almost like a shadow. Then, she grabbed Maha with one hand and pressed him down against the turbulent airflow. Two figures fell rapidly from the sky, and then fell into the blood sea with a boom. Zhou Hui followed, only to see the seawater parting from Maha's side as if it had a life of its own and retreating violently. Chu River pressed one hand on his chest, and the two fell rapidly from the magnificent wall of water to the bottom of the sea, and then landed on a flat surface in the depths of the sea. Zhou Hui rushed down without thinking, but then he heard Chu River's stern voice, "Don't come over." "You, don't come over," Chu River said indifferently. He half knelt on the ground and looked straight at Maha under his feet. "This is between me and Damao." Zhou Hui hesitated and stopped in his tracks. Under the immense pressure of the two Wisdom King's divine powers, all the demonic creatures in the sea of blood quickly fled into the distance. The seawater was pushed to the sides by an invisible force, forming an endless, spectacular, yet empty wall of water. Maha lay motionless on the ground and said coldly, "Zhou Hui wants to kill me, mother." Chu River said softly, "He doesn't. Why are you indifferent when he wants to kill me, but I'm stopped when I fight back? He doesn't really want to kill you." Maha's eyes moved and finally looked at Phoenix. The peacock bright king's face was very similar to his mother's, but even a silhouette could distinguish the obvious differences. Maha's eyebrows were slightly raised, and his eyelashes were habitually squinted. He looked very sharp and a little neurotic. His every movement was very casual, and when he spoke, his tone was always sarcastic. Even if he didn't say anything or move, just sitting there casually, his body was surrounded by a vicious aura that came from inside out. It was only when he was facing Phoenix that he would feel less anxious. He might have thought about it, but he didn't really do it. Chu River paused and said, "So I hope that your thoughts are just thoughts. Some things can't be changed, but don't put them into action for the rest of your life." Maha said mockingly, "I thought you had been working hard to restore harmony to this family. So you admit that some things can't be changed?" Chu River was silent for a moment. "It's my fault." After a long while, he said, "It's because I wanted to change things from the very beginning. That's what led to today's result." He let go of Maha and sat on the ground. He casually put his hands on his bent knees and looked at the majestic water wall in the distance. The tense atmosphere suddenly disappeared, and Maha was a little uncomfortable. He lay on the ground and blinked for a while, then slowly got up and sat in front of Chu River, staring at his mother warily. "What do you want to say?" "When you were punished by heaven," Chu River said slowly, "I also felt that Zhou Hui really wanted you to die." Maha was startled. "That was when I hated Zhou Hui the most in my life. I felt that he should have saved you, but he stood by and did nothing. He even stopped me from taking your place to bear the punishment of heaven. In a sense, he was the executioner who wanted to kill you. Because of this, my anger and hatred for him reached an unprecedented level. I even thought of breaking up with him. Even the snow mountain goddess of the 33rd layer of heaven." Maha listened attentively, but Chu River suddenly paused. "Even the snow mountain goddess didn't ignite such a clear and deep hatred in me." However, he didn't say this in front of Maha. But as time passed, I slowly realized that my anger toward Zhou Hui came more from empathy and self-deception. During the hundreds of years you were sealed in the underground grotto of H City, the one I really hated was myself, the one who couldn't protect you and watched my child fall into a quagmire. "It's not like that at all," Maha suddenly retorted. "It has nothing to do with you. If you hadn't been there since I was young, it's like that." Phoenix interrupted him calmly. "I've made too many wrong decisions in the process of educating you. It's because I can't face the fact that I've harmed my child that I've transferred all my resentment to Zhou Hui. Why didn't you help Maha? Why did you stop me from taking Maha's place to bear the punishment of heaven? Actually, I knew deep down that if I had personally taken your place from the first bolt of heaven's punishment, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until the last strike, and Zhou Hui wouldn't have had a good ending." Maha was silent for a long time. "And Zhou Hui's decision wasn't wrong. Rather than saying that he chose to sacrifice you, it's better to say that he chose to bear the price of resentment to protect me." Phoenix's tone was slightly complicated as he paused. "Many years ago, I thought that children were the most important. You and Garuda, who were connected by blood, were the ones who couldn't abandon each other. But as time passed, I gradually realized that this was actually a very selfish way of thinking. Just based on bloodline, you believed in supreme importance. Where did you place the sincerity and love of others? In a long life, you can always find someone who shares your heart. You give them feelings, and you can ask them to accompany you to the end of your life with the same feelings. However, this person won't be your descendant. Children don't have the responsibility of excessive emotional needs of parents, and parents don't have the obligation to sacrifice everything for their children. Zhou Hui was very clear about this from the beginning, but I didn't understand it until the last moment." "I understand what you mean." Maha took a breath and said in a low voice, "But I still don't want to change my mind." He crossed his legs, his slender white fingers resting on his ankles. Ding ding, his eyes fell to the ground, and his long silver hair flowed down the side of his face. Chu River looked at him. When Maha was still a little peacock, he was used to sitting cross-legged like this, playing with his feathers in a corner. At that time, he was suffering from the torment of nightmares. Every day, he was confused between terrifying illusions and reality. He was manic, restless, and neurotic. Only when he was alone would he calm down a little. "It doesn't matter." After a long while, Chu River sighed. "I just want to explain to you what your father did when the heavens punished him. But you're right. There are some things that can't be changed." They sat facing each other. In the distance, the sound of the waves came from the dark sky. "Let's discuss something," Chu River suddenly said. Maha raised his head. Zhou Hui's lifespan as a hell demon is limited. It's estimated that he still has so many years. Chu River made a number. And your symptoms of the 5 decay of heaven have been alleviated in the Blood Sea. It shouldn't be a problem for you to last until then. Are you saying that I can give him the last stab before he dies? Maha asked without much hope. No. What I mean is that if you only go back and forth between the God realm and the demon realm and don't invade the human realm, after Zhou Hui dies, I will give you my godhood. Chu River's expression was very calm. She didn't even pause in the slightest. It sounded no different from "be obedient from now on" or "my inheritance will still be inherited by you." However, these words were no less than a bomb in Maha's ears. He was stunned on the spot. You're not joking? Chu River nodded very seriously and said, no. Maha's lips were tightly pursed. His face was a little pale as he stared at his mother in disbelief. Before Phoenix ascended to the colorless sky-killing Buddha, she had also said the same thing. However, in the context of that time, Maha had taken it as a joke. This kind of thing was completely beyond his scope of understanding. He simply couldn't imagine that one day it would actually happen. Not far behind him, Zhou Hui had been squatting on the ground with a straw stick and drawing circles. At this moment, his movements suddenly paused. I thought. Maha's voice was unsteady. If one listened carefully, the end of his words trembled a little. I thought you would go and steal a godhood for father, something like that. Is godhood cabbage? Can you steal it just because you want to? Chu River asked back. Besides, there are too few godhoods that are compatible with hell demons. We can't go to the Azura tribe and massacre them. How about we steal Garuda? Maha was speechless. The only thing he felt was absurdity. But if that's the case, your life will soon, I know. But the world is like this. There is no path that can lead to the best of both worlds. They looked at each other for a moment, and Chu River smiled slightly. Maha, gods like you and me have almost the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. Therefore, all the choices you and I make are destined to be short passers-by in life. Just like an innkeeper who watches the guests come and go, there will be a day when you will want to close the inn, pick up your luggage, and follow him on the road. For me, your father would only occupy a certain period of time in my life. However, for him, I occupy an infinite amount of weight in his limited life. This is an unfair game in itself, and I just want to change this unequal situation. Maha's mind was buzzing. He instinctively wanted to refute, but Chu River had already stood up. Well, don't go looking for trouble in the human world. Stay in the Blood Sea obediently. The sword in your hand is Susanu's Tian Songyun. After he was born, he was indeed reprimanded by his father because he missed his mother too much. But at that time, his mother was already dead. I was not dead yet. It's better if you don't cause trouble. Maha said awkwardly, it's not just because of this sword that I. Chu River raised his hand and patted him on the head. Although this action was condescending, his voice was very soft. You will find someone to accompany you in place of your parents. Only this person can accompany you to the end. I was wrong in the past. From now on, it won't happen again. Chu River turned around, passed through the towering water wall, and walked towards Zhou Hui on the other side of the Blood Sea. Maha looked back at him. At that moment, the violence and anxiety around the Mahamayuri seemed to have faded away. Only his eyes were a little empty and confused. Zhou Hui stood up and Chu River walked in front of him. Go back. It's not over there yet. Zhou Hui nodded, looking thoughtful. He was still holding the grass root in his mouth. Chu River pretended not to see it and walked towards the endless Iron Wheel Mountain under the gray sky in the distance. Zhou Hui followed closely behind him. After a long while, he stammered, well, if one day, If I die. Chu Hui looked straight ahead, remaining calm and collected. Zhou Hui's tongue was suddenly tied, and the words that came out of his mouth became, where do you think it's better to bury me? Chu River was silent for a moment and said slowly, Mount Buzhou. Why? The place is big. You and I can be buried together. The wind blew from his face. His hair and clothes were instantly lifted back, reflecting in Zhou Hui's deep eyes. Chu River didn't even turn his head. He just pulled Zhou Hui up. Their fingers intertwined and their palms touched. Zhou Hui quickly walked to his side and saw that in the sky above the Iron Wheel Mountain not far away, there was a space-time passage that was overflowing with light. The human boundary monument was flashing out of the space-time passage from the space-time passage. That was the entrance to hell for the new undead that died every day in the human world. From there, they could return to the human world, where they came from. Hey, Zhou Hui looked straight at the sky and finally said, about Shakti, I actually have something to say, Chu River said flatly, don't say it. No, these words have been in my heart for a long time. Do you know that she's now possessed? Actually, after she became possessed, she became much better. Back then, she was really too pretentious. I'm not the kind of person to gossip behind people's backs. Besides, I don't want to talk about my stupid past. But if you mind. I don't mind. No, it's okay if you mind. What I want to say is that everything has a process of development. Just like how Shakti changed from being pretentious all the time to being free in a few thousand years. Back then, I was just a magical beast who had just transformed, had a little intelligence, and was often in a state of stubbornness. Now that I think about it, I should wait until I'm more mature before looking for you. But when I'm hot-headed, sometimes I make stupid mistakes. Don't say it, Chu River couldn't take it anymore. I didn't care about her at all back then. Zhou Hui stared at him with a look of desperation. I was just very concerned about whether you would be like Xianxia. Chu River said, at that time, I was already beginning to suspect him. I was afraid that you would be like him, two-faced. As for the Snow Mountain goddess, I never cared about her. If I was really conflicted, she would have died 1,000 times over. How could it be as simple as burning her house? So what you want to explain is not important at all. I will look for the answers I care about from other aspects, understand? Zhou Hui looked at him distrustfully. After a while, he asked. Then what was the fear you saw in Shakti's mirror? It was you who killed Maha Peacock Stew, Chu River said casually. Zhou Hui was about to mercilessly expose his lie when he suddenly saw Chu River standing halfway up the mountain, squinting his eyes and looking up. Huh? Don't even think about changing the topic, no, Chu River pointed at the space-time tunnel in the air and asked in surprise, isn't that Brother Yan? Zhou Hui's only reaction was don't even think about changing the topic. But when he looked back, he was also stunned. Thousands of souls formed a torrent, passing through the human boundary monument and rushing towards hell from the space-time tunnel. In the middle of the gray, translucent tide, there was a soul shimmering like a tiny star in a huge school of fish. If one looked closely, it was because there was a pentagram flashing in the chest of this soul. The light was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was Yan Lanyu's soul, Xianxia. Wait. Zhou Hui suddenly said, there's also old you. Chu River took a closer look and saw that Yan Lanyu's soul was facing the direction of the human world, as if he was reluctant to leave. Not far in front of him, another gray, translucent soul was passing through the torrent, trying to reach out to him. It was Yu Jingzhong. Catch them. Zhou Hui was instantly flustered and exasperated, what's going on? Why are two human souls floating to hell? Chu River followed closely behind Zhou Hui, and the gorgeous Buddhist light of the Phoenix Wisdom King erupted from his side. Wherever the light went, countless souls immediately flew up and broke away from the shackles of the hell path, flying towards the human world and the 33rd layer of heaven. For a moment, the sky of hell was filled with souls. Yan Lanyu's Xianxia in the air was also about to dissipate, but Chu River held it down. The illusory soul was caught in his palm as if it had substance. He looked back and saw that not far away, Zhou Hui had also caught Yu Jingzhong, and directly stabbed his 5 fingers into the soul's brain. Why the F***ck are you here? Are you dead? How did you die? Yu Jingzhong's soul was swayed left and right, and he stared blankly at Zhou Hui, obviously showing signs of dissipating. Return to the human world. Chu River made a prompt decision. He flew over and grabbed Zhou Hui, and directly dragged him into the space-time tunnel. Their bodies are not completely dead yet. If we go back now, we can still save them. Zhou Hui grabbed Chu River, and the two of them carried the souls of Yu Jingzhong and Yan Lanyu respectively. With a swoosh, they were sucked into the space-time tunnel by the recoil force. In the next second, in the Ishirshan of the human world, Zhou Hui and Chu River both fell onto the rugged ground with a plop. Zhou Hui was cushioned at the bottom, and when he got up with his face covered in dust, he saw a huge pit in front of him, and Yan Lanyu's body was lying quietly at the bottom of the pit. Yu Jingzhong leaned over his body, one hand holding onto him, and the other hand still maintaining the climbing posture. It was obvious that he was still trying to escape with Yan Lanyu at the last moment. This posture was actually tragic to the point that it was a little absurd. Zhou Hui looked back at Yu Jingzhong's lifeless soul, and suddenly became angry. He immediately dragged him down the pit, and without caring about anything else, he kicked the soul back into Yu Jingzhong's body. When the soul entered the body, it was like a metal vibration, echoing for a long time. Then Yu Jingzhong's fingers moved, and then again. His whole body suddenly spasmed, and he covered his chest, arched up, and coughed violently. Cough 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 cough, cough cough cough. Yu Jingzhong trembled as he got up, and then the world spun around him, and he fell down again. After falling down 2 or 3 times, Zhou Hui finally showed mercy and grabbed the back of Yu Jingzhong's collar. He lifted Yu Jingzhong, who was in an extremely sorry state, from the ground. Yan, cough cough. Yan Lanyu, he, cough cough cough. Zhou Hui gave him a slap. How old are you? You still want to die for love? Isn't that Yan Lanyu? Yu Jingzhong panted violently, and finally stopped coughing, which almost broke his ribs. He reluctantly raised his head to look. He saw Xianxia Hun floating above Yan Lanyu's body. It was just an ordinary translucent soul now, and the brilliance of the pentagram had completely disappeared. Chu He knelt on one knee, murmuring something, and pressed one hand on Yang Shihan's heart. His palm seemed to be covered with a warm halo, which completely enveloped the soul. After a few minutes, he gently pressed it back into Yan Lanyu's already cold body. Yu Jingzhong rushed over. Lanyu. The halo had not dissipated, and Yan Lanyu's pale cheeks seemed to be stained with a little bit of blood. Yu Jingzhong held his hand tightly, and suddenly felt a movement in his fingers. It was a pulse coming from his wrist. Yan Lanyu slowly opened his eyes, and a few seconds later, his scattered pupils gradually focused, and he turned to Yu Jingzhong. His mouth moved slightly, but he did not make a sound. After a while, a tired smile appeared on his face. Yu Jingzhong breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had finally unloaded a heavy burden. His body shook a few times, and he could no longer support himself, and fell to the ground with a thud. 2 hours later, in Xianxia Mountain. The door of the jeep was wide open. Yan Lanyu was wearing a coat. His hair was messy and his bandages were exposed. He was sitting in the back seat, drinking hot water. Not far away, Yu Jingzhong was sitting on the ground. Zhou Hui scolded him. You're already so old, but you don't even use your brain. Why didn't you drag Wu Bei with you? Why didn't you wait for rescue? You carried the head of Tantric Buddhism by yourself. You're amazing, right? You finally reached puberty with too much testosterone, right? If you do this again, don't expect me to help you. Don't dream of being my third son-in-law. Yu Jingzhong said weakly. Shut the F***ck up. Xianxia Mountain was brightly lit. A helicopter with a searchlight slowly descended over the forest. The airflow made a huge whistling sound. The police in Japan and the diplomats of the Chinese embassy arrived at the same time. The two sides started a fierce negotiation across the messy Xianxia Mountain. Wu Bei finally finished dealing with the self-defense forces and the disciples of Tantric Buddhism. He lay motionless on the ground and pretended to be dead, trying to get away with it. In the end, he was pulled out from the pile of corpses. A group of people surrounded the second team leader and cried. While they were having a good time, Zhou Hui strode over. In an instant, Wu Bei got up and came back to life. Wu Bei was grabbed by the ear by Zhou Hui and dragged to deal with the police in Japan. The second team leader was wearing a wrinkled Armani black windbreaker. He held a loudspeaker in one hand and lifted a rocket launcher from the ground with the other. His handsome face was stained with smoke and blood. Cough, cough. The people above, listen up. National Security Group 6 is on a mission to clear the area. You have 3 minutes to escape. You have 3 minutes to escape. Zhou Hui's forehead twitched when he heard this. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether Deputy Yu or the second team leader deserved a beating more. However, Wu Bei's threat was still effective. The second team leader was a soul artist who grieved over the passing of spring and the passing of autumn. He was black-hearted and ruthless. Before he killed people and destroyed their corpses, he would sigh and say, "Why is the wind so strong?" He had been involved in gangster activities in the northeastern region all year round. He was well known on the Sino-Japanese border. If one were to give a less gory example, it was said that half of the pirated discs in Japan had to go through his circulation route. There were even more gory examples, such as interprovincial cooperation with the Hokkien people to hunt down the Yamaguchi gumi. In front of a certain Japanese senator, he affectionately stroked a cherry blossom tree and said, "I want the cherry blossoms here to bloom even more brilliantly next year." Among the 6 leaders of the National Security Bureau, Wu Bei's popularity in Japan was far superior to that of Zhou Hui. The members of Team 2 did not stay idle either. The hairdryer and the washer rolled up their sleeves and picked up the corpses of the Tantra disciples. They tied them up in a row and stood in front of them like human shields. The police looked down from the helicopter and saw that the ground was littered with the corpses of yin-yang masters in hunting gear. The local Metropolitan Police Department knew that they could not make a decision in this kind of dispute between yin-yang masters. If they used force to detain these people, who knew what these people would do? The police could only temporarily retreat and say, "We will report this to the higher-ups and let the victims' sects negotiate." Then the helicopter turned around and quickly went down the mountain. Wu Bei threw the rocket launcher and sat on the ground. He stared at the helicopter in the distance and said, "Damn it, it would have been better if you had listened to me earlier." Zhou Hui coughed and continued to scold Deputy Yu. Only you know how to act cool. Didn't you want to be a normal person? A normal person would have been killed by that Tantra sect leader a long time ago. An old cow eats young grass and a withered tree blooms new flowers. Look at you, a coward. You don't even have a salary of 2 million and you still dare to learn how to fall in love. There are 30 million leftover men in China. There are 30 million of you. In this day and age, even the salary of a laborer is higher than yours. If you continue to act cool, one day you will seek your own death. Yu Jingzhong nodded and said yes. He lowered his head and touched his cigarettes. The cigarette box was soaked in blood, and even the filter was stained with blood. Yan Lanyu, who was not far away, wanted to help. He struggled to get out of the car, but a voice came from behind him, "How are you?" Yan Lanyu turned around and saw Chu River getting into the back seat of the jeep from the other side. He hesitated and sat back down. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. If it wasn't for you." Chu River interrupted him, "You don't have to say that." He leaned over and brushed Yan Lanyu's hair aside. He saw that the terrible injury on his head had already scabbed over. It was the result of being washed with water diluted with phoenix blood. In addition, his body was full of bumps and abrasions. The most serious injury was that one of his hands was burned and his flesh was stuck together. He did not know how many of his ribs were broken. Zhou Hui had only done preliminary emergency treatment for these 2 injuries. Chu River maintained his posture and stared at him motionlessly. The 2 of them stared at each other in the dimly lit carriage. Yan Lanyu could clearly see her own reflection in Chu Hui's eyes. She couldn't help but lean back slightly. "This? Your Highness the Wise King, don't move." Yan Lanyu was full of questions. After a while, he saw Chu River blink his eyes. His eyelashes were slightly wet. After a full 30 seconds, Chu River blinked again. This time, his eyes were dry. Yan Lanyu's mouth twitched slightly. Your Highness, I can't help it." Chu River let go of him helplessly and plopped down on the car seat. "I just can't cry." Yan Lanyu, Chu River was very regretful. He could only bite his ring finger again and take a drop of blood from his heart. He dripped it into Yan Lanyu's cup for him to drink. The water boiled and immediately emitted a strong smell of rust. Yan Lanyu could only pinch his nose and swallow it slowly. Soon, as the liquid entered his stomach, his numb and painful ribs and arms gradually relaxed. His internal organs felt as if they had been ironed by a warm current. He could not help but let out a long sigh. After drinking half the cup of water, he looked down at his hands. The charred skin was drying and forming scabs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although his arms were covered in scars and looked very ugly, It was much better than before when he was bleeding nonstop. It's amazing, Chu River said. It works faster for people who have no magic power because there is no interference from their own antibodies. As soon as he finished speaking, the car suddenly fell into silence. Yan Lanyu's long eyelashes drooped. Ding ding, he stared at the cup. In the white fog, his figure was thin and tired. His eyes were hazy and unclear. Even the lines of his handsome cheeks seemed to have melted into the dusk. I tried to save your pentagram, but it was extinguished when I came back from hell. But I think it should have protected your soul. Otherwise, when a soul as weak as yours entered hell, it was very likely that it would have been destroyed directly. Chu River reached into his trouser pocket and took out a red string. He handed it to Yan Lanyu, but the mirror heart is still here. I don't know if it's still useful. Anyway, I took it back for you. Yan Lanyu's eyes were a little unfocused. After a while, he moved and slowly raised his hand to take the shard of Yata no Kagami. I noticed it just now. He said softly, but I wasn't sure at the time. It was too sudden. Chu River looked at him with a slight pity in his eyes. Yan Lanyu played with the shard. His white fingertips gently rubbed the sharp edges. Chu River had seen this piece of mirror pass through the hands of Zhou Hui, Zhang Shun, Yu Jingzhong, and others. However, he had never felt that it matched so well with the hand he was touching. The esoteric sect racked their brains to choose Yan Lanyu to cultivate the yin and yang double-sided soul. There must be a reason why they had to choose him. I was originally an ordinary person. I learned these things just for self-protection. I didn't expect that it would suddenly disappear. I'm not used to it. Yan Lanyu paused and smiled briefly on his pale cheeks, but it doesn't matter. The esoteric sect has been destroyed anyway. It doesn't matter whether I need to protect myself or not. He bowed his head and put on the red string. His fingers looked a little clumsy because of the burns. You won't be used to it at first. Chu River was silent for a moment and said, however, as time goes by, you will slowly get used to the life of an ordinary person. You will be more peaceful, more grounded, and more free. The shackles that bound you for 2 lives will disappear. From now on, you can have a life that completely belongs to you. You can go to school, go to work, fall in love, and enjoy your family like an ordinary person. Yan Lanyu was stunned for a moment, but I have to take care of myself. Otherwise, I will become a burden. Not far away, Zhou Hui finally gave up for the time being. Yu Jingzhong flicked the cigarette ash onto his trouser leg. He slowly got up and walked over while Zhou Hui scolded him. There will always be people who are willing to let you accompany them not because you are useful. Chu River looked at him with a smile and blinked his eyes. I used to feel that I was a burden to others, and I was worried that I would be abandoned because of this. However, this kind of thinking is actually a kind of blasphemy for people who don't want to accompany you. Your views have been distorted for too long. Someone will help you slowly turn them back. Yan Lanyu looked back at him with a puzzled look. Chu River looked up at the night sky with a distant gaze. Although it will take a long time, there will be a day. Just don't be like me and make others wait for too long. Yu Jingzhong walked to the side of the car and nodded to Chu River. Then he turned to Yan Lanyu. How are you? Yan Lanyu looked at him in a daze. His gaze slid from his messy eyebrows that were stained with blood, to his cheeks that were still covered in smoke, and to his camouflage uniform that was messy because of the blood and mud. Although it was cold, at such a close distance, even the heat and sweat on his body could be felt through the cloth, giving people a strange and deep sense of security. What's wrong? Yu Jingzhong raised his eyebrows and asked. My magical power is gone, Yan Lanyu said in a hoarse voice. The yin and yang forces protect the soul. The soul was burned out before it returned to the body. Yu Jingzhong was stunned. He probably didn't expect this at all, but then he asked subconsciously, so? You're injured like this. The yin and yang forces are definitely gone. Why, do you still want to go to the front line? Yan Lanyu blinked. Yu Jingzhong looked at him in confusion. After a while, he reached out and picked him up from the car. Don't think about it. Let's go. The embassy has sent a helicopter to pick us up. Let's go back to Beijing to receive punishment. Yan Lanyu was carried forward in large strides. He suddenly struggled. No. Wait. Wait a minute. He reluctantly slid down to the ground. Because of his sprained ankle, he staggered a few steps. Fortunately, he bumped into Zhou Hui, who was walking towards the jeep. Zhou Hui helped him along the way. Yan Lanyu asked softly and hurriedly, "Are you leaving now? Can you wait for me?" "What are you doing, third daughter?" "I want to go to a place. There's an open space at the foot of Yishur Mountain." Yan Lanyu looked at Yu Jingzhong. For some reason, his eyes were slightly red in the night. "I'll be back soon." Half an hour later, at the foot of Yishur Mountain. It was said that he was going to be very fast, but in fact, it took a lot of effort to walk over. The mountain had collapsed. The bumpy mountain road was very dark. Yu Jingzhong turned on the wolf-eye flashlight and saw that the road had been covered by withered trees and broken branches. All the way down the mountain road, there was an open space at the bottom surrounded by wooden railings. Stone tablets could be faintly seen, but most of them had been smashed in the earthquake. Zhou Hui said softly. "Tsk," his voice was very low. Only Chu River heard it. He turned around and quietly made a gesture to him. Yu Jingzhong carried Yan Lanyu and walked all the way. Zhou Hui and Chu River followed closely behind. They saw that the wooden railings in the open space were completely rotten. When they were pushed, they fell down. Yu Jingzhong simply kicked them down. When they walked closer, they saw that it was a cemetery. The standing stone tablets were all tombstones. Names and death dates were scribbled in Japanese on them. Some of the coffins had a corner shaken out, revealing the rotten black wood. "They're still inside," Yan Lanyu whispered. Yu Jingzhong vaguely understood something, but he didn't say it. He just patted his hand and walked deeper into the cemetery. The open space was not big. After crossing a few old tombs, a relatively old tombstone appeared in front of him. A thin coffin was half shaken out of the ground. The edges of the board were cracked and rotten. The white stone tablet had been shaken and cracked. However, the words engraved on it were still very clear under the flashlight. The owner of the tomb was called Yan Jing. Yan Lanyu struggled to get up and staggered forward. He stared at the tombstone blankly. The night was like a long river, endless. The wind blew through the rotten coffin in the cemetery, carrying ancient resentment and sorrow. It rushed to the vast snowfield under the moonlight. Yan Lanyu knelt on the ground and sprinkled soil on the coffin. He probably wanted to bury the coffin in the ground again. However, the area that had been shaken out was too large. The frozen soil was very hard. It was impossible to bury the cold coffin. Yu Jingzhong slowly knelt down and pressed his trembling hand. "Don't." He choked. "Don't do this," Yan Lanyu stared at him blankly. There was a deep, bone-deep confusion in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was in a world of ice and snow. There was cold wind and snow everywhere. He had completely lost his way. "Once I returned to Beijing." Yu Jingzhong's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and his voice sounded as though there was a lump in his throat. "Once I return to Beijing, I'll send someone to transport this coffin back to the Huaxia Empire. Transport it back to the Huaxia Empire for burial. We can bury him in his hometown. Bury him in the place where he was born." In the end, he couldn't go back. Tears welled up in Yan Lanyu's eyes. They flowed down his cold, paper-like cheeks and dripped to the ground. Yu Jingzhong used all his strength to help him up. Looking at the cold and broken stone tablet under the moonlight, he bowed deeply. When he got up again, he raised his head and felt the hot liquid flowing from his eyes into his nose. It was an extremely sour and spicy taste that he had never felt in his life. "Thank you," Yan Lanyu said softly. Yu Jingzhong hugged him tightly, as if they would never be separated again. Even their heartbeats rose and fell together through their chests. Not far away, Zhou Hui rubbed his nose and pretended to look around casually. He suddenly asked, "Will you cry when you bury me?" Chu River said coldly, "No." "Hey. When you're about to die, dig a hole for yourself. Help me dig one as well. When the time comes, ask Maha to fill in the soil. Garuda will chant and dance. That's about it. Don't be pretentious." Zhou Hui blinked and looked at Chu River. The latter was looking straight ahead. His handsome face was expressionless under the moonlight. After a long time, Zhou Hui asked, "Are you really going to do this?" Yes. No, no. Although I'm very touched by your words, the problem is. It's not up to you to decide. Chu River interrupted him. It's not even up to me to decide. It's something that I've always thought naturally. Do you know what the world is like after death? Zhou Hui frowned slightly. We've always lived in hell, but hell is not the end of the journey. There's a more distant country, a place where even the gods can't see, hear, or sense. It's a quiet land all year round. There's no light or sound in the eternal darkness. Lonely souls turn into eternity like dust, drifting into the distance. That's the country of death. Chu River turned his face and looked at Zhou Hui with clear eyes. When I was very young, I once wanted to live forever with the person I thought I liked. Forever and ever. But later, I found out how childish and stupid I was. The spiritual nirvana rebirth was 10,000 times more painful than the physical one. At the most painful time, I thought, come and take me away, as long as it's a person. Sometimes, I even had the thought of compromising. But then I thought that there might be someone far away who truly belongs to me. He's coming in my direction. I can't get up and leave before he arrives. Then, when I saw you, I thought that this person has finally arrived. Fortunately, I didn't betray him. Phoenix. Zhou Hui murmured. At first, I felt that I was ominous. I was afraid that you would find out and then turn around and leave. Actually, if you had left, I wouldn't have chased after you. Because I was really too scared. Chu River paused and said with a little self-mockery, but later, when I thought that you might like the Snow Mountain Goddess, the anger suddenly overwhelmed the fear. I don't even remember what kind of mood I had when I started the war with the Trailokaiavijaya and the Snow Mountain Goddess. I just felt extremely angry. It wasn't until you brought me back to Mount Buzhou that I realized that I lost my temper. It turns out that when a person is truly filled with love, they will do things that are hysterical, irrational, and overconfident. That's not overconfidence. Zhou Hui denied hoarsely. That's what I thought at the time. Chu River laughed. My perception was distorted for a long time. I was worried about gains and losses, as if I was walking on thin ice. I suppressed myself and felt disgusted. I avoided admitting my love because it was really too fragile. It was like personally putting a knife that could stab myself into your hand. It was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. I've never experienced that kind of terrible feeling. Back then, my blind attachment and dependence on Sakyamuni was clearly so dangerous, and even my life was in danger at any time, but it never made me feel this kind of weakness, powerlessness, and despair that was full of sweetness and unwillingness to extricate myself. Zhou Hui looked at Chu River for a long time and finally asked. When did it start? I don't remember. Chu River thought for a while and said, it should be when Sakyamuni invaded my 6 senses for the first time and almost killed you. When you woke up, you were covered in blood. And told me it's okay. He raised his hand and gently pressed on Zhou Hui's chest and abdomen. He carefully rubbed it for a moment. It was the place where Zhou Hui was seriously injured by Phoenix's attack. However, it had healed many years ago, and there was not even a scar left behind. That sentence is true, he said with a faint smile. Falling in love with someone is like having your entire body turned into a weak spot. One touch and you'll die. It's also like suddenly putting on a battle armor and becoming invincible from then on. Zhou Hui held his hand, and their palms were pressed tightly together. But you're Phoenix. You can actually live forever without aging or dying. Chu River shook his head. It's dark and cold there, he said. I want to go to that world with you. For you, I can be invincible forever. The bright moon gradually set in the west. In the distant snowy plains, the cold wind whistled. At the peak of the glacier stood a towering temple. The lonely little Phoenix finally raised her tear-stained face and passed away with a smile in the void. Further away, Hell's Iron Will Mountain stretched for thousands of miles. The Mahamayuri stood on the cliff of the Blood Sea and raised her head. The rock was spreading its magnificent golden wings and soaring down from the sky. On Hell's Mount Buzhou, the light red mist emitted by the demon eye covered the mountains and plains. There was a small wooden house on the top of the mountain. The courtyard was grassy and stone path, and the fence was crooked. The cluster of azure flowers planted by the Mahamayuri phoenix by the steps finally swayed slowly and bloomed in hell's eternal wind. End of chapter 90. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.